Shadows over Monte Carlo. Original audiobook by Silent Voice Heard UK. Chapter 1. I was free climbing a rock wall. High, endless and humming with the sound of electricity. The air around me was stale but perfumed, scented with synthetic lily, the kind once favored by upper-tier transit systems before the collapse. That scent always made me think of old Europe, not the kind in history books, but the curated version, something you could visit if you had the coins or the clearance. Above, the cliff edge shimmered against the sky, a sharp line cutting through the darkness. I could see it, tantalizingly close. But no matter how far I climbed, fingers raw against the artificial stone, that edge stayed maddeningly distant. I'd had dreams like this before. Odd, half beautiful, half dreadful things that clung to me long after waking. Not quite nightmares, not quite ordinary dreams, but something in between. Then, without warning, a huge black and white cat appeared at the cliff edge above. Its eyes glowed in the darkness like lanterns before it lunged at me from above. I felt myself falling, the rush of air and the terrible certainty of impact. I woke with a jolt. For a moment I didn't know where I was. Then I saw the book sprawled across me, spine up. I exhaled shakily and let out a small laugh. The book was The Great Gatsby of all things. A relic. Leather-bound, spine cracked. Uncle Edward had packed it for me. I brushed it aside, heart still fluttering. When I looked up, I realized that I hadn't woken quietly. The two men sharing the compartment with me were both watching with barely concealed amusement. I must have cried out, "Oh, help!" One smiled. The older man, neat and crisply dressed in the grey sash of a trade curator, gave a gentle nod. His moustache was immaculately waxed. His eyes twinkled in a way that reminded me of Uncle Edward when he just caught me in some small absurdity. The other, younger, wore the earth-toned uniform of a protector, broad-shouldered, silent, and observing me with an unreadable expression. He had the kind of presence that made people instinctively stand straighter, a stillness that drew attention without asking for it. His features were quiet, symmetrical, with dark hair, broad across the shoulders, with a profile that would photograph well on currency. The kind of young man girls might whisper about in station lounges. I noticed, but only in passing. It was his restraint, not his looks, that stayed with me. My face flamed. I must have looked ridiculous crying out in fright over a falling book like some silly schoolgirl. I straightened my skirt, sat up a bit taller, and tried very hard to pretend I hadn't just shrieked over a phantom cat. I adjusted the thin gloves Uncle Edward insisted I wear in public sectors. They didn't help with the nerves. Outside the thick glass of the transit window, the land fell away to the sea. Pale gold light flickered on the water's surface. It was like looking into a forgotten memory. 4 days ago, I'd been in the dense lanes of Victoria Sector. 4 days since Uncle Edward had pressed coins into my hand and told me to seek recovery. Not adventure. Not hope. Recovery. Aunt Emma's death had been brutal and quiet. For months after, I'd carried the silence of it around like a second skin, a weight that settled in my chest and made even breathing feel like betrayal. How dare I draw breath when she couldn't? How dare the world continue its ordinary rhythms? When the doctors recommended a change of sector, Uncle Edward had written to the only contact he still trusted, the woman formerly known as Duchess Divine. She wasn't really family. She was once married to an old noble line before the collapse stripped titles from anything not militarized or elected. But to me, she had always been larger than life, Aunt Martha, glittering with storybook jewels and trailing silk through our little sitting room. When I was 8, she visited for 3 days. I remembered every moment of it. She had arrived with 3 suitcases, 1 hatbox, and a scent like violets and spice. Her laughter filled the house. She called me darling and kissed both my cheeks as if I was some little continental heiress. She'd spoken constantly of her son, Thomas. Her beloved Thomas. He was all she talked about. Her beloved only child. His name was always on her lips, murmured like a charm.
I remember the locket she wore tucked beneath her collar. It held a tiny portrait of him.
Pale, with dark eyes that seemed to follow you if you looked long enough.
He must have been 16 or 17 then.
I often wondered, in idle moments, what kind of man he'd become.
Now, he'd be nearly 30. Over the years, her letters always mentioned him. Her treasure. Her triumph. Her son. Aunt Martha's letters had come sporadically.
Grand, flowery, sometimes almost theatrical. When she and her partner returned from the borderlands of the former Italy, they'd restored a pre-collapse estate, the Villa Astrée. Now I was to stay there. For 3 months.
As a registered ward. The phrase tasted strange.
It wasn't quite polite, but neither was it shameful.
I had coins. I had a reason.
I needed somewhere quiet, somewhere high enough in the new order to be safe, but not so high I'd be noticed. I reached into my coat pocket and drew out the little black leather case Uncle Edward had given me. I hadn't opened it since that morning, though I had checked more than once that it was still there.
The old leather felt warm against my palm.
Inside was a white envelope filled with crown coins, 50 of them in crisp denominations.
It had seemed a fortune. Uncle Edward had smiled, faintly embarrassed, when he handed it over. "It will melt much sooner than you think," he said. And then more firmly, "Don't mention it to anyone. Not until you're safe inside."
Safe.
A strange word now. There was also a letter inside from Aunt Martha, flowery and affectionate, and beneath that, the telegram.
A reply to Uncle Edward's message confirming my travel plans. Aunt Martha had asked us to delay my arrival by 2 days.
Uncle Edward had sent a polite but final refusal. Everything was arranged. I would arrive in Monaco as scheduled.
I folded the telegram and slipped it back beside the letter, feeling a strange flutter in my stomach.
I'd be there soon, at Villa Astrée. Whether my aunt was ready or not.
Through the window, the spires and fractured terraces of Monaco glittered beneath the midday sun, rebuilt into strange beauty. Portraits had been recovered and reprinted onto carbon fiber walls.
Old mansions stood like restored bones.
The villa would be high on the slopes, far from the water's edge.
The curator across from me tapped the window. "We'll be disembarking in a moment, mademoiselle. It's good you rested. Arrival gates are not kind to the tired."
His English was excellent, though his accent made every sentence sound rather theatrical.
I found it comforting. Captain Mitchell said nothing but nodded once.
The captain and I both owed a great deal to the kindly, rather old-fashioned man sitting across from us, Monsieur Henri Douglas.
We'd first met under rather uncomfortable circumstances. I'd managed to find a seat in a carriage which held a rowdy group of young men.
Captain Mitchell had stepped in gallantly to defend me, but they were not the sort to be easily swayed by British politeness.
And then, from the crowd, had emerged a short, rotund gentleman in a plain coat, followed by an official with the word curator on his cap.
I had no idea what this represented, but it certainly worked. Within moments, the men had vanished, and the 3 of us were settled into a quiet, airy compartment with a door that locked and a view of the sea.
Since then, the journey had been as comfortable as one could possibly wish. And naturally, the 3 of us had become friendly.
Curator Douglas was cheerfully talkative, always ready with a story or an opinion. Captain Mitchell was quieter, more reserved, but attentive in his own thoughtful way.
We pulled into the arrival station. The transit slowed with a soft hiss, and doors slid open with mechanical grace. We stepped down from the high carriage into the bright midday sun.
The platform was bustling, but not overly crowded. Porters in crisp uniforms swooped down upon travelers like hawks claiming their prey.
I stood still for a moment, searching every face. I saw no welcome sign or emissary from the villa. My heart sank.
The curator noticed.
"Ah," he said, "I believe a guide is in order.
Come, mademoiselle.
I know these streets. I will see you safely to the gates." "I'll go," said Captain Mitchell, his voice low. But the curator waved a gloved hand. No, no. Let the elders earn their lunch.
Besides, I know the roads above the archive wall very well. The station steps were carved from imported white stone, flecked with mica that sparkled like frost. Above us, synthetic palms swayed in the ocean breeze, carefully monitored by misting drones hidden in the trees. We passed beneath archways hung with solar mesh disguised as ivy. The curator arranged for a transport.
Not one of the sleek solar skimmers used by inspectors, but an old ground cab, wheels still rattling on rebuilt stone. I turned to Captain Mitchell and held out my hand. His was warm and steady, the grip firm but not hurried.
He held it a moment longer than politeness required, and just long enough to make me feel
seen. I let go first. Goodbye, he said abruptly. Miss Fullerton. Let me see. Today is Saturday.
I wonder if I might call on you tomorrow? Yes, do, I said, pleased.
Do you have the address, Captain? The Villa Astrée. He nodded. We are friends now, are we not? Please call me Stephen. I smiled. It was nice to know I'd see them again, especially him.
The curator ushered me into the cab, and before entering himself, he turned back to Captain Mitchell.
The Hotel St. Clair is very close.
Tell the manager you are with me, he will give you a good room, with the same view as mine. Say I am joining you for supper mon capitaine, and I will see you in the grand dining hall at 8. Stephen had clearly been watching me, not listening.
His eyes had that look again, the one I didn't quite know how to interpret. He blinked and turned toward Douglas. Yes.
Thanks awfully. Villa Astrée, Douglas told the driver.
The man frowned. That's a climb. 25 coins, the curator replied, without hesitation. 30, if we arrive intact. The driver muttered but nodded. I turned to protest, you really don't have to.
I do, he said, already holding open the door. The view is mine to enjoy.
Your company, mademoiselle, is the bonus. We rode in silence, the city falling away behind us. We passed a high stone wall lined with brass plaques and sealed alcoves.
The archive wall, Douglas murmured, almost reverently.
Where Monaco keeps its memory.
I caught glimpses of portraits behind glass, old documents in frames, fragments of lives that someone had deemed worth preserving.
History is currency here, he added quietly. The families above the wall trade in it.
Past the casino ruins, now restored as a museum of pre-collapse decadence, and through streets winding ever upward, where the air thinned and the heat fell like a veil. The road curved again, and the sea flashed into view, startlingly blue, under the filtered sun.
I turned my head as the curator pointed. One of the 6 most beautiful views in the world, he said. Or so I've always believed. I looked out, heart lifting for a moment. I can see why, I said. Even in this strange light. It's curated, he said softly.
Everything here is.
We passed through groves of oranges and olives, old growth tended by careful hands. The higher we climbed, the more the silence thickened.
Then, quite suddenly, the taxi swerved left and pulled into a clearing surrounded by twisted, ancient olive trees.
It was quiet. Unnaturally so. The heat was still there, but goosebumps spread up my arms.
The mountain air, perhaps, but there was something else, too.
A strange hush. An eerie stillness. A kind of solitude that clung to the stones and the trees like old dust. Your friends named their villa well, Douglas said softly. Villa Astrée.
Even I, who thought I knew every corner of Monaco, have never come across this remote and lonely spot before. This is as close as a carriage can get to the villa, the driver announced, twisting round in his seat.
The house is just a few yards up through the trees. All right, Douglas said briskly. Hop down and help me with the lady's luggage.
Without waiting for a response, he climbed out and hoisted my small trunk over one shoulder. I took my Gladstone bag before he could grab that too.
We climbed a short flight of steps carved into the rocky bank.
At the top, we reached a small, iron gate, its paint flaking in strips like sunburnt skin.
Across the top were faded Roman letters spelling out, Villa Astrée.
The cabman unlatched the gate with a grunt, and the three of us passed into a grove of orange trees. The path was narrow and steep at first, then widened into a straight track that led onto a lawn sloping sharply away from a broad, stone terrace.
I took it all in with one long, calculating glance.
For a place called Astrée, it had a surprising air of prosperity.
The shutters, bright green and freshly painted, framed the 6 upper windows and the terrace doors.
2 enormous blue earthenware jars flanked the terrace steps, crammed with geraniums that spilled over their rims in bright, lazy cascades of red.
To the left of the villa, built out at an odd angle, was a square, windowless structure.
I was surprised by the closed shutters and the blinds drawn tight across every ground floor window.
It gave the place a deserted, rather ghostly look. There was something oddly hushed about it all.
Stillness always unsettles the nerves more than noise. I don't suppose your hosts are watchers of the gate? The curator asked dryly.
I shook my head. Something in my chest fluttered. Then, the rustle of leaves. A cat emerged from behind a stone wall. Enormous. Black and white. Its eyes caught the sun like mirrors. It didn't look at us. Just passed by. As if we weren't there at all. I froze. The dream. The cat. The leap. But it was gone.
Chapter 2. The curator smiled faintly. Shall I knock, or would you prefer to flee with me into the city for a final lunch?
Tempting. But I shook my head. He raised his hand and pulled the old-fashioned bell cord. It echoed like a cry. We waited. And waited.
Douglas, ever composed, gave me a smile that managed to be both cheerful and teasing.
And then.
Footsteps.
A woman opened the door.
Older, severe.
Dressed plainly. A blue scarf tied tight at her throat. We did not expect you till the day after tomorrow, she said.
Her voice was polite, her tone formal, but there wasn't the faintest glimmer of welcome on her worn face.
But something in it rang oddly. She must have received the telegram. And surely, she'd already accepted the money.
So, was this surprise real, or just for show? A small performance?
I filed the thought away without judgment. Not yet. I am here now, I replied.
My voice sounded smaller than I meant it to.
The curator handed her the bag.
She took it without a word. Then, finally, a nod.
You will come in.
The old woman led me down a cool, quiet corridor.
I heard only our footsteps on the tiled floor. She paused at a door to the left, then pushed it open. At first, I saw nothing but shadow. The room was completely darkened.
I will go and tell Madam you are here, she said, and with that she crossed the room to a window and drew up one of the opaque yellow blinds. Light spilled in, dusty, soft, and golden. It felt like a curtain being raised on a play I wasn't quite ready to be in.
Tired and hungry as I was, I still couldn't help the prickle of curiosity that stirred in me as I looked around. And I'll admit it, I was surprised. More than surprised. I was interested. The drawing room of Villa Astrée wasn't at all what I'd expected.
It was surprisingly large for a villa this size, long and a little lofty, with 4 tall French windows opening onto the stone terrace. But they were all shut tight, and the air inside had that muggy, faintly sour smell of a room that hadn't been aired in days. The furniture, stiffly arranged, looked old and very, very Italian. The rugs on the floor were faded but exquisite, and the few pieces of furniture, old Empire-style armchairs, a side table, a card table in the corner, looked as though they had been carefully restored from rubble. I moved slowly, brushing a hand along the back of a chair. The room bore the unmistakable signs of expensive resurrection, as though its current owners were determined not merely to remember the past but to inhabit it.
The walls were whitewashed but draped from top to bottom in red cloth.
It struck me as strange, though I remembered vaguely that such things were common in French country houses. Still, to my English eyes, It lent the room a kind of theatrical, almost stage-set atmosphere. Douglas was studying the room too, head slightly tilted, taking everything in. I could tell he'd already sized it up, not valuable, not fashionable, but genuine. Those ancestors, I guessed, were likely Duke Divines.
That gave me a strange, prickly feeling too.
The kind of feeling that reminds you you've stepped into someone else's story.
Not a play, exactly, something older and deeper.
Between the windows hung two huge gilt mirrors, beautifully carved, the kind that belonged in palaces, not a villa lost up a hill.
There was also an ebony and ivory cabinet that must have been worth a fortune. Funny how those few grand pieces only made the rest of the room feel more faded, more ghostly. Near the farthest window stood a small card table.
On it, a half-finished game of patience, cards left as though someone had simply stood up mid-turn and never come back.
They weren't even particularly clean.
Then I heard footsteps, quick ones, coming down the corridor.
The door burst open, and there she was. I hadn't seen her in more than 10 years, but I knew her instantly. Aunt Martha.
The woman who'd once seemed to me the height of elegance, all silk and mystery, sweeping into our dull Epsom sitting room like something from a novel. "Oh, my dear girl," she cried, crossing the room with open arms. She kissed me on both cheeks, and though her perfume was the same, violets and something darker, it seemed fainter, as if time had worn it down.
She held me at arm's length and looked me over. "You've grown so tall. And so like your father." I smiled faintly. "I've been told." Her gaze lingered, thoughtful. "But not your mother, I think." "No, you're very much your father's daughter."
The Fullerton eyes.
She led me to a chair and rang a bell on the wall. "We'll have tea," she said.
"Georgina is still with us."
"You'll remember her." I didn't. "What a surprise, you here today. We weren't expecting you till." She stopped abruptly. Her eyes had flicked to Douglas, standing beside me.
He stepped forward, bowing in that odd little way of his, half French, half something else.
I'd already come to find it oddly charming.
"Forgive my intrusion, madam," he said, with perfect civility. "I have been mademoiselle's traveling companion from Paris, and as I know Monte Carlo well, while she is a stranger to this part of the world, I thought it best to escort her here safely."
As they spoke, I just stood there watching Aunt Martha, and feeling very confused. She didn't look anything like the woman I remembered before the war.
I'd thought of her for so long as stylish, elegant, glamorous, even.
But now, she looked oddly out of place. Slightly absurd, in fact.
Her clothes were still expensive, yes, but chosen without taste.
As if someone had dressed up a mannequin in old-fashioned finery, and set it moving.
The feeling I'd had since arriving, the dreamlike, faintly unreal quality of it all, deepened.
And I couldn't help wondering, had she changed? Or had I simply grown up?
She accepted his explanation for his presence with smooth politeness, thanking him in well-bred, voluble French for escorting her niece. And then, turning to me with something like a flourish, she swept me into her strong arms and kissed me warmly on both cheeks. "It is still to be Aunt Martha, is it not, dear child?"
she said, beaming. "How delightful it will be for me, and for my husband, to have a young and charming girl in the house. We are no longer young. And the war has made us very lonely." She sighed, and I noted the change in her face, a kind of shadow pass across it. "No one would believe how much it changed Monte Carlo," she went on. "But already our friends, French, English, Italian, are beginning to return. The war is becoming like a nightmare. A dream we are trying to forget." Douglas glanced at me. I felt his eyes flicker with concern. "I must be going," he said gently. "We've had no food since morning. Mademoiselle too will be glad of her supper." The Duchess's response was not an offer of food, but a brusque stride to the nearest window. She threw it open with a swift movement and drew in a deep breath. "Ah, that is better," she declared. "I love fresh air." "But my husband?" "No." He fears for the pictures, the furniture. She gestured dramatically to the room.
But look, my little one, look.
Is it not the most splendid view in all?
Douglas barely glanced outside.
His eyes remained on me.
I hope, he said courteously, that you will allow me to come and pay my respects to you, and to Mademoiselle, tomorrow.
But of course, the Duchess replied with a smile. We shall always be delighted to see you. Though it is a steep climb, you know. Only kind friends take pity on my solitude. My husband, he is like a goat. He climbs everything.
Disdains even our good little Monaco carriages.
As if reminded, he said the taxi is still waiting, with a faint smile. Just below the orange grove. So I best leave now. I turned to thank the curator.
I hope this villa proves more charming than it first appears, he said low just for me to hear, with a bow.
And then he was gone, and the door shut behind me. Ahead lay a corridor of dust, silence, and something I couldn't name. Not yet. But I would. Soon. When she finally turned around, something had shifted in her manner, subtle but unmistakable. The theatrical warmth had dimmed, like a lamp being turned down.
She shut the window with a sharp snap and pulled down the heavy yellow blind. Now, she said, her voice still pleasant but somehow different, now, my little one, what is it you would like to do?
I am for the moment very busy.
I sensed the shift immediately, something cool sliding beneath the surface of her words. The warmth I'd felt earlier, in her embrace and chatter, was fading like a scent after the door closes. Perhaps I had better ask Georgina to show you your room, she added. English ladies lie down a great deal, and you, my poor one, have been ill.
I swallowed hard.
What I should like, I said softly, is something to eat, Aunt Martha. I feel so hungry. My voice trembled more than I'd hoped. Her face flickered. Was it irritation? Reluctance?
I will see if there is any milk, she replied, her tone less warm now. Butter, I know we have none. There will be some, I hope, tomorrow morning.
As for an egg, yes, Georgina secured 2 eggs the day before yesterday. I felt a flush rise in my cheeks, suddenly aware I might be imposing. Your uncle and I, the Duchess continued stiffly, follow the custom of the country.
We have our lunch at 11.
I would have expected you to have eaten at 11, even on the train.
But no matter. I will see what can be done. I nodded, trying to sound grateful, but she was already heading toward the door. No, do not follow me, she said, more sharply now.
Stay here.
You can look at the pictures. They are of great interest and value.
Though, alas, the best was sold long ago. To an American millionaire.
The door clicked shut behind her, or at least it was meant to.
The catch didn't hold, and the door drifted open again with a faint creak. I didn't move. The drawing room was dim, sun shafts slicing through the blinds and striping the red hangings like prison bars. 2 tall mirrors faced each other across the space, reflecting light back and forth in muted tones. I wasn't sure what I had walked into, but already I had begun to watch, quietly, from the corners of things. It wasn't fear exactly, but something like it. A readiness. A reflex. The silence was broken by a low clack of cards. In the far corner, I had not noticed an old man seated at the card table. His shoulders were hunched, his white hair slicked back, his face drawn in shadow. As I turned, he looked up. He examined me, without speaking, before returning his gaze to the cards. He bowed slightly. I play patience, he said. Do you? No, I admitted. You will, he said. I shifted where I stood, unsure what to do. He said it as if it were prophecy, or habit. The air felt thick with something unspoken, and I found myself fidgeting with the hem of my sleeve. He looked up once more, his eyes seeming to focus on me as if seeing me for the first time. Do you play patience? He asked. I blinked, certain I'd just answered this. No, I repeated myself, louder this time, wondering if he hadn't heard me properly. He half smiled then looked down again,
softly speaking to himself.
Something about the Queen of Hearts and winter coming early. Uncle Peter?
I ventured, recognition dawning slowly.
He looked frailer than I remembered from childhood visits, his hands trembling slightly as he arranged the cards.
He looked up once more, his gaze wandering past me before settling on my face with effort.
Do you play patience?
He asked, his voice carrying the same hopeful tone as before. My stomach tightened.
I glanced around the room, searching for some explanation, some context for this strange repetition.
We just. I already told you no, Uncle Peter. His world seemed to loop, a loop of cards, fragments, half-remembered phrases.
There were moments of clarity flickering behind his eyes, but just as often, moments that slipped sideways into fog. I watched him struggle to hold onto something, his brow furrowing as if trying to grasp a thought that kept sliding away. The cards don't lie, he murmured, then looked at me with sudden sharpness.
You're new here. I don't know you. I'm Beth, I said gently, though my voice wavered. Edward's niece.
Edward? His face lit up with momentary joy.
Edward's coming for tea. We'll play patience together. He's very good, you know.
Very patient, he chuckled at his own wordplay, then his expression clouded again.
Or was that yesterday?
I startled as Aunt Martha's light laughter came from behind me, and I spun around, relief flooding through me at her presence. Peter, Aunt Martha said, approaching with practiced ease.
Come say hello to Beth Fullerton. You remember Edward's niece?
Peter's eyes moved between us, confusion and recognition warring in his features.
Edward's. He trailed off, then nodded as if this made perfect sense. Of course. The patience player.
Peter is a creature of habit, Aunt Martha explained, her voice carrying both affection and weary acceptance.
He's been with us through all manner of collapse and reconstruction. A rare breed. I finally understood. The repetition, the confusion, the way he seemed to exist in different moments all at once. My throat tightened with a mixture of sadness and embarrassment at my earlier frustration. Aunt Martha turned back to the window, giving me a moment to process. We're having guests tonight. Just a few. A farewell for an archivist headed to the border. You won't mind?
Not at all, I managed, my voice barely above a whisper, still watching Uncle Peter as he returned to his cards, already forgetting we were there.
Good. Georgina will take you to your room. You'll want to change. I stood. Thank you.
She paused, watching me go.
You are very welcome here, Beth. Never forget that.
I followed Georgina back down the corridor, up a narrower stair. The room she showed me was small, high-ceilinged, its single window facing a courtyard of grey stone.
The furniture was plain but polished.
A washbasin stood beneath a small mirror, and on the bed lay a folded set of garments, a house uniform of some kind.
Georgina spoke as she turned to leave. You may rest. Dinner is at 7. The door clicked behind her. I sat on the edge of the bed, and opened my case.
The coins Edward had given me lay untouched in their pouch. I pressed them to my palm, as if they could reassure me.
I was here. I had arrived. And yet, something didn't feel right. Not the way Aunt Martha had looked at me. Not the strange, silvery hush in the walls. And certainly not the cat that had watched me from the trees. I lay back on the bed, staring at the ceiling, the crack in the plaster shaped like a question mark. The loneliness deepened, slow and heavy, like cold water creeping around my ankles. This house, silent behind thick blinds and shuttered windows, felt impossibly empty. And I knew, suddenly, that Villa Astrée might not be the sanctuary I'd hoped for. But I would rest. I would close my eyes just for a few minutes. Chapter 3. When I awoke, it took me a moment to remember where I was. The ceiling above me was low and cracked, the plaster painted with a soft glow of twilight filtering through radiation-tinted mesh. I sat up abruptly and crossed to the window, drawing the curtains aside. Outside, the
The slope of the reclaimed hillside was dark, dense with the scrubby, low reactivity plants used in rewilded zones. The barrier line shimmered faintly in the distance, static electricity cracking through the violet haze. The room was sparsely furnished, a cot with a thin blanket, a narrow wardrobe and a small dressing table.
Nothing personal. Nothing welcoming.
I began to unpack my case methodically, arranging what few belongings I had with mechanical precision.
It calmed me. I dressed in the uniform laid out for me.
It was dark blue, well-fitted, simple. It bore no insignia but had a fine weave, not mass issue. The kind of garment worn by those on the lowest rung of residency in a curated zone.
A step above servitude, but several below ownership. I checked my reflection in the tarnished mirror on the table.
My hair was tidy, my complexion clear. The clean clothes lifted my mood slightly.
I reminded myself that this was temporary. Just 3 months.
The world outside was broken, and Villa Astrée, its relics and routines, would offer safety.
And perhaps something more.
I opened my door and peered out into the corridor. 4 doors lined the wall to my right, front-facing rooms, no doubt, with views over the sea and the domes of the lower city.
I felt a petty stab of disappointment. It would have been nice to wake to that, rather than a wall of scrubland.
Downstairs, I found Georgina in the drawing room.
She nodded toward a table near the window. "You may sit." I did as I was told. The room was lined with portraits. Men and women in Restoration-era fashion, their eyes watching from faded canvas.
A display screen, mounted high on the far wall, cycled through the morning's news feed headlines on the touch screen embedded in the table: trade disputes with the Nord colonies, food ration adjustments in the lower tiers, the explosion of a data vault in former Warsaw.
Nothing about Monaco. Nothing about the villa.
Georgina served me coffee and pale, glistening fruit slices on a chipped white plate.
I thanked her. She made no reply. She left me to myself.
As I ate, I overheard voices drifting through the half-open door.
"She's not what I expected," said Aunt Martha's voice, lower and more clipped than it had been earlier. Another voice, quieter. "She has Edward's eyes.
But she's very observant."
"Well, she'll have to learn.
This isn't a holiday spa."
"And she needs to realize not to ask questions." There was a pause.
Then Aunt Martha again, "Did you check the envelope?"
"Yes. 50 crowns, as promised." "Good. We'll make use of her. There's no reason to waste a registered ward." My stomach clenched. I forced another bite of fruit into my mouth and looked down at my plate. The edges of the slice were trembling slightly. Or perhaps I was. They had expected the money. But they had not expected me, not the young lady I had become since our last meeting.
The conversation moved away, deeper into the house.
I finished my fruit in silence. When I stepped out into the hallway, the afternoon light had shifted. Long shadows stretched across the mosaic floor, and the air carried a faint metallic scent, perhaps from cleaning solutions or the house's filtration system.
I wandered through the lower rooms, glancing into spaces that stood half open, all meticulously preserved. One salon displayed old musical instruments, harps, a clavichord, even a broken synthesizer from before the collapse. Another chamber held glass cases of archived letters and leather-bound books. Then I reached the east-facing corridor. A thread of light escaped from beneath a door that stood slightly ajar.
I crept closer.
Inside, I heard voices, a man this time, not elderly like Peter, but with a steady, confident tone.
"She's prettier than they said." "Don't." Aunt Martha's voice, sharp with warning. The man chuckled. "We'll give her a routine. Let her settle in. She'll be more useful once she's calm." My heart lurched.
I stepped back quickly, slipping into the nearest salon as their voices grew closer. Through a crack in the doorway, I saw them pass.
Aunt Martha, her spine straight, head held high. And beside her, a man with dark hair and military posture.
I waited until the sound of their footsteps faded, then stepped out and made my way back to the drawing room. Peter was seated at the card table again, his hands methodically arranging cards into new rows. He looked up as I entered.
"You should be outside," he said mildly.
"Outside?"
"There's a bench near the olive trees. Good light. Safe enough."
"Safe enough?"
He nodded, shuffled the deck, and began again. Not wishing to press him further, I did as he suggested. Outside, the garden was a strange blend of manicured precision and wild growth.
The paths were clean, but the trees leaned in odd directions, and some of the vines had begun reclaiming the terrace steps.
It was not neglect, it was curated decay. Fashionable among the elite, I'd heard. An aesthetic of survival. I sat on the stone bench beneath a leaning fig tree.
From here, the sky looked like a dome, blue and cloudless, faintly buzzing with the sound of the barrier grid that shielded this district from smog and unwanted intrusion.
A bird passed overhead. Real or drone, I couldn't tell. I heard the guests beginning to arrive.
Cars hummed quietly up the old gravel path, solar-powered, discreet, low-slung. Men in dark uniforms, women in veils or optic mesh.
They were not loud, but their laughter carried an edge.
I made my way back inside, where Georgina was waiting patiently.
"You'll need to change."
She handed me a dress, plain black with narrow sleeves and a soft collar.
It fit as though tailored. In the mirror, I looked older.
The dress drained the color from my skin, leaving me pale and tired, whilst its loose cut concealed my figure entirely, erasing the curves that marked me as a young woman.
It was as though the garment had been designed specifically to strip away my youth.
I stepped quietly down the narrow stairs, uncertain whether I was meant to wait or present myself.
Hovering at the bottom, I gathered my courage and crossed to the drawing room door, which stood ajar.
As I approached, Peter's voice echoed from somewhere below, "Martha. Martha." Following his voice, I found another staircase leading down. At the bottom, my aunt emerged from what must have been her dressing room.
She had changed into a deep violet gown and wore an antique necklace, stones the size of marbles, dull with age. A relic, like everything else here. "Mr. Carrington will be here soon, won't he?" said Uncle Peter. "Is everything ready?" "Of course," said Aunt Martha, with a flicker of irritation. "Georgina and I have prepared everything. I think you will have a good dinner. And so will our dear little Beth." She put a heavy arm around my shoulder, drawing me close. There was nothing in the house when she arrived. But tonight, we feast. Our guests are departing for the colonies. A proper farewell. Uncle Peter looked at her. "An excellent expression," he said. The Duchess moved to the window. "Is it not beautiful?" "It is, Aunt Martha," I said, and meant it. The sky had turned to blue fire, the sea below reflecting strange aquamarine light. The terrace glowed with purples and silver shadows. I thought of her son. "I hope you've heard good news of Thomas?" At once, something softened in her face. She became warm, genuinely warm, for the first time since I'd arrived. "How nice of you to remember him. What talks we used to have. My beloved Thomas. He's not expected soon, but perhaps after the new year he'll visit. He's the best of sons." She said something rapidly to her husband in French. I caught the gist. She was telling him I had asked about Thomas. Peter's face brightened. "He is a good boy," he said. "The king himself thinks highly of him. One day he will be important. He adds luster to our name." "He must have regretted not serving in the war," I said. "He saw the front," said Aunt Martha quickly. "For 2 whole weeks. I'll show you his picture." She left and returned with a photograph. "Is he not handsome?" she asked. Thomas had grown into a striking man. He had his mother's eyes and fine features. He seemed tall, well-dressed. But not at all English. "He looks very English, doesn't he?" she said. I hesitated. "Does he?" "My grandmother was English. That's why I'm fair." That's why Thomas is. He rides, he fences, he plays cricket. He's in the English set in Rome. A true hunter. She looked so proud. I couldn't help smiling.
Aunt Martha? Uncle Edward gave me some money, £50, and I'd like you to keep it safe for me.
You could give me 5 now and then.
50.
How dangerous, my dear. So many brigands about, even now. She turned to Peter. Where shall we keep it? In here, said Uncle Peter, unlocking an old cabinet. You must give it to me properly later, when our guests have gone. Yes, Martha agreed. Let's go and greet them now.
I hope Carrington hasn't wandered back to the games room, Peter said as we moved toward the main hall.
No, said Aunt Martha, there he is now. A tall figure approached across the terrace.
The Duchess opened the French doors.
I stepped aside.
Carrington entered, broad-shouldered, blonde, wearing a thick cloak over evening dress.
I've come to say I can't stay, he said. Some friends are expecting me. Nonsense, said Aunt Martha sharply. You will dine with us. You owe us that. Carrington hesitated. I didn't know you'd invited a lady. She turned to me. Beth, meet our friend Mr. George Carrington. He stared at me, then shook my hand.
You're from England?
Yes. I arrived today. It's been ages since I spoke with an English girl, he said softly. Aunt Martha spoke gently, persuasively.
What's an evening? The villa is quiet, peaceful.
He wavered. Very well, he said finally. All right. 10:30? I'll catch the late transport. The Duke went to pay off his driver. Beth, entertain our guest for a moment. I'll be back. She vanished. Carrington turned to me. They're good people, he said. They've been kind.
I came up here once and...
Well, I've stayed ever since.
You're American?
He colored. No, British. I'm from Pernambuco. Long story. And he told it, his whole tale, from business to battlefield, from loneliness to the villa. It was ordinary, but sincere.
He pulled out a worn case and showed me a small, gold box, chased with tiny flowers.
Would do for stamps, he said.
Maybe snuff.
Want it? I couldn't possibly. It's worth something. A dealer offered me 500 francs. I got it from a woman playing in the rooms, gave her 100. Should have given more. He pushed it toward me. Please, take it. I shook my head. I've nowhere to keep it, I said. Even my money is in their safe. He looked hurt. I'll give it to someone else then. I'm sorry. Truly. Before he could reply, the Duke returned. Dinner is ready.
Dinner was served in the long hall.
A dozen guests. Candles flickered in tall holders. Plates gleamed. Wine decanters glowed faintly under the table lighting. There was laughter and gentle conversation, but none of it interested me.
I was seated beside Peter, who introduced me to no one but refilled my glass with quiet precision.
Across the table Aunt Martha never looked my way.
Silver bowls of soup, followed by cold game pie and a rich soufflé.
Carrington drank more than he ate. Far more. Georgina served in silence, her face waxen. She looked unwell.
I turned to Peter. A small silver pin on his lapel with 3 interlocked circles caught my eye. I realized now that Peter must be an archivist, one of those who kept the old records, the family histories, the careful documentation of bloodlines and inheritances that bound families like ours to their obligations.
He rose slowly, his glass catching the candlelight. Around the table, faces turned toward him with the practiced attention of ritual. To continuity, he said simply. To continuity, the guests echoed, but their voices carried different weights. Some reverent, others perfunctory.
As Peter sat back down, I watched the subtle choreography unfold. A woman in optic mesh leaned toward her companion, lips barely moving. A man in trade curator Gray nodded meaningfully at someone across the table.
Even Aunt Martha's smile seemed rehearsed, as if she'd practiced it in a mirror. This wasn't a farewell dinner.
It was a transfer ceremony, and everyone knew exactly what was being handed over.
Not just Peter's duties, but his secrets.
His access.
His dangerous knowledge of what came before. I looked up to find the cat sitting by the window watching the gathering, as if drawn by tension.
Aunt Martha caught my eye and laughed. "Mimi is our little spy," she'd said fondly.
"She always knows when something interesting is happening." I nodded and pursed my lips. Carrington rambled. Loudly. By the time coffee arrived, he was flushed and dazed. I declined the drink. After dinner, as the guests retired to the salon, I remained behind. The cards on the table had shifted. I reached out to touch one.
The Queen of Swords.
I turned it face down and followed the others into the dark. I heard the light footsteps of my aunt approach. "You should rest, dear child. Go to bed," she instructed.
Georgina appeared. "Water for mademoiselle." She brought a glass.
I took it and thanked her. Aunt Martha smiled tightly.
"Careful, don't spill on my dress."
"No kisses tonight, we'll make up for it tomorrow." I left the room.
In my bedroom, I drank a few sips. The water was cloudy.
I set it down. I opened the window. Air swept in, sweet and sharp. My first day at Villa Astrée was over. A long night stretched ahead.
Chapter 4.
It may have been an hour later when I woke with a start, disoriented.
At first, I couldn't place where I was, but that strange, leaden quiet soon reminded me, Villa Astrée. Something had disturbed my sleep, a sound, perhaps.
I lay still, listening. There it was again. Soft footsteps on gravel. From below. My skin prickled.
Without thinking, I slipped out from my bed and crossed the cold floor in my nightclothes. The house was utterly still, but my family lay sleeping somewhere in these corridors. The door opened beneath my hand as though it expected me. I stepped into the corridor, driven by an urgent need to ensure they were safe. I crossed the narrow hallway, thinking only of who I could reach first. Georgina's quarters, I had been told, were down the end.
Perhaps she could help or had heard the sounds too. Her door was obvious with a small plaque on the frame with her name. The door creaked faintly as I pushed it open. Inside, the air was cooler. A single mesh-screened window was shut tight.
I walked toward it, hoping to catch sight of Georgina, to wake her and ask what we should do. Outside, the southern slope stretched down into blackness.
The surveillance grid shimmered faintly, a pulse behind the trees.
The sky above the zone was dark, starless, a violet arc barely visible above the domes of Monte Carlo.
The soft footsteps came again, stealthy, padded, deliberate. Then came the subtle creak of the long French window in the grand salon. Someone, perhaps more than one, was inside the house now. I didn't dare move. I thought of calling out to Georgina, but that might alert the intruders to our presence. What if they were armed? Then came a faint click. The window closing.
I strained to hear, and caught the soft, unmistakable sound of feet withdrawing across the lawn, at least 2 people, maybe 3, their footsteps careful but not quite silent enough.
They moved with purpose toward the rewilded grove that encircled the villa. Whoever they were, they knew the grounds well enough to navigate in darkness. A new sound startled me.
Soft padding footsteps in the corridor. The door to Georgina's room creaked open wider, and a heavy black and white form slipped inside. Mimi? The cat approached me with deliberate steps, and I saw immediately that something was wrong. Her usually pristine fur was matted with dirt along one side, and small twigs clung to her coat. She'd been outside, moving through the undergrowth. She wound herself around my legs in that familiar feline way, rubbing against my nightgown, but there was something urgent in her movements.
Her eyes gleamed with that phosphorescent shine as she looked up at me with an intensity that felt almost human. As if she were trying to communicate something important.
Then I noticed what she carried in her mouth, a small, dark object. She dropped it at my feet with a soft clink, then sat back and continued to stare at me.
My skin prickled with the same unease I'd felt watching the intruders below.
Mimi had been out there.
She had seen something, or someone.
I bent down and picked up the object, turning it over in my palm. A button, heavy, brass, the kind used on officer coats.
It bore an unfamiliar insignia. Not a local servant's badge, not a trinket. I wrapped my fingers around it tightly, telling myself I'd show it to someone.
Later. The cat gave a low, rumbling purr as she continued to weave around my legs, not the contented sound I'd heard at dinner, but something more insistent. A warning, perhaps.
Or an accusation.
I stumbled back from the window, hands shaking, and suddenly remembered why I had come here in the first place. Georgina?
I whispered. But the room was silent.
I reached toward where the bed should be, then down to the mattress.
It was cold. Untouched. She hadn't slept here at all. I stood for several long seconds in the silent dark, my mind racing.
If Georgina was awake somewhere else in the villa, perhaps she already knew what was happening.
There had been no screams of distress, no sounds of struggle.
Maybe I was letting my imagination run wild, making things seem worse than they were. After all, this was a grand household, perhaps the staff moved about at night on legitimate business.
Perhaps Georgina had simply chosen to sleep elsewhere. I returned to my room and paused at the window.
I parted the curtains and breathed in the cold night air. The southern winds had turned, bringing with them a strange, metallic scent. The darkness felt absolute, but peaceful now. Convincing myself that my mind had conjured threats from innocent sounds, I lay down again.
My sleep, when it finally came, was deep but uneasy.
I dreamt of footsteps and gleaming eyes, of buttons falling like rain against glass. In my dream, Mimi spoke in Georgina's voice, warning me of something I couldn't quite understand. I woke several times, each time listening for sounds that never came.
The villa had returned to its unnatural quiet.
When dawn finally crept through the curtains, I woke feeling as though I'd been wrestling with phantoms all night. My nightgown was twisted around me, damp with perspiration despite the cool air.
The room felt unfamiliar all over again.
The events of the previous evening seemed both vivid and unreal. Had I truly witnessed intruders, or had my unsettled mind conjured them from shadows and settling wood? Had I dreamed the footsteps?
The opened window?
No.
I remembered the weight of Mimi's gaze too clearly. I pushed aside the curtains.
The window faced the narrow inner courtyard. The view offered nothing but stone and sky.
A pity. I looked to my bedside table. The glass of water from last night sat untouched. A white sediment had formed at the bottom.
Chalk? I told myself Villa Astrée was built on chalk, like the Ashdown.
But it left me uneasy. I slipped on my robe and opened the bedroom door.
The corridor blazed with sunlight. Such contrast. My room, it seemed, was designed to shield rather than welcome the day. I crept a few feet down the hall to Georgina's room. Its door was ajar.
I peeked in. Empty. The tiny space now seemed oddly small. Shrunk in daylight.
No sign it had been slept in.
I descended the stairs and passed through to the kitchen.
Georgina sat at a little table, a mug of dark coffee in her hands. She jumped as I entered. Mademoiselle.
You startled me.
Would you like coffee?
I will bring it to your room. She said nothing about where she'd been, and I didn't ask. Her hands were steady on the coffee mug, but she never met my eyes.
And something in her silence felt deliberate, careful, even rehearsed. I only want to know where the bathroom is, I said.
She looked startled again.
Does Mademoiselle really want a bath?
You look so clean already. I laughed for the first time since arriving, a real laugh. It startled us both.
Georgina smiled faintly and raised a finger to her lips. Shh.
You will wake them.
She led me out into the courtyard.
Across the flagstones sat a whitewashed structure with sleek metal doors.
She pressed her palm to a scanner beside the entrance, and the doors slid open silently, revealing a space lined with luminescent tiles that seemed to glow with their own soft light.
A modern bathing chamber, its surfaces gleaming white, occupied the center. Temperature controls and water pressure sensors were embedded in the smooth walls. Beside it stood a peculiar wheeled cart with enormous tires. "What a strange machine," I said. "Oh, that old thing. We use it for the garden work. Moving heavy things around," Georgina replied. She gestured toward the bathing chamber. Multiple spray heads emerged from hidden recesses in the walls. "This is the only proper bathing facility in the villa," she said. "It was installed when young Master Thomas visited. He was not pleased by the lack of modern conveniences. So, the Duchess had this installed. But he never used it. He moved to a hotel."
She looked at me as if expecting me to recoil.
"How does one operate it?"
I asked. "The controls are here," she said hesitantly, pointing to a panel that glowed softly when touched.
A heating element hummed quietly beneath the floor. I placed my hand near it. "It's still warm."
"You used this recently?"
She flushed.
"No.
Last night."
"Please don't tell Madam."
I was disposing of some old documents that needed to be destroyed securely. "Of course not," I said.
She brought me a towel, surprisingly soft despite its worn appearance, and left me to manage.
Afterward, I returned to the kitchen, hair damp, cheeks stinging, and accepted a bowl of freshly cut fruit. "Is there an English church here?"
I asked.
Georgina paled. "Oh no, miss, you mustn't go out alone. Madam would be furious with me." "Very well. I'll stay on the terrace and be lazy." She unlocked the door. I wandered out to the terrace. The drawing room's French windows were still closed. The blinds down. I told myself I had dreamed last night's events. And then voices? Urgent, distressed.
Aunt Martha's voice, rapid and high, shifting from French to Italian to English.
I rose from the basket chair and turned.
Through the open French windows, I saw the Duchess, the Duke, and Georgina gathered around the ebony and ivory cabinet.
"A terrible thing has happened, my poor child," cried Aunt Martha. "The room was entered in the night. The cabinet forced, everything taken."
"Oh, why did Peter not take the money to his own room?"
The Duke stood rubbing his forehead. The cabinet door had been wrenched off.
My money drawer sat upside down, papers spilled onto the carpet.
"Some family documents are missing too," said Uncle Peter. "Not all." "That is good."
"Would they had taken them all and left our poor Beth's money intact," cried Aunt Martha.
"It's unfortunate," I said softly. "But it's done. I didn't keep the note numbers. I'm afraid they're gone." No one answered.
"Did you oversleep, Georgina?"
asked the Duchess sharply. "I know when it happened," I said. "And I told them." "Thank heaven you did not interfere," said the Duke, visibly shaken. "You might have been harmed."
Georgina collapsed into a chair, sobbing under her apron.
"You must come to me if you need anything," said Aunt Martha, turning to me.
"Perhaps Edward will send another 50. He won't hear of this for some time," I said.
"He leaves today for the West Indies. But I have a letter of credit." Her face lit up. Even Uncle Peter looked relieved. "Excellent. Edward is a generous man." "He is. I've had a banking account since my 21st birthday. That was his gift to me." "Peter, fix what you can of the cabinet," said the Duchess briskly. "Beth, let's walk." We paced the lawn. At last, she asked about Aunt Emma, about the Ashdown, about my finances. I answered each gently. But when she asked about Cousin Rosa, I hesitated. "Yes, she's still alive." Over 80. Very wealthy. She wanted me to spend the winter with her.
And you didn't?
I would have gone mad with boredom.
Who inherits her fortune?
She told Uncle Edward it would come to me. The Duchess stopped. You?
Her voice carried surprise, and something sharper.
She's always said so. Even when I was a child. And what of your other money?
£10,000.
My father's legacy. Uncle Edward never touched it. It's well invested.
Then you have the income already?
Yes. No wonder you were calm about the theft. We walked in silence. Then she said suddenly, "You shouldn't tell people these things."
You don't talk to strangers about money, I hope?
Of course not. I've never spoken of it before. Only to you, Aunt Martha, because you asked. It was right that I should know. You're my responsibility. There are many fortune hunters.
I doubt any will find me here, I said, laughing.
Not while you are at Villa Astrée, she replied, smiling. Her teeth gleamed, unnaturally white.
As we returned to the house, she said lightly, "Another Sunday, I shall send you to the English service."
It's proper. I'd planned to go today, but Georgina said, "I'll check if there is an afternoon service. Peter might escort you. I wouldn't want you alone in Monte Carlo." There was a pause. "I think Captain Mitchell and Douglas are coming today," I said. She turned sharply.
"Captain Mitchell?
Who is he?" "A friend. Perhaps he won't come. But Douglas said he might." "Ah, yes. Douglas. A good man.
And wealthy too, he stays at the Hotel St. Clair."
Her tone cooled. I sensed her recalculating. I smiled privately.
She reminded me of an old story, a man who refused to visit the rich, lest their wealth be contagious. Aunt Martha, perhaps, believed wealth was catching.
Chapter 5. My first proper meal at Villa Astrée was a patchwork of leftovers from last night's banquet, if it could be called that. The delicacies had vanished, but what remained was rich enough.
Only the table had changed. The delicate lace cloth was replaced with rough unbleached linen, the cut glass decanters were gone, and instead of fine porcelain we used thick yellow plates and mismatched utensils. It was a striking contrast.
Still, the food was good. Substantial.
I helped myself to more, and Aunt Martha, watching me with an unusual warmth, said, "Yes, eat well, my little Beth."
We must eat simply most of the time.
It is a curious truth, her tone turned bitter, that Georgina never learnt to cook.
Even I can cook better than Georgina. She glanced at Uncle Peter, who muttered in French, "She does well enough. We must buy our food cooked. Fuel costs are extreme." "Fuel was not always dear," snapped the Duchess.
"And Georgina always cooked badly."
Then she turned to me. "Perhaps you know something of cooking, little Beth?" I remember delicious puddings. Rice. Milk. They made the mouth water. But girls are not taught these things now. "They are," I replied with a smile. "If you like, I'll make you a rice pudding tonight. Though I'm not sure how I'll brown the top without an oven."
"No, no.
We mustn't roughen those pretty hands, Thomas will be here soon," she said, then turned to Uncle Peter in a flurry of French. "I'm telling her to look her best when Thomas arrives."
"Thomas?"
he echoed. "But Thomas isn't due until the end of the cycle." "Oh, but he is. I heard from him this morning." I blinked.
Georgina had told me there were no deliveries on Sundays. After the meal, we returned to the drawing room, where Uncle Peter immediately resumed his card game. "I think I'll help Georgina wash up," I said.
"Do be careful of those hands," Aunt Martha said seriously. I regretted my offer almost at once.
At home, we had hot water, dish racks, and clean cloths. Here, Georgina dunked everything into lukewarm water, swirled a murky mop over it, and passed the dishes to me to dry with a towel that I instantly recognized, with dismay, as the same one I had used that morning after my bath.
It made my stomach churn. Yet I said nothing. Georgina clearly saw nothing wrong with it. Then she moved in close. "Listen," she whispered, glancing toward the door. "Mademoiselle must eat properly. You are paying 125 crowns a week. More than I see in 3 months." Her voice dropped even lower.
"Before you came, we ate soup."
"Thin soup. Sometimes bread if monsieur could bargain for yesterday's loaves." She was whispering now. Not just out of courtesy, but fear.
Her eyes darted to the door twice.
I had the sense she wanted to say more, but didn't dare. Whatever loyalty held her here, it was laced with something else.
Resentment? Guilt?
I couldn't tell. She scrubbed at a plate with unusual violence. "Madam, she sells things. Piece by piece.
The silver candlesticks from the dining room, gone last month.
The crystal glasses we used for your first dinner. Borrowed from the hotel. They must go back tomorrow." "But surely. The grocer, he won't give credit anymore."
Says the account is too high already."
"When you handed over that rent money." Georgina's eyes filled with tears.
"It was like watching someone drowning finally reach air."
"I'm sure she wouldn't starve me," I said. Georgina's hands shook as she dried a cup. "When you handed over that rent money, I saw her cry. Right there in the kitchen. First time since the Duke's stroke. She thought." Her voice caught. "She thought we might have to close the villa. Sell it. We'd have nowhere to go. But now she can pay her debts and start afresh."
"But," I started, "I really didn't mind if this was where it went."
"When your plate is empty, ask for 2 eggs. 2 cutlets. Milk too.
Remember, you're a paying guest as much as you are family."
I didn't want to speak against my hosts.
Still, I resolved to tell Aunt Martha that my doctor had insisted I be fed up, a little fiction with a helpful grain of truth.
"But when Thomas arrives?"
"He's not arriving until after New Year," she said.
It was the 3rd time in as many days that someone had told me a different story about Thomas.
"He is," I insisted. "She told us today she heard from him. He's coming much sooner." Georgine gave me a short sad smile and silently shook her head. I was halfway through a letter to Uncle Edward when the doorbell rang.
I hadn't heard it since the day I arrived. Last night's guest had come through the garden path. That bell sounded rarely used. I opened my door and waited.
Surely it was Douglas and Stephen? When a second peal echoed, I hurried downstairs. An open door near the stairs caught my eye. The room beyond, which I hadn't seen before, was more study than parlor. Dark wood, thick carpet, and a massive desk.
The Duchess stood near the entrance, her face drawn tight.
Georgina was beside her, equally anxious.
They both looked startled when they heard me. "Shall Mademoiselle answer the door?" whispered Georgina. "I think it's Douglas and Captain Mitchell," I said. "Of course," said Aunt Martha, her tension vanishing. "How foolish of me not to have thought. Run, Georgina. Open the door. What must they think of us?" She turned to me. "We have little tea. I had planned to send the girl into town later today." "It's only 3, I said with a smile. "I doubt they'll want tea." But the visit disappointed me. We sat in stiff formation around the cold fireplace in the salon. No privacy, no relaxed chatter. Douglas talked with practiced charm. He described life in post-war Paris with colorful anecdotes and named many influential friends. The Duchess's admiration grew visibly. But when Douglas suggested I join them for an hour at the casino, Aunt Martha rejected the idea with vehemence. "No, no. Ladies do not gamble on Sundays. I should have thought even you would know that." Soon my son will be here. He will escort Beth to places I cannot. She turned to Stephen and began interrogating him. His military service. His income. His family. His address. His injuries. He answered politely.
Then, when she asked how long he had known me, he said quietly, "It feels like a lifetime."
I flushed, but he gave me a quick, teasing glance. He meant me to take it lightly.
Georgina announced afternoon tea.
We moved to the dining room. The lace cloth was back. The china gleamed. Fruit stood tall in glass towers.
5 teacups were arranged in a semicircle.
Tea, oddly, had been brewed in an ornate silver coffee pot.
"Will you pour, dear Beth?"
said the Duchess. In England, the young serve the old. But here, we allow beauty to do as it pleases. I poured.
Douglas and Peter took sugar, 3 lumps. Stephen declined any.
The Duchess refused tea entirely. We agreed to a turn of the gardens before the men had to depart. At the gate, Stephen whispered, "Slip away now, come with us. Just as you are." There was something reckless in his voice, just a thread, but it tugged at something in me. For one mad moment, I almost said yes.
His nearness made the air feel thinner, more charged.
I shook my head. She'd never forgive me. She made it quite clear. "She can't keep you locked away forever," he said. "Make her understand, English girls have freedom." "I'll try." "She's very determined," I insisted. He studied me. "I hope they're treating you well." I nodded. "They're kind. In their own way." Douglas behind us with Peter interrupted with a new suggestion.
"Couldn't you and Mademoiselle lunch with me tomorrow?"
Peter hesitated. "I'm not sure of my wife's plans."
Douglas smiled.
"Stephen and I leave for Milan shortly. We'll be back with the month."
I felt oddly bereft.
I'd known about the trip vaguely, but now it felt abrupt. Unwelcome. Stephen must have seen it. I could delay. "Write and say I'll come later," he suggested. Douglas was firm. "Arrangements are made." The Duke seemed cheerful. "We'll see you next Sunday, then. Beth can rest till then." As we neared the villa gates where their carriage waited, I summoned my courage. I slowed, letting the men walk ahead.
Aunt Martha had walked slowly, watching us from behind. "Aunt Martha," I said, my voice low, "you'll have to accept that I'll be going out alone."
"I'm English. I couldn't stay if I weren't free."
"Of course you're free," she said quickly.
"Absolutely. I'm sorry you didn't go today."
"I hadn't the time to know these men and didn't want to let your Uncle Edward down by releasing you to strangers."
"But now?"
I asked.
She nodded. "They are well enough." I smiled and linked my arm with hers. "You were right, I care little for the casino and its activities. But I do want to play tennis. Perhaps you know someone who could sponsor me at the club?" The word sponsor baffled her, but she nodded. "Certainly. Meanwhile, Peter will take you to town the day after tomorrow to show it to you. It would be remiss to send you there first without a guide. He has errands. He can inquire about tennis." We caught up with the waiting men.
Peter spoke. "Douglas invited us to lunch tomorrow. He wanted Beth to come."
"We have plans," said the Duchess. "Perhaps another time."
The men left with polite nods and handshakes. As we walked back toward the house, the Duchess's grip on my arm tightened slightly. "You'll find your way here," she said, her voice carrying a warmth I hadn't heard before.
"And when you do, you'll understand why your Uncle Edward was so particular about the company you keep."
I looked back once at the retreating figures, then ahead at the grand estate that would be my home for the coming weeks.
Then she looked at me closely. "I wish to ask you something. Are you what they call in England
engaged?"
Color rose in my cheeks. "No, Aunt Martha. I'm not." There was a pause. "When you write to Edward," she said, "tell him we're making you happy." "Of course," I said, softened. I felt guilty for having confronted her.
Aunt Emma would never have backed down, but Aunt Martha did.
It made me wonder how much the weekly payment meant to them. £5 seemed to weigh heavily in this house.
The first week of my stay at Villa Astrée was, truth to tell, more like a month, and a very long month, than a week.
Without Douglas and Stephen's visits to anticipate, time seemed to stretch endlessly.
After I had helped Georgina with the housework each morning, sweeping the small terracotta tiles, beating the dust from heavy curtains, and hanging laundry on lines that stretched between weathered shutters, there was absolutely nothing left to do during the rest of the day. The hours stretched endlessly before me like the shimmering heat mirages that danced above the sun-baked streets. I would sit on the small balcony, watching the same elderly woman tend her geraniums in the courtyard below, listening to the rhythmic click of her pruning shears, and wonder how people fill their lives in such quiet places.
Twice, I accompanied Uncle Peter into Monte Carlo's lower quarter, grateful for any break in the monotony. These expeditions felt like small adventures after days of confinement.
We descended through narrow, winding streets where flags fluttered between ancient buildings, their facades painted in faded yellows and salmon pinks that spoke of better days. The air was thick with the scent of baking bread, strong coffee, and something indefinably foreign, perhaps the lingering aroma of exotic spices from the small North African shops tucked into shadowy corners.
We shopped in tiny local stores that seemed to exist in another century entirely.
Uncle Peter's French was serviceable but heavily accented, and I watched with a mixture of embarrassment and fascination as he bargained hard over pennies. His face would redden as he gestured emphatically at a shopkeeper over the price of tomatoes or a small wheel of local cheese, counting out coins with the careful precision of a man for whom every centime mattered. The merchants, weathered and patient, would shake their heads with theatrical despair before finally accepting his offers, as if this elaborate dance of negotiation was simply part of the daily ritual. When I asked to see the church, hoping, perhaps, for some familiar comfort in this foreign landscape, Uncle Peter's expression softened slightly. The small chapel sat modestly between a bakery and a pharmacy, its wooden doors bearing faded paint and a simple brass plaque worn smooth by salt air. Inside, it smelled of old hymn books and furniture polish, and I felt a sudden, unexpected pang of homesickness. He showed me the banker's well, a more impressive building with solid stone columns and brass fittings that gleamed despite the coastal humidity. Uncle Peter conducted his business there with a gravity that suggested these transactions were of vital importance, speaking in hushed tones with the clerk while I waited on a leather chair that had seen better decades, studying the maritime paintings that decorated the walls and wondering what secrets lay behind the heavy vault door.
At the end of the week, I told them I would be going into town alone. I didn't say I wanted to visit the bank but instead, enjoyed the walk.
It had seemed strange at first to be walking all alone in a foreign town, but I had managed quite well, and the bankers had been very courteous to their new client. They offered me tea and tiny sugar-coated biscuits that tasted like lemon drops.
Uncle Edward had thought ahead.
In addition to the envelope of coins, he'd arranged a personal letter of credit, tucked into my bag.
Only if absolutely necessary, he'd said. I had hesitated to use it.
Now, I was grateful I hadn't lost everything.
The gentleman had shaken his head when I had told him about the unfortunate theft of £50, but he had not been as surprised as I had been that the police had not been told about it.
Police?
He smiled. A waste of time, mademoiselle. And quite unpleasant. Far better avoided. That day, I also bought 6 chairs and a little outdoor table, a gift for the villa. Aunt Martha was thrilled. Genuinely. But the thriftiness continued. Every coin stretched. Every discussion bent toward money. And then something lovely happened. Stephen wrote. Not once. But 3 times.
The first was simple, informal, pleasant to read, telling me something of how Milan had struck him, and how grateful he was to good-natured Douglas for his company.
Nothing extraordinary. But it lifted me.
But when the second letter came, I could not help having an uncomfortable suspicion that it had been steamed open and then closed down again. The envelope seal looked different somehow, neater than the postman usually managed, and slightly damp despite the dry weather. I hated myself for suspecting such a thing, but I had already come to the conclusion that Aunt Martha was sly and, when it suited her, very unscrupulous.
It might have been my imagination,
but it stirred something dark, a violation I'd never experienced before. I had always been treated by Uncle Edward and Aunt Emma in a frank, open, straightforward way.
Neither of them would have dreamt of opening one of my letters.
Had they thought I was carrying on an unsuitable correspondence, they would have taxed me with it at once, and Aunt Emma might have gone so far as to forbid me to receive letters from a correspondent of whom she did not approve.
But it would all have been above board.
He wrote to say that he hoped to see me at the English church service on Sunday morning.
It was a small line, but it lit the entire day.
I began rising early, waiting for the post. Stephen's third letter arrived on the Saturday morning. It was handed to me direct. In this last letter it contained 3 lines: "I think of you when the air changes.
When the light softens around the stones. That is all I will allow myself to say. Stephen." I sat for a long time on the end of the bed, the page trembling between my fingers. I felt the restrained warmth. A promise wrapped in silence.
I whispered his words aloud, tasting their careful restraint. Saturday passed in heat and silence.
That night, the villa groaned with thunder. The storm howled through the walls. And I slept.
In the dream, we stood at the edge of some foreign balcony. His hand found mine, not bold but sure, like a tether.
The city shimmered beneath us, all broken light and hush.
When I woke, I could still feel the press of his palm against mine, as if I'd carried it back through sleep.
Chapter 6. I got up the next morning feeling very happy and cheerful.
Not only were Douglas and Stephen now back in Monte Carlo, but Thomas Devine's arrival was confirmed for the following Tuesday.
His mother talked of him incessantly and was evidently exceedingly anxious to make his visit a success. Aunt Martha was beside herself with anticipation.
I could not help feeling touched by her love of, and pride in, her son, and, as I got ready to start for church, I told myself that it would be amusing to see Thomas after having heard so much about him.
And then, a blush caught me off guard as I wondered, what would Thomas make of Stephen? They were sure to be very different men. When Thomas is here, you'll be very content. Aunt Martha had announced with a giddy smile the night before. You will go out often. I hope you brought something pretty to wear. If not, perhaps 1 or 2 new dresses, yes? I've hardly bought anything since the war. It felt wrong. I had replied. You won't find anything cheap here, she warned, but you must have clothes, she insisted.
Now, I stared at my reflection, modestly outfitted in the plain black coat and skirt I had worn on my journey from London.
It would have to do.
I passed through the kitchen on my way out. Georgina looked up from her stove. Mademoiselle looks fresh as a rose, she said warmly.
I'm off to church. Need anything from the town? She hesitated, then nodded.
Only, if Mademoiselle would be so kind, eggs.
The little house, near the chapel, on the ridge. Plenty of time, I said cheerfully. And now that my friends are back, I hope to join the tennis club, and have many adventures out of the house.
You'll be rid of me often, Georgina.
Her answer surprised me. I will miss you, my little lady. You are a ray of sunlight in this house. When I found myself on the uneven winding path leading upwards towards the top of the great hill, I was amazed at the destruction the storm had wrought. Even the sturdy olive trees had suffered now with bowed branches, and the more delicate flowering bushes were beaten to the earth. Once I had collected Georgina's eggs, I decided to take an alternate route to town. A narrow stairway, worn into the hill, would wind me toward Monte Carlo from the far side. I liked the idea. The usual path, past Villa Astrée, suddenly felt oppressive. But it was longer than I thought. I quickened my pace, glancing at my wristwatch. If I didn't hurry, I'd miss the service. To make up time, I cut across a neglected orange grove. The shade was thick, the air pungent with fruit.
The sweet smell of rotting oranges mixed with something else, something that made me step back, covering my nose with my handkerchief.
Then I stopped dead. My heart didn't so much skip a beat as cease entirely. An arm.
Just an arm. Stretched across the path, half sunk into wet earth.
The sleeve was soaked, the cuff grayed by mud and water. The hand was clenched.
And around the wrist, catching the sunlight, was a gold bangle.
My stomach turned. My breath caught in my throat. I knew that bangle. Carrington. I didn't scream. I stood very still.
The silence of the grove pressed against my ears.
No birds sang. Even the insects had gone quiet, as if the presence of death had stilled all life around it. I pressed my hands to my face, then made myself look again.
I stooped.
The body was mostly obscured by a fallen branch. Only the outstretched arm, and part of the torso, were visible. The storm must have dislodged him. Perhaps he had been sheltering under a bush. I inched closer.
A pistol, small, dull metal, lay in the grass.
Had he been attacked?
Robbed?
Left to die? There were no signs of a struggle, but the storm could have swept those traces away. The ground around me shimmered with sunlight, glistening raindrops on the leaves. It was too peaceful. Too still. I crouched low again. It was piteous.
To see what had once been a living man, a man who had smiled, joked, worn gold on his wrist, reduced to this.
I stood, shaken.
Should I go back to Villa Astrée and tell the divines? No.
I would go to Douglas. And to Stephen. I trusted them more.
I hurried on to the clearing where the taxi had dropped me days earlier.
From there I found the road to town. My hands wouldn't stop shaking as I walked. Every shadow seemed to hold another terrible secret. My stride steadied somewhat, but I was still trembling. At least now I had direction. As I neared the chapel, I saw people reading a paper pinned to the door. They looked disappointed and turned away. A cancellation. The chaplain was ill.
A voice beside me, "Good morning, Miss Fullerton."
Stephen stood smiling. But something in his tone, or perhaps in the relief I felt at seeing him, made me cry. Not visibly, not fully, but tears welled, and my throat tightened. To me, he was a tether to familiarity. He studied me, alarmed. "Are you all right?" I pulled myself together. "But something awful has happened."
"Tell me," he said quietly.
"Let's find Douglas." He nodded. "He's walking this way." We walked in silence. Stephen listened, brave and still.
"You're certain it was Carrington?"
he asked finally. "Yes."
I didn't look at the face, I couldn't.
"But the bangle. And the cuff. It was him." "It's likely," he said slowly. "He lost badly at the tables. This isn't uncommon here. But to choose that place."
"You assume it was his choice?"
I asked. I had thought worse. "It wasn't quite in the villa garden," I said. "Far enough that he might not have been found for weeks. I only found him by accident." "You must rid the images from your mind," said Stephen. "You mustn't let it haunt you. I've seen worse. It's not good to dwell on such things." "I know," I whispered. "But I can't forget."
Douglas was walking towards us, elegant as ever.
He spotted us and smiled broadly. "Miss Fullerton.
You've returned. I hope all is well at Villa Astrée?"
"Something dreadful has happened," Stephen said quickly. He explained.
Douglas's face darkened.
"You did right to come here," he said. "And of course I'll go with you to the police. Let's walk there now." I felt my movements stiffen as we drew near the station.
Douglas noticed. He laid his hand gently over mine.
"Come now. You take strength. We've all seen darker days than this, and I didn't let them take hold of us." His lightness was oddly comforting. I smiled despite myself.
"It's worse," I said softly, because I knew him.
You knew the man?
Douglas asked, startled.
Stephen explained.
Douglas's voice softened.
That would make it harder. Did he seem troubled?
No.
He joked. He'd lost money but didn't seem to mind. I remember him saying he'd got off cheap. We walked in silence a moment. Douglas broke it with a sudden question. And how is the Duchess? I find her fascinating. A formidable woman. I wouldn't have lasted a week married to her. I think the Duke is content, I said. They're excited about their son's visit. They worship him. Thomas Devine, Douglas mused. And he's never served?
No.
She says he served Italy better from Rome.
Ah.
A shirker, Douglas muttered. I hope not, I said. He must be handsome, Douglas went on. His mother was a beauty once. She was, I said. I remember thinking so as a child. But now, she's changed. She hasn't aged well, Douglas said.
It's an art, growing old.
Few possess it. Duke Thomas Devine, Douglas repeated. I'll look into him. Perhaps I'll call at the villa again soon. Then he said, now we go to see my friend Bouton.
He will not like being disturbed on a Sunday, but you'll rest easier having done your duty.
He noticed my questioning look. Bouton is particular about how these matters are handled. Better to approach him properly than to stumble into his office unprepared.
He values discretion above all else.
Bouton. The name rang oddly.
Something tugged at my memory, but the shock had scattered my thoughts.
And then, through the fog of trauma, I remembered. It was the name that had startled the cab driver the day I arrived in Monte Carlo. Chapter 7.
As we walked the descending arterial road that carved its way through what the locals called New Monte Carlo into the reborn Condamine below, Douglas's tone turned philosophical, almost as if musing to himself more than to me. I had heard about the reset, the great reconstruction that had followed the war, but seeing it firsthand was different. Monaco had become something neither fully the old principality I'd read about in guidebooks, nor entirely the new technological haven the newspapers described. The man we're about to meet is one of the last true autocrats left in what remains of Europe, he said. In Monaco, what's left of it, anyway, his word is law.
There's no appeal. No committee.
Just Bouton.
He gave a dry laugh.
I remember once, he had an Englishman deported, unheard of, really. The man, Johnson, was a vile sort, loud, disrespectful.
But it kicked up a huge storm. A cousin in your Foreign Office, I think. There were threats, letters, ambassadors pulling strings. But Bouton stuck to it. Johnson never came back.
We turned onto a quiet, shadowed lane of low post-reset villas, part preserved heritage, part steel and carbon retrofit. Green energy panels glinted beside stone archways from centuries past. It was an odd marriage of old and new, as if the architects couldn't decide whether to preserve the past or embrace the future, so they'd chosen both.
Douglas stopped. Just one thing, Miss Fullerton. When we meet him, don't offer anything unless asked directly. Even then, it's your choice to answer or not. I'll speak for you where I can.
If all goes well, this won't follow you any further. Do you think I'll need to show the police where I found him? I asked.
I hope not.
Minutes later, we were seated in a sterile reception room softened only slightly by an antique rug and a digital tapestry scrolling through local news.
The door creaked open.
A tall, reedy man stepped in, napkin tucked into his collar like a bib, and greeted Douglas with genuine warmth. His eyes cut to me in a swift, piercing scan.
What a pleasure, my friend. If only you'd come earlier, we just finished lunch. My daughter's here from Australia. Sit, sit.
He turned his sharp gaze to me again.
Douglas got straight to the point.
Miss Fullerton, a guest at Villa Astrée, came across a body this morning.
Near the upper hills. She was en route to the English service. Bouton did not blink. Very sad, he said gravely. A matter of real concern. But not surprising. If mademoiselle will follow me?
He led us into a private study, one wall dominated by a tactical display, a living map of the restructured principality.
The place, please, he said, handing me a slim pointer.
I stared at the glowing topographic layout.
I had no idea.
Douglas stepped in, guiding the stick across the grid.
Here's the villa, he said. And this, here, this is where she found him. Bouton tilted his head. Villa Astrée.
That's Duke Antonio Divine's estate.
An old name.
Divine blood is, very distantly, part of Grimaldi lineage.
They've lived quietly. Never given us trouble. Miss Fullerton is their niece, Douglas added. Bouton's eyes met mine again, this time with increased courtesy.
I took the pointer again, tentatively tracing the trail from the villa to the orange grove. Just below this ridge. The old clearing near the taxi lay by. Douglas's brow creased.
The same place. Bouton, remember the Mexican financier in the reset decade? Found dead under almost identical circumstances. That grove. Bouton blinked, then nodded. I remember now. Same place. Odd coincidence. You'd think they'd choose somewhere near the water or the inner city. But no, lonely, silent paths have a strange allure for the desperate. You won't need Miss Fullerton to revisit the scene?
Douglas asked. No.
My men will find it. I appreciate mademoiselle's report. And may I advise? His tone turned measured. You speak of this to no one else. Especially not in town. The casino dislikes such publicity. I hesitated. I feel I ought to tell the Divines. They knew him. Mr. Carrington. That startled him.
Carrington?
You knew his name? Douglas shifted. She didn't see the face. Only the bracelet. She believes it to be Carrington.
Carrington from Pernambuco, I said.
He wore a gold bangle. I recognized it. At that, Bouton's face changed.
Relief flashed.
He turned to a drawer, withdrew a sealed folder, and produced a bundle of correspondence.
Remarkable. This man's disappearance has troubled us for a week.
But we dismissed suicide. He checked out of his hotel quietly, no drama. But there were letters. A concerned associate in Paris.
He didn't seem depressed, I offered.
Almost cheerful. Bouton handed Douglas the bundle.
I asked, may I now tell the Divines?
That won't be necessary. We'll contact them for a statement. Nothing serious, routine. Just confirmation of how he spent the evening. You said you didn't see him leave? I didn't. I was in bed. But I heard the Duchess say goodbye.
Thin walls.
Bouton nodded. That helps. You heard him leave, but not a shot? Nothing. I was exhausted. I considered mentioning the burglary. But I remembered what both the banker and the Duchess had said, no need to involve the police. It would create more trouble than it solved. He escorted us out, his manner courteous. You've helped us greatly. My senior detective, our bloodhound, was convinced Carrington was still alive.
He's been on wild goose chases all week. Let this be a lesson. People arrive here chasing miracles or fleeing ghosts.
When neither materialize, some choose silence.
As we stepped outside, Douglas said quietly, you told him more than I'd hoped, but it helped.
I just thought I should be honest. You were right. But the Divines may not like being dragged into it. They've never had dealings with police, not even over staff disputes. But the Grove wasn't their property. Which makes it worse.
A scandal brushing their doorstep.
Up ahead, Stephen was already walking towards us.
Well?
Douglas gave a small nod. It's sorted. Good. Now, How do we distract Miss Fullerton for a few hours until the authorities clear the scene? Mitchell looked at me with a wry smile.
I assume the casino's off limits?
Even I draw the line at Sunday play.
Douglas brightened.
The golf course then.
The view's spectacular, and the walk back toward the villa is
indirect. Stephen offered me his arm. I took it gladly.
Chapter 8. The afternoon I spent on what was, perhaps, the most stunning of all the remaining aerial green spaces in the Eurozone will remain with me always as a rare reprieve in an otherwise troubled chapter of my new life.
For 3 hours, the strange and sorrowful events of that morning faded to the edges of my mind. I remembered them only as if through frosted glass. The high-elevation rooftop golf track was perfectly maintained.
The synthetic grass felt spring-loaded beneath my feet, each step releasing a faint chemical sweetness into the thin mountain air. Gear was provided on demand, sleek clubs forged from carbon alloy, their grips still faintly warm from the last set of hands. The metal hummed slightly in my grip, vibrating with each practice swing as wind whistled through the deck's geometric supports. While Douglas observed with his usual detached amusement, Stephen and I took to the artificial turf for a spirited match, our laughter ringing off the wind-curved railings of the skydeck. But as we descended the final skywalk, our game over, a heavy apprehension returned. My palms grew damp despite the cool air, and I could taste the metallic tang of altitude mixed with my own nervousness. "Do you think Aunt Martha will be angry about my going to the commissioner without telling her first?" I asked, voice barely above a whisper. "You did what anyone with sense would do," Stephen replied curtly.
Douglas offered, "If you'd like, I'll speak with her. I can smooth the matter out, I'm quite sure. There's a way to tell the truth without igniting any diplomatic fires." I shook my head. "No, thank you. I'm not afraid." But my hand trembled as I reached for the front door bell. Though I do wish Georgina would hurry. Why keep this place sealed like a vault? There's not even a garden gate, just this one reinforced access point.
The metal felt cold and unforgiving under my fingertips, its surface textured with tiny ridges that spoke of serious security measures. A fleeting thought crossed my mind: the burglary?
How could anyone have gotten past all this security without inside help? I dismissed the notion quickly.
In England, even a quiet house has a decent back door. As if on cue, the lock clunked open and Georgina's face, drawn and grey, peered through the small visual aperture.
"Something terrible has happened," she murmured. "You must come alone. No visitors."
Douglas gave my hand a quick squeeze, his expression reassuring despite the circumstances.
"They already know. That saves some effort." Georgina all but yanked me inside, shutting the door with mechanical precision. Her frail shoulders sagged.
The cooler air inside felt thick, heavy with the weight of whispered conversations and unspoken tensions.
My shoes clicked against polished marble with each reluctant step.
"It's a dreadful business, mademoiselle.
I hoped you'd stay out longer."
"I already know, Georgina.
I found the body. I'm the one who informed the authorities." Her eyes widened, her pallor increasing, if that were possible. "You? You told the city prefect?"
"The Commissioner of Security and Order, yes," I said simply.
I was still explaining when the door to the drawing room hissed open, revealing the Duchess. Her face was ashen beneath her perfectly arranged red gold coiffure, and her hands visibly trembled.
Behind her stood the Duke, his usual mask of passivity disrupted by a furrowed brow. A third figure stood with them, tall, stern, and plainly dressed.
His gaze locked instantly on me. "Ah, the young witness," he said. "Miss Fullerton, I presume? M. Mouton sends his regards. We are relieved beyond measure that you brought this to light so promptly. Without your intervention, the remains might have gone undetected for a cycle or more." I stepped into the room, dreading every footfall. Each step felt like walking deeper into a nightmare I couldn't wake from. I have just a few follow-up questions if you feel capable of answering. I nodded, though my throat felt tight as sandpaper.
My aunt ushered me to a chair, her hand gentle but firm on my shoulder.
"Sit, child," she said softly, her voice carrying the kind of tenderness reserved for broken things.
"Did you approach the deceased?" His pen hovered over his notepad like a vulture, and I felt the suffocating weight of 3 pairs of eyes watching my every word, dissecting each breath, each tremor.
"Only close enough to confirm." My voice came out smaller than I intended. I saw the wrist bangle. It matched Mr. Carrington's.
The memory of that glinting metal flashed behind my eyelids, how ordinary it had looked against such horror.
"Did you touch him?" The question hit me like ice water. I couldn't remember. A sharp twinge of panic clawed at my chest. Did I touch him? My hands felt suddenly foreign, contaminated. No, I don't think so, but the panic was spreading now, hot and relentless. What if I had?
What if I couldn't remember? I looked up into the officer's eyes, searching for judgment, for accusation. "I don't think so," I stuttered, my words fracturing like glass.
I can't." He must have seen the wild fear blooming across my face because his expression softened immediately. "You've been through a traumatic experience," he said gently, setting down his pen. "Please don't worry if you can't remember everything clearly. That's perfectly normal." He turned to my uncle, his voice dropping to a professional murmur. "That's all for now. Please look after the young lady, she's clearly in shock." As the agent turned to leave, the Duchess whispered urgently to her husband, who nodded and hurried after the man. The front door whispered shut behind them. Left alone with Aunt Martha, I felt the shift instantly.
The silence stretched between us, broken only by the soft tick of an antique clock and the distant hum of the villa's climate control system. The temperature in the room seemed to drop several degrees, and I became acutely aware of my own breathing, too loud in the sudden quiet.
She turned from the window slowly, face hardening.
Her expression, usually carved from polite marble, twisted into something darker, less restrained. "Why," she said quietly, "did you go to the authorities without consulting us?"
I didn't think." "No, you did not think. You acted on your own."
Her voice was still soft, but each word landed like a blow.
My skin prickled with each syllable, and I felt heat creep up my neck despite the chill that had settled over the room. "You are not in England now, Beth.
Here, matters of life and death are handled with
discretion. There are protocols. Expectations." I wanted to defend myself, but she pressed on, eyes blazing. "Carrington's name. The bracelet. The timing. You gave them everything." "I didn't lie," I said, voice faltering. "And the commissioner already knew. He said they'd been trying to locate Mr. Carrington for a week." She turned abruptly and stalked to the window. I heard the catch click shut. When she faced me again, the venom had faded somewhat from her face. He said,
"What, exactly?"
"That you and Uncle Peter were highly regarded. That it was rare for trouble to ever arise here."
I offered the truth like a peace token.
Some of the tension bled from her shoulders.
"Yes, well.
That's something." Her tone thawed further.
"You see, Beth, such details, small to you, can become monstrous shadows in the hands of foreign officials.
They do not understand our customs. Or our burdens."
She walked to her sideboard, retrieved a decanter, and poured herself a small measure of dark liquid. The crystal decanter chimed softly against the glass, and I caught the sharp scent of brandy cutting through the room's oppressive atmosphere.
"You are young. You did not know better. I forgive you." I said nothing, but I lowered my eyes, exhausted.
My shoulders ached with tension I hadn't realized I'd been carrying, and the carpet's intricate pattern blurred as fatigue weighed down my eyelids.
She softened further. "It is finished now.
Over.
Let us never speak of it again. Especially not to Thomas." "No, Aunt Martha. I promise I won't. And Georgina? The poor woman is beside herself. The shock, you know. I'll be kind, I whispered.
Thank you, child.
Chapter 9.
It felt too soon. Only few days had passed and now I was to attend poor Mr. Carrington's funeral.
An inexplicable dread settled over me at the thought of going and seeing his casket.
I longed to summon the courage to tell Aunt Martha I truly felt too ill to go. As so often happens after a shock, I felt far worse today than I had even immediately after that dreadful discovery.
I made my way downstairs slowly, my steps heavy.
The Duchess met me in the corridor below. There is a quarter of an hour before you and Uncle Peter must start, she said briskly.
And I've told Georgina to boil you an egg. Coffee is not sufficiently substantial. She wasn't going, of course, claimed she was too tender for such things.
The irony burned in my chest. Too tender?
When I was the one who'd found him, who'd seen that terrible sight, yet somehow I was expected to sit through an entire funeral service? Without waiting for my reply, she ushered me into the kitchen. Georgina's eyes were red and swollen, she looked as though she'd cried all night.
Now sit down, the Duchess ordered, and eat what you call in England a good breakfast.
It is right to show sorrow when something sad has happened, but do not look as if you yourself were dying. I do not want people to think that you, Beth, were in love with Mr. Carrington. Her words struck me like a slap.
I felt a wave of disgust and my face flushed hot with anger.
How vulgar, how heartless, how could she say something like that?
Aunt Martha let out one of her harsh laughs, as if it were a joke.
And yet, oddly, I sensed that the Duchess was feeling more kindly toward me than usual.
As she watched me daintily eat my egg, I saw something almost approving in her expression. She actually smiled a little when I stood up, patting my hand.
You look very nice, she said. That black coat and skirt, and the little toque composed just the right costume to wear on such a sad occasion as this.
Then from the hallway, I heard the Duke's voice, Martha. Martha.
Sharp and impatient. The Duchess hurried out. As soon as she was gone, Georgina grasped my arm. You will say a prayer for me, she whispered, her voice trembling. Will you not, mademoiselle? I was touched. Yes, I replied softly, a little shyly. I will certainly do so, Georgina.
Just then, I heard another call from the passage, Beth.
Beth.
Come, my child, come.
Your Uncle Peter is quite ready.
Come, come, he said, consulting an old pocket watch with theatrical precision. Punctuality shows respect for the dead, my dear.
He said impatiently. I want to be in good time at the cemetery, for I shall have to leave at once after the funeral. There are several things I have to do in the town. Do not forget to order the carriage for Thomas tomorrow, the Duchess called after him. Is it likely that I should forget that?
He snapped, a rare touch of scorn and irritation in his usually calm voice.
We walked down the hill together in almost complete silence. I was secretly glad Uncle Peter was such a quiet, reserved man.
Aunt Martha's endless talking often left me feeling drained and overwhelmed. It was still early, and the only people about were a few country folk heading toward Monte Carlo, their arms loaded with produce. A soft, delicious breeze drifted up from the sea, brushing against the broad, immaculate carriage road that links Monaco with Beaulieu. We had only been walking a few minutes when Douglas joined us. I was glad, quietly, deeply glad, to see him. But I was surprised, too. Not, I think, quite as surprised as he was to see me. Chapter 10. After the long, strange morning, the funeral, the awkward silences, the weight of unspoken grief, we found ourselves tucked into a shaded alcove of a quiet restaurant near the working harbour of New Condamine. It was the kind of place you'd never find unless you already knew it, half hidden behind cascading geraniums and a peeling wooden sign with a hand-painted fish that looked older than the Great Collapse itself. The tables were set with mismatched stoneware, the kind that told you the food mattered more than the aesthetic. We ordered grilled sea bream with lemon and fennel pollen, served on warm plates beside roasted white asparagus, blistered cherry tomatoes, and the bread basket came steaming under linen, smelling of yeast and sea salt. Douglas insisted on a carafe of the house white, crisp and cold, tasting faintly of wild herbs and flint.
There was silence at first, the comfortable kind that comes from people who've been through something together.
Thackeray would have abandoned the sonnet form and written an ode for this, Douglas finally muttered, tearing off a piece of crusty bread.
A 10-stanza hymn to anchovy butter. We laughed, but the sound felt hollow, brittle. None of us had the heart for more than subdued conversation. The weight of the day pressed down on us all.
After everyone had eaten, the guests began to filter away in small clusters, their voices hushed and respectful. I looked at my uncle across the room, and my heart lurched. He had that same distant look from the first night I'd met him, like his mind was elsewhere, adrift in some unreachable place.
I shifted in my seat, concern tightening in my chest.
Douglas leaned over, his voice barely above a whisper.
He grows worse, I see, he said, nodding in Peter's direction.
He was like that the first night I arrived, but he seemed fine until now, I replied, studying my uncle's vacant expression with growing alarm. It's the medication, Douglas stated matter-of-factly, but his eyes held a deep sadness. As time goes on, the gaps will shorten until all he has is the vagueness.
The words hit me like a physical blow. My chest tightened with grief for this gentle man, who was slowly disappearing before our eyes. But we all know, Douglas continued softly, so we manage it well.
Everyone? I asked, my voice catching slightly.
He nodded. From the highest officials to the local shopkeepers.
I pondered this. Was that why they'd let him haggle so gently at the market? Everyone was aware, everyone was complicit in this quiet conspiracy of kindness. Tears filled my eyes at the thought, such a simple act of humanity, yet so profoundly moving.
In a world that could be so cruel, here was tenderness woven into the very fabric of daily life.
We left the somber gathering and drifted upward through the cliffside quarter, our footsteps echoing softly on old steps carved long before the war. The stone was warm underfoot, scented with centuries of sun and salt and human passage. The town faded behind us like a memory, its red-tiled roofs growing smaller with each step. Soon we were walking through the terraced gardens that clung to the edge of the cliffs like a secret held out over the sea. The evening breeze carried rosemary and salt, wrapping around us like a gentle embrace. Flowers spilled over ancient balustrades in wild abundance, bougainvillea cascading in purple waterfalls, star jasmine releasing its heady perfume, tiny purple thistles nodding in the wind like old friends sharing secrets. Below us, the sea stretched out in every direction, impossibly turquoise, flashing silver where the dying light struck its surface. It was beautiful enough to break your heart, this view that Mr. Carrington would never see again.
We didn't speak much, and we didn't need to.
After everything, the discovery, the questions, the funeral, the slow revelation of Uncle Peter's condition, silence had become a kind of shared language. One that spoke of relief at being together, of memories too heavy for words, and of the fragile, precious grace of simply being alive when others were not. At the entrance Douglas declined a whiskey offered by Peter. I'm afraid I ought to go back to the hotel. I'm expecting a message from the Paris office, he said, but he didn't move.
Instead, he took my hand in both of his, held it for a moment. His hands were always cool, always calm. I am sorry you've had all this trouble, he said sincerely. You must forget that poor Mr. Carrington ever existed. I don't think I'll ever forget that, Douglas, I said softly. Or your kindness to me about it.
He gave me a wistful smile, then turned and walked away in that ambling gait of his, ungainly, slightly swaying, and I watched him go with a pang of affectionate regret.
He looked tired. What a pity he doesn't take more exercise, I thought. And yet, for all his oddities, he had carved out a space in my heart. He was, in a strange way, almost like Uncle Edward, dear, eccentric, and somehow irreplaceable.
Before I entered the villa, I heard the sound of a carriage arriving at the entrance. Captain Mitchell stepped out, his uniform crisp despite the day's heat, but there was something different about him, a softness in his expression I hadn't seen before.
"Captain," I said, startled by his unexpected appearance. He approached me slowly, his eyes never leaving mine.
"Please," he said, his voice quieter than usual, almost hesitant.
"Call me Stephen."
The way he said it made my breath catch. I felt suddenly shy, aware of the weight of this small intimacy. "Stephen," I said softly, testing the name on my lips like a secret.
His whole face transformed when he heard it. His eyes crinkled at the corners, and for a moment he looked almost vulnerable, as if hearing his name from me had moved him more than he'd expected.
A smile tugged at his lips, not his usual confident grin, but something gentler, more wondering. "I've been hoping you'd say that," he admitted quietly, and the honesty in his voice made my heart flutter against my ribs.
He straightened, as if pulling himself out of a thought.
"I'm sorry I couldn't attend the funeral, I had business I couldn't get out of."
His voice carried genuine regret. "I wanted to see you, make sure you were all right. Can we take a turn of the garden?"
We began walking through the villa's grounds, and he was quiet, too quiet, and as he dragged the tip of his walking stick across the gravel path, I suddenly became acutely aware of him, and of myself. It was a new feeling, one I couldn't name at first, a kind of intense shyness.
Not discomfort exactly, but a tender awkwardness I wasn't used to.
I realized, with a strange flutter in my chest, that this was the very first time I had ever been truly alone with him.
The encounter after my discovery didn't count, there had been plenty of people about.
Now we were simply two people, together, with nothing but the garden and our own thoughts between us. He turned to me suddenly, as if echoing my realization.
"I wonder if you know this is the first time I've had a moment alone with you?" "I suppose it is," I said, more likely than I felt. "Our good friend Douglas makes a most efficient chaperone," he said with a hint of irony.
"He has very old-fashioned ideas, but I like him all the better for that," I replied, feeling heat rise in my cheeks.
"So do I," Stephen said, and something in his voice shifted. The irony melted away.
"Most decent Frenchmen do have old-fashioned ideas.
I discovered that during the war."
But still, he hesitated, his stick tracing absent patterns in the gravel.
"Well, I envy Douglas. He's always doing things for you." My pulse quickened at the unexpected admission.
He turned to face me fully, his eyes searching mine. "I'm a lazy chap, but I'd like to be able to prove."
The words died on his lips. His jaw clenched, and I watched him struggle with some internal barrier he couldn't quite cross. The silence stretched between us, heavy with unspoken possibilities. My heart began to beat faster. Why couldn't he go on? What was it he wanted to prove?
Why, I wondered desperately, can't two people ever truly know what the other is thinking? I wanted to reach out, to bridge this impossible gap between us, but something held me back, propriety, fear, or perhaps just the terrible uncertainty of not knowing if what I felt was returned. If I had known what he was holding back, if he had known what was stirring in my heart, maybe this moment wouldn't feel so fragile, so uncertain.
Stephen stopped abruptly. "Shall we take a longer walk? Down into the old town? You've never seen it properly, have you?"
His voice shook, just slightly.
"I think I must be getting back," I said, my voice smaller than intended.
"Thomas Devine arrives tomorrow, and they're doing a sort of spring cleaning in his honor. I promised Georgina I'd help."
"You needn't go yet, it's still early," he said quickly, almost urgently. "It's 4 o'clock. I ought to be back by now." We turned back toward the villa, our conversation drifting to the war. When I mentioned living in Epsom, he stopped walking. "I was stationed there early in the war," he said quietly.
5 weeks that felt like a lifetime.
The words slipped out before I could stop them. "I wish we had met then." His face transformed with something like wonder. Those were the loneliest weeks of my life, and now I understand why. He paused, studying my face.
The papers urged people to show hospitality to soldiers, but precious little came my way.
That was perhaps your own fault, I said, surprising myself with my boldness. I dare say it was.
His voice grew serious.
I don't make friends easily, Beth.
We'd stopped walking entirely now, standing close enough that I could see the pulse at his throat.
I've never had what other chaps have, a woman friend. Never wanted one. His voice dropped to barely above a whisper. Not until now. But what I want. He swallowed hard. What I want is so much more than friendship.
The confession hung between us, fragile and precious as spun glass, while the villa waited just steps away.
I won't ask you to call me anything. Yet, he said seriously. That silence again. That moment hanging in the air. I looked up at him. There was something so honest, so steady in his face. Not always gentle, but strong. The kind of face I'd want near me if something went wrong. I want us to be friends, he said quietly.
Real friends. If something else, anything, should happen.
He faltered. Well, I hope you'd come to me as readily as you would to Douglas.
I did come to you, I said, my voice barely above a whisper. That awful morning, you were the first person I thought of.
Aunt Martha was furious I didn't go back to the villa. But I needed to see you. His expression changed. I saw something deepen in his eyes. I can't tell you what that means to me, he said softly.
I wanted to take you to the police myself, but I knew Douglas would do a better job. Do you know what Douglas really is?
I shook my head. He's head of the French division of the World's Secret Service. He's been worked to death since the war. I stared at him, pieces suddenly falling into place, Douglas's casual authority with officials, his mysterious business in Paris, the way even Aunt Martha deferred to him. I had no idea. Why didn't he tell me? He's not proud of it, I think. And he probably didn't want you to know. You'll keep it to yourself? Of course. We began walking again.
I felt tired, bone-tired, but lighter somehow.
Something had changed between us, subtly but surely.
I hardly noticed that we'd reached the front door again. My mind was still turning over everything he'd told me about Douglas, about himself, about the war.
When he took my hand in both of his, holding it as if it was something precious, he asked, "Then from today, we are
close friends?"
The word close carried weight we both understood. Yes, I said, my heart racing. And I meant it. Back at the villa, the Duchess was too preoccupied with the imminent arrival of her beloved son to question how the funeral had gone or how I'd spent my afternoon.
The rest of the evening was swallowed by rearranging furniture, preparing the Thomas room, and trying not to think too much about what tomorrow might bring.
But as I went to bed that night, exhausted in body and spirit, I knew one thing with perfect clarity. Something had shifted. And tomorrow would change everything. Chapter 11.
The carriage wheels found their rhythm on the coastal road, carrying us away from the familiar terraced gardens of home toward the ancient walls of Antibes. I pressed my face to the window, watching the Mediterranean shimmer beside us like hammered silver. "Sit properly, child," Aunt Martha murmured from her corner, but her voice lacked its usual sharpness.
Even she seemed subdued by the weight of our errand.
As we crested the hill, Antibes spread before us like something from a medieval tapestry, red-tiled roofs cascading down toward the sea, their terracotta surfaces weathered by centuries of sun and salt air. The ancient walls still stood proud along the waterfront, their honey-colored stones defying time and tide. But where sections had crumbled or been destroyed, strange modern replacements had taken their place, translucent barriers that hummed with energy, glowing lines of blue light stretched across empty spaces like invisible gates.
"No entrance here," they seemed to whisper.
The old and new existed in uneasy harmony, history patched with innovation. "Censor walls," Aunt Martha said, following my gaze.
They say they're more effective than stone, though I can't say I find them nearly as beautiful.
The carriage turned toward the coast road, and I caught sight of the beaches that had once drawn visitors from across the continent. Now only a handful of figures dotted the pale sand, too few, too scattered. The water lapped at the shore with its familiar rhythm, but something was wrong with its color, a dullness that spoke of things unseen beneath the surface. Warning signs stood like sentinels along the waterline, their red lettering stark against the blue horizon. "Nobody swims anymore," I said quietly, more to myself than to Aunt Martha. "Not for years now," she replied, her voice heavy with something that might have been nostalgia.
"The sea remembers everything we've poured into it.
Every careless act, every thoughtless moment.
Now it gives nothing back but poison."
The beaches that should have been alive with laughter and splashing children lay nearly empty, beautiful and untouchable as a painting behind glass. Progress, they called it. The price of our modern conveniences, paid by the very waters that had once sustained life along this coast. As we entered the old town through one of those glowing censer gates, which parted for us with barely a whisper, I wondered what other changes awaited us in Antibes, and whether the charm that had drawn visitors for centuries could survive in this strange new world we were creating. As we entered the old town through one of those glowing censer gates, which parted for us with barely a whisper, the cobblestone streets opened up before us, leading toward the crown jewel of Antibes, the Grimaldi Castle.
It rose from its cliff-top perch like something from a fairy tale, its medieval walls burnished gold in the afternoon light.
The ancient fortress commanded the bay with timeless authority, its towers and battlements unchanged despite all the modern intrusions below. From 20 meters above the sea, it gazed out over the harbor. The carriage climbed the winding road toward the old quarter, passing beneath the castle's shadow, when suddenly the Duchess called to the driver through the carriage calms.
"We will walk now."
She turned to me. "The Echelon studio is in the far corner."
"A very fine name."
The owner, Madame Wren's grandfather, was steward in service to my husband's grandfather. Her sister still holds the license for the French restaurant down in the lower Condamine. She offered this information with her usual blend of grandeur and practicality, then stepped lightly from the carriage and strode ahead without waiting.
The streets were more subdued than I'd expected.
Some boutiques still shuttered, others just stretching awake, displaying glassware, antique perfume bottles, impossibly elegant garments suspended like relics under soft lighting. Aunt Martha stopped twice before the jeweler's windows, one with heirloom-cut diamonds, another with resynthesized rubies.
Her face grew taut, almost feverish. It was hard to believe such things still existed.
Or rather, that they were still owned. The prices made my stomach twist, numbers followed by the sharp slash of first-class coin marks, the kind used only by curator families. Eventually we stopped before a modest frontage edged in gold lettering, Echelon.
The window held just 3 hats balanced on tall pedestals. Plain in comparison to the other shop fronts, it spoke of a sort of simplicity that only came from absolute confidence. I liked it immediately. "This is the one," Aunt Martha said briskly. "Josephine Wren has impeccable memory training." She was premier for a major house in the Paris Retrouvé before opening this. "Her eye is flawless."
Inside, the air smelled of pressed linen and something softly floral, old world but comforting. A well-dressed woman greeted us with warmth.
"Madam. Always an honor."
Yes, my dear Josephine," Aunt Martha replied, brushing the greeting aside.
"We need a wardrobe and gowns. Several."
"This is my ward, she's in half mourning, so no bright colors, no heather tones. White, gray, perhaps soft blue.
One for the casino. One for supper. One for evening appearances." Madame Josephine hesitated.
"Things are very dear at the moment, madam."
"We will pay in coin," Aunt Martha said shortly. "No debits."
Josephine brightened at once, as if someone had sung her name.
And so, the fittings began. They took us into a mirrored dressing room with 3 walls of reflection, softly lit from above.
I felt oddly transparent,
like I'd been copied and pasted across the room.
2 assistants arrived with armfuls of tailored separates, fine grey jackets, ribbon-cuffed shirts, blouses stitched from fibers I couldn't name.
I tried them all. And though I was embarrassed to admit it to myself, I liked what I saw.
Especially one grey set, long coat, soft panelled skirt.
I barely recognized the girl in the mirror.
She looked like someone from a portrait archive, graceful, assured, someone who belonged here.
Blouses were harder. There were too many that suited. I chose 5, unwilling to leave any behind.
Then came a hat, a grey toque with tiny wing motifs.
I adored it instantly.
Then came the Echo jacket, mauve, cut with military precision and elegance. Aunt Martha recoiled.
But Josephine insisted.
And when the violet furred hat appeared, ridiculous and lovely, I found myself clutching it against my chest.
I couldn't help it. Even Aunt Martha relented. Striking, she murmured. And then,
the gowns.
By now, I felt as if I were being gently pressed through some exquisite machine.
Gowns were floated in, architectural marvels in ivory silk fye, a structured marvel in blush organza with hand-pleated shoulders, a sapphire creation with a neckline that defied gravity.
One by one they were dismissed.
Aunt Martha's frown deepened with each choice, her critical eye finding fault in cut, drape, or proportion.
Until the chiffon arrived.
Pale grey, but not ordinary grey, the color of morning mist over water, with an almost liquid quality that seemed to shift between silver and pearl. It was deceptively simple, a column of silk chiffon that skimmed my body without clinging, the neckline a perfect boat neck that revealed my collarbones, the sleeves mere whispers of fabric that floated when I moved.
It slid on like mist given form. I turned toward the mirror, and something stilled in me.
The dress had transformed me, not into someone else, but into the most elegant version of myself I'd never imagined existed. The way it moved, the way it caught the light, the perfect proportions that made me look taller, more graceful, luminous.
A turquoise belt, Josephine breathed, already moving with the reverence of an artist completing a masterpiece. Moroccan leather, hand-tooled.
The narrow belt settled at my natural waist like it had been made for me, the jewel-toned leather creating a stunning focal point against the ethereal grey. The effect was transformative, sophisticated, effortless, utterly French in its understated luxury.
And yet, I flinched. Aunt Emma. My old life in its simple, practical clothes. I felt suddenly unworthy of such beauty. I'd rather have black, I said quietly. Non, Josephine said gently but firmly, her French accent soft but unmistakable. Grey, if you insist on mourning. But never black with your coloring. It would steal your light.
I hesitated, then felt heat rise in my cheeks. I
want one more, I said quietly, my voice barely above a whisper. Something that makes me look. I swallowed hard, the words catching in my throat.
Older. More.
Appealing. My face burned with embarrassment at my own boldness.
Aunt Martha raised an eyebrow but said nothing. Josephine's smile was knowing, maternal almost.
Ah, oui.
For the casino, I think. She moved toward the back of the shop with purposeful steps.
I have exactly the thing.
She returned with 2 gowns draped over her arms like precious artifacts. Her assistant carrying various complementary jewels and heeled shoes. The first was midnight blue silk jersey that seemed to pour like liquid, a simple sheath that followed every curve without being vulgar, with a subtle cowl neckline that suggested rather than revealed.
This one. It makes you look like a woman who knows secrets.
Très chic, très mystérieuse.
She lifted the second gown. And this, pure romance. The kind of dress that makes men forget their own names.
The second was champagne-colored silk with a sweetheart neckline that created the most beautiful décolletage, fitted through the bodice with expert tailoring that emphasized my natural silhouette, then flowing into a graceful A-line skirt that moved like poetry. Parisian sophistication, Josephine murmured, looking into the mirror as I studied my reflection.
I touched the silk with trembling fingers. It felt like confidence made tangible.
Look and see yourself, Josephine urged gently. A woman should know her power.
I'll have them both, I said.
At checkout, I passed my bank card over to Aunt Martha, who handled everything.
I wasn't shown the total. And I didn't care. I wanted it. I wanted all of it. On our way out, Josephine smiled at me.
Will Mademoiselle remain long at the villa? All winter, Aunt Martha answered before I could open my mouth.
Back in the transport, Aunt Martha was direct. We must collect the floral arrangements and return home promptly. You will lunch alone, Beth. Peter and I have arrangements before Thomas arrives. Thomas. There it was again. His name carried a strange, ceremonial weight, as if spoken at court. The Duchess positively vibrated with anticipation. All weakness vanished. Her energy shimmered like heat off a mirror. It was almost unsettling. Back at the villa, as I went to change, she returned to her campaign. That frock is unworthy for tonight's dinner. Put on one of the new gowns. I hesitated. Then compromised, I'll wear the white serge skirt, and a new blouse. I wanted to look unremarkable. She frowned. I said a gown. It's in your interest. No, I said simply. It would feel false. Her expression turned sharp.
Thomas is very observant.
He notices detail. He has an eye for women's dress. But I didn't yield.
When she finally swept away, dupe trailing behind, I exhaled for the first time in what felt like hours.
Thomas Devine. The archivist's son. The darling of the Duchess. I didn't like the sound of him. And I had already made up my mind, I wasn't going to like him. Chapter 12. I finished my simple luncheon feeling unexpectedly light-hearted.
For the first time since arriving, I was completely, blissfully, free.
3 whole hours to myself. No errands. No expectations.
No watchful eyes. Aunt Martha always wanted to know what I planned to do next, which had become more than a little tiring. I had been used, back in Ashdown, to deciding how my day unfolded.
Here, it felt like everything was scheduled for me. Even leisure had its protocols.
But now, with the Duke and Duchess still in the city and the villa as silent as a sealed archive, I could breathe again. Uncle Edward had ensured I would still receive my monthly compilation, a carefully curated selection of articles from my favorite publications delivered to my digital paper. A backlog of everything I'd been missing, compressed into one slim device that arrived via the protected post. I carried the digital paper out onto the east-facing terrace and settled into one of the wicker chairs I'd chosen as a gift to the Divines, a tiny rebellion, the kind that felt meaningful here. The chair curved just right, the sunlight was filtered by the protective canopy overhead, and the view was, as always, breathtaking.
I swiped through the opening menu, marveling at the breadth of content waiting for me.
Fashion spreads from Paris and Milan, yes, but also archaeological discoveries in Egypt, political analyses of the recent elections, environmental reports on the Mediterranean's declining marine life, ironically relevant given what I'd witnessed at the beaches yesterday. There were new books, theatre critiques, scientific breakthroughs, and social commentary, all organized by publication and date.
It felt like receiving months' worth of Christmas presents at once.
Each swipe revealed another world I'd been cut off from, another perspective on the rapidly changing landscape beyond these protected walls. The device made it feel immediate and personal, as if I was sitting in a London cafe with a stack of magazines rather than exiled on a foreign terrace, however beautiful. Below me, the preserved orange grove shimmered in that curated golden light the sector's filters were designed to maintain. Beyond that, the bay stretched out, impossibly blue, its shoreline dotted with gleaming solar sails and the skeletal remains of pre-collapse harbors. The air hummed gently, broken only by the digital buzz of a distant drone and birdsong, real, organic birds, protected and registered.
I leaned back.
It was hard to believe that barely a week had passed since I had discovered George Carrington's body in the abandoned grove. That horror still clung to me in places, but it no longer dominated my thoughts. It was fading, like a worn-out record beneath a new track.
Yes. I was healing. Slowly, stubbornly.
I had just begun a feature on vintage fashion restorations when a sharp burst from a courier horn broke the quiet.
I sat upright. It was just after 2. Thomas's scheduled arrival was hours away. But Stephen, hadn't he mentioned seeing me again today?
My pulse lifted, irrationally, and I stood without thinking, smoothing my blouse. The terrace doors had been left open, and I stepped into the filtered sunlight, facing the winding path that led through the restored citrus grove.
My heart said it was him. Stephen. He'd come back. And Aunt Martha wasn't here. But it wasn't him. A figure emerged from the filtered dapple of the grove. Tall. Striking.
A white urban formal suit, gleaming. A broad, old-fashioned straw hat, too elegant for local wear, perfectly shaped. His face was golden olive, eyes sharp and dark.
He walked like someone who knew he was being watched and liked it. It had to be Thomas Devine. I told myself to smile. To behave. To be gracious. But that flutter of disappointment refused to leave.
This was the man Aunt Martha had spoken of with reverence, the divine heir, the ghost her days orbited.
And now, he was no longer a rumor. He was here, and very real.
He approached with fluid confidence, removed his hat with an elegant flick, and said in English, almost flawless, but too smooth to be native. "Have I the honor to greet Miss Fullerton?"
He extended his hand. His eyes met mine.
And for a moment, I couldn't decide if he meant to charm me or catalogue me. As he took my hand, lightly, firmly, and raised it to his lips, a ripple of unease passed through me.
It was the first time anyone had done that. A gesture out of some antique etiquette manual. Charming, I supposed. But strange. A little.
Staged. I could almost hear the Duchess's voice in his, the same precision, the same calculation cloaked in charm.
"Where were the Duke and Duchess?" he asked. "They were expecting you at the 3 o'clock shuttle," I said carefully.
"I gave them what you call the slip," he laughed.
"I arrived yesterday."
"Yesterday?"
His parents spent the morning worrying and he laughs in enjoyment. My stomach turned. "You should go find them," I said. "They'll be terribly worried. I'll send Georgina." And then, there she was. She spotted him and ran to him like a girl.
Their embrace was warm, familiar.
That softened something in me. "Georgina is my second mama," he said, grinning.
Like Juliet's nurse, but sweeter. He gave Georgina instructions in quick succession: tell the Devines he'd arrived by deluxe rail, fetch his formal wear from the rail station, arrange a carriage at 22:30, and see to the dinner.
He handed her a sheaf of old notes with casual flair. "I'm very poor today," he said. "Make a feast. And a bouquet for Mademoiselle." Georgina beamed. "I wish my mother were more like Georgina," he said. I couldn't decide if I liked him or loathed him.
But seeing his interaction with Georgina, I decided to try the first.
The next hour blurred. He was witty, warm, and utterly unlike anyone I had met. He insisted I call him Thomas.
He told stories of his travels, Florence, Vienna, the restored quarters of old Berlin, painting pictures so vivid I could almost smell the archive-preserved cobblestones.
But I noticed something strange.
Every anecdote seemed carefully chosen, polished from repeated telling. And when I mentioned my own interests, the picture papers, my walks through the grove, he would nod and smile, then seamlessly redirect the conversation back to himself.
"You must be lonely here," he said at one point, not quite a question.
"A girl like you, intelligent, refined, stuck in this golden cage with only my parents for company."
"You need adventure. Culture." Someone who understands you. I started to protest that I wasn't lonely, but he was already moving on. I will show you the real Monaco. Not this curated museum piece.
The underground galleries, the private salons where the actual art lives. My friends would adore you, they appreciate authenticity.
The way he said authenticity made me feel like a curiosity he'd discovered.
When I asked about his work, surely the archivist's son had some role in preservation, his eyes grew distant.
Papa wants me to follow his path. Dusty documents, endless cataloguing. But I have other interests. More immediate concerns.
He gestured vaguely with his cane, the turquoise head catching the light.
A man must live, after all. Make his own way. You understand that, surely, a girl of independent spirit like yourself. Again, that assumption. That he knew what kind of girl I was. And then I heard the soft grind of wheels on the gravel path. The Devines were home. Thomas took my hand to help me rise, and didn't let go. His voice dipped.
We've been alone an hour, Cousin Beth.
I suppose we have. I noticed every minute. It was too much. Too soon. I drew my hand back gently. When the Devines emerged, no reproach passed between them.
Thomas offered some smooth excuse about a promise made to friends in town, something about cards and old obligations. The Duchess received this explanation with her customary glacial composure, inclining her head as though such matters were beneath her notice. That evening, as I dressed in the simple muslin gown that so pleased Aunt Martha, I caught fragments of conversation drifting through the ventilation grate that connected my chamber to the library below. The voices were low but urgent.
A promise is a promise, Mama. You know I need that money. And if it comes within the week, will you stay then? Certainly. You have my word.
The sharp click of a door closing ended their exchange, leaving me with a dozen questions burning in my mind.
What money did Thomas so desperately require?
Why the heated words between them, when all had seemed cordial on his arrival?
And what manner of promise could command such urgency?
Later, as I made my way to the drawing room, I encountered Georgina in the corridor, her cheeks flushed with an excitement I had rarely seen in her. Well? She demanded, catching my arm.
How do you find our Thomas now that you've had proper conversation with him? I chose my words carefully. He has a great deal of his mother's manner about him.
Oh, no indeed, she exclaimed, her eyes bright with contradiction.
He is nothing like the Duchess. He has all the bearing of the old Duke, his grandfather, you know. Such presence. They say he was the King of Italy's particular friend in the old days.
I murmured something polite about family resemblances, then ventured to add that I was sorry Thomas would not be staying longer with us.
But you must ask him to remain. Georgina pressed, her grip tightening on my sleeve. Surely if you were to request it. The suggestion startled me. I hardly think my opinion would carry such weight. Perhaps for his mother's sake.
No, no, you mistake me entirely.
Georgina's voice dropped to a whisper, though we stood quite alone.
Thomas would never be content buried away in this old place. He has grown too accustomed to what he calls English comfort, London society, you understand.
The diversions of town life.
She spoke these last words with a particular emphasis that left me uncertain whether she admired or pitied her cousin's preferences break. Indeed, I found myself quite at a loss to interpret any part of the evening's strange undercurrents, from the whispered argument about money to Georgina's odd insistence that I might somehow influence Thomas's plans. As I took my leave and made my way upstairs, I could not shake the feeling that beneath the Devine's polished veneer lay currents of need and calculation that I was only beginning to glimpse. Chapter 13. The next day, everything at Villa Astrée was transformed, radiant, cheerful, almost absurdly harmonious.
The whole atmosphere had shifted, as if the house itself had breathed a sigh of relief. Even Mimi the cat seemed to know that Thomas had arrived.
She walked about purring and, for once, left the birds alone. At dinner the night before, Thomas had somehow managed to coax Aunt Martha out of her dislike for leaving Villa Astrée. "I won't ask you to come often," he had said, using that smooth, persuasive tone of his. "But tomorrow, just a nice little luncheon, you, and Papa, and our charming English cousin.
The Prescotts are going out to lunch."
Aunt Martha's expression had changed.
She had frowned sharply, for the first time since her beloved son had arrived. "They came with you?"
she had asked, clearly annoyed.
"You didn't say they were the friends staying with you at the Hotel Odyssey." Thomas had looked uneasy.
"Surely I did, Mama,"
he had said. "That's why I'm at the Odyssey instead of here."
There had been a pause, and then Aunt Martha had turned toward me, her tone suddenly light, almost mocking.
"It will interest you to meet the Marchesa Prescott. She's a very charming and clever woman."
Then, with a strange smile, she had added, "It would, perhaps, be unkind to say that the Marchesa has the unfortunate reputation of possessing the evil eye."
The effect of that remark on Thomas had been immediate.
His handsome face had darkened, and his brilliant blue eyes had flared with something close to anger.
"That's very wrong of you to say to Beth," he had exclaimed.
"You must understand," and then he had turned to me with a kind of breathless intensity. "In Italy, anyone is said to have the evil eye if they are even slightly disliked.
It's a malicious saying, nothing more. Let's be frank, as you say in England, Mama doesn't like my friend, and so she calls her cursed. That's all." I had felt dreadfully uncomfortable, and had thought it best to say nothing at all. The air had felt thick with unspoken things.
And then Aunt Martha had laughed, an odd, bitter sound. "Thomas does right to defend the Marchesa," she had said, her tone slicing through the room.
"After all, the lady's husband is his greatest friend."
"Martha, Martha," Duke Devine had broken in gently, "you forget, the Prescotts are our relations." By 11 o'clock the next morning, we were all dressed and ready.
I was wearing my new grey coat and skirt, and the little hat with the Mercury wings.
Aunt Martha called Georgina just to point out how pretty I looked. It was one of those unexpected, touching moments, so rare with her, that made me feel guilty for judging her too harshly.
She could be kind. She could be generous.
And then, just as suddenly, she could turn, sharp, petty, even spiteful.
What a strange mixture Aunt Martha was. When Thomas arrived, he took us by surprise. Aunt Martha had warned me that he was chronically unpunctual. "Come quick," he called. "The Prescotts are waiting in the car. We're all going to drive to Ease. They're lunching with friends at a villa there.
Then the four of us will go for a little drive and end up at the Hotel St. Clair for lunch."
The day was perfect. Sunlight gilded the stone walls and poured through the leaves with dazzling brilliance. The air had a crystalline quality, fresh and clear.
As I stepped onto the lawn beside Thomas, feeling a little self-conscious in my new clothes, I had to admit it, this was fun.
All this, Monte Carlo, the glamour, the sense of novelty, it was intoxicating. And Thomas, well, he looked at me with a kind of open admiration that no Englishman would have dared to show. It was flattering. And a little overwhelming.
We hurried through the orange grove, and there, on the clearing, that clearing, I saw the large touring car waiting. The same clearing where I had found George Carrington's body not so long ago.
A shiver passed through me, quickly gone.
Inside the car sat a lady and gentleman. As we emerged from the trees, the lady stood, and I stopped short.
I was looking at the most beautiful woman I had ever seen. The Marchesa Prescott.
She was tall, slender, and had the kind of beauty that doesn't quite belong to any particular age.
Her complexion was flawless, like the pale bloom of a camellia. Her silvery grey hair was thick and exquisitely dressed.
Her face was an oval of serene perfection, and her eyes, dark, blazing, unreadable, met mine in a way that made my breath catch.
She called out in English, "Welcome." Then she looked at me. Not looked, examined, with a long, penetrating gaze that seemed to see far more than I wanted seen. Instinctively, I straightened, lifting my chin, forcing myself to meet her eyes.
For a moment, our eyes locked, mine hazel, hers stormy black, and it felt like a duel, like steel meeting steel.
I remembered what Aunt Martha had said.
The evil eye.
I suddenly felt young. And small. And terribly out of place.
The man beside her, clearly her husband, looked exactly as I'd imagined an Italian nobleman might. Thin, yellow-skinned, and impatient.
He barely waited for us to settle in before urging everyone to get going. The 3 ladies sat in back, the 3 men in front, and then we were off, whirling along winding roads. Thomas drove beautifully, I'll give him that.
Aunt Martha and the Marchesa talked rapidly in French.
I caught snatches, but the wind made it hard to follow.
I sat back, trying to enjoy the view, the sea glinting far below, the scent of pines and orange blossom in the air.
But my mind kept drifting, to Douglas, to Stephen. Would I be able to see them again now that Thomas was here? Things felt less free somehow, more complicated. Perhaps I should write Douglas a note, I thought.
Just to thank him again, for his kindness, his help with the police.
And maybe to explain that, with Thomas here, I was likely to be more occupied.
Suddenly the car lurched.
We'd hit a patch of yellowish ground, wet, sunken. The motor groaned and stopped. And then, over the silence, I heard something I wasn't meant to hear.
All I ask is, are you really satisfied about the only thing that matters, the money?
The Marchesa said.
Her voice was low, rapid, but incredibly clear. Can you swear this on the head of the person in whom we both take an interest? If yes, then instead of hindering you, I shall try in every way to further the affair.
There was a pause. Then Aunt Martha, yes, it was her voice, answered, short and solemn.
I swear to you that the money is assured, Livia.
It startled me.
Aunt Martha, answering so directly, so firmly, it was rare.
But what disturbed me more was how money seemed to be at the center of everything. It always was, with her and Uncle Peter. And now this elegant, imposing Italian woman was speaking exactly the same way. As if nothing else mattered. The car started again, and within a few minutes we had arrived at a large villa. Everyone stood up.
The Duchess even stepped out to let the Marchesa get down more easily.
And once again, as I watched her descend, I was struck by the Marchesa's presence.
Her coat and skirt were severely simple, black, but they only made her seem more regal.
She was powerfully beautiful, but there was no joy in her. She looked restless. Cross. She tapped her elegant foot impatiently while waiting for the men.
Thomas walked with her and the Marchese up the path a few steps. I watched them, thinking how strong and impressive Thomas looked beside his friend, who, by contrast, seemed almost withered.
Thomas turned and said something. The Marchesa extended her hand. He took it gently and kissed it. Then he hurried back to the car.
When the Prescotts were out of earshot, Thomas turned to me cheerfully. Now, Beth, come sit by me, pretty cousin.
We'll take a little roundabout way before lunch.
Papa, do you mind sitting by Mama?
The Duke joined his wife in the back, and I slid into the front.
Strangely, I felt a rush of relief.
The Marchesa's presence had unsettled me.
As we drove, Thomas chattered away, telling me the names of villages, little legends about shrines, stories of villas and towers and sea caves. I learned more about this part of the Riviera in half an hour than I had from the Duke and Duchess in weeks.
Eventually, we returned to Monte Carlo.
The Marchesa's chauffeur will come back for us, Thomas said.
We've got an hour.
Have you ordered lunch? Aunt Martha asked.
Mama. Of course I have.
Lobster à la sauce verte for you, spaghetti for papa, and cousin Beth and I are sharing sole à la Monte Carlo.
He really had thought of everything. As we entered, the head waiter greeted Thomas like an old friend and led us to a perfect table.
It wasn't full yet, things started late in Monte Carlo, but soon more people arrived.
And then, across the room, I saw him. Douglas. He was seated at a small table with another man. My heart gave a silly little leap. But he wasn't alone. And I felt a flicker of disappointment. I wasn't especially eager for him to meet Thomas. They were so different. I had a feeling they wouldn't understand each other at all.
The restaurant filled up quickly, the noise rising gently around us. Aunt Martha made sharp little comments about everyone, their clothes, their jewels, their manners.
She was thoroughly enjoying herself. Thomas, too, seemed in his element.
Duke Devine was silent, his eyes scanning the room.
I was happy.
The food was excellent, the atmosphere glittered, and, best of all, Douglas kept glancing over with a kind, inquiring smile.
I hoped he would come over.
At last, when we reached the coffee stage, Douglas's companion left.
Douglas signed his bill, and I watched as he threaded his way through the tables to ours. The Duchess beamed, radiating pride. Let me present my son. Thomas, this is the gentleman who was so kind to Beth on her journey. Thomas and his father both rose politely.
Do join us, they said in near unison, chairs scraping back from the table. I've had my coffee, Douglas replied pleasantly, offering a slight bow, but I'd like to sit with you for a moment.
A pleasure to see Miss Fullerton again.
He took the empty seat beside me, and I felt a little shift in the air, slight but charged.
It was impossible not to be aware of his presence.
So, Beth, he said, turning slightly toward me, his tone light but attentive.
Have you been enjoying your time here?
I imagine you've already explored half the Riviera by now.
Not quite, I said with a smile.
Mostly I've been settling in.
Douglas nodded. But surely, you've done something for yourself?
A bit of wandering? Perhaps the promenade?
I shrugged. A little. I've walked to the gardens and along the waterfront, and spent a shameful amount of time reading on the balcony.
Thomas chuckled softly, but Douglas raised an eyebrow.
You haven't been to the casino yet? I hesitated, a little embarrassed. Not yet. You've never been? Thomas looked genuinely astonished. What a pity. I'd take you this afternoon, but I've promised to return to Ez. I can go any time, I said, laughing.
But yes, I'd be sorry to leave without seeing the famous rooms.
I was about to propose, said Douglas quietly, that I take Miss Fullerton. The table stilled for a breath.
I glanced toward Aunt Martha, half dreading a sharp refusal or a tight-lipped smile. But instead, she gave a gracious little nod, her expression unreadable but entirely amiable.
Very kind of you, Mr. Prescott, she said.
Beth, dear, do go.
Everyone ought to see it at least once.
I murmured my thanks, feeling a strange mix of excitement and apprehension. Douglas glanced at me again, his smile subtle, inscrutable. Then Thomas pulled out a cigarette case and held it toward me.
Even a baby could smoke one of these.
The case caught the light as he extended it, gold, gleaming, with an ornate design etched into its surface.
Something about it made me pause. The shape, the particular way the light hit the engraving. I bent forward, and gasped. It was the same case. The exact same case George Carrington had offered me in the Grove. My hands began to tremble as I stared at the familiar inscription, "My heart is yours. My life to the king." The restaurant noise faded to a distant hum. The blood drained from my face. This couldn't be coincidence. This was George Carrington's cigarette case, the one he'd held out to me with shaking hands just before. Before I'd found him dead. How did Thomas have it? Beth? Thomas's voice seemed to come from very far away. Are you quite well? You've gone terribly pale. I couldn't breathe properly. Couldn't think.
The case sat there in Thomas's elegant hand, innocent and gleaming, while my mind raced through horrible possibilities.
Had Thomas been there that night? Had he?
The inscription, I whispered, barely audible.
Where did you? Only Douglas seemed to notice my distress.
He leaned forward quickly, his eyes sharp with concern. You have there, my dear Duke, a most delightful and valuable cigarette case, he said smoothly, drawing attention away from my obvious shock. I was grateful for his intervention, but I couldn't stop staring. George Carrington's hands had held this very case.
And now Thomas, charming, elegant Thomas, carried it as if it were his own.
Douglas examined it carefully, giving me precious moments to compose myself.
It's later than I thought, he said finally. Revolution period. Fascinating.
The Duchess interjected, Thomas bought it for a song. Isn't it silver gilt, dear?
If I said so, it must be, Thomas replied casually.
Douglas smiled.
Where did you find it? In Milan, the Duchess said quickly. I relaxed. A coincidence. That was all.
Thomas pushed the cigarettes again toward me.
I shook my head. We called them stinky sticks at home. We left. Thomas gave a generous tip, he explained he had an account. Douglas commented mildly on the danger of credit in such places. They know I'm a native, Thomas said shortly. Then Douglas turned to the Duchess. I'll take Mademoiselle to the casino and return her by 10:30. Will that do?
It's very good of you, Aunt Martha said warmly. Thomas helped his parents into their car.
Then he turned to me. I wish we could meet later. When will you be done?
Douglas intervened smoothly.
I'll take care of Miss Fullerton. We'll be back in good time. I turned to Douglas. Do we have time for me to change? I have an outfit for this very night.
He smiles. Of course, it is still early. The drive back to the villa passed in comfortable silence, the late afternoon air carrying the scent of jasmine through the open windows of Douglas's car. I found myself stealing glances at his profile, noting the way the fading light caught the silver at his temples.
I won't be but a moment, I said as we pulled up to the villa's entrance.
Take your time, Douglas replied, checking his watch.
We have plenty of it.
Georgina was in the drawing room when I entered, and I quickly explained our plans. How lovely, dear, she said, though I caught a flicker of something, concern,
in her eyes. Do be careful. In my room, I moved quickly to the wardrobe.
The midnight blue silk jersey seemed to pour like liquid as I lifted it from its hanger.
I was thrilled to have brought it now, it felt right for an evening like this.
The dress slipped over my head like water, settling perfectly against my skin. I touched up my lipstick, pinned a small, jeweled comb in my hair, and grabbed my evening bag. In the mirror, I looked like someone who belonged at a casino, someone sophisticated enough to handle whatever the evening might bring. Douglas was waiting by the car, and when he saw me descending the villa's steps, something shifted in his expression.
You look. He began, then seemed to think better of whatever he'd planned to say. Shall we?
Chapter 14. The moment I found myself alone with Douglas, blending into the stream of walkers heading toward the grand curated casino, the words tumbled out before I could stop them. Wasn't it extraordinary, I said, my voice higher than I intended, that Thomas should have exactly the same cigarette case as the one poor Mr. Carrington had?
Douglas was quiet for several steps. When he finally spoke, his tone was carefully neutral. Extraordinary indeed.
Such pieces aren't uncommon, of course. Revolutionary period artifacts have been reproduced extensively.
But something in his measured response made my stomach tighten. Of course, I said quickly. I'm sure it's just coincidence.
Indeed, he agreed, though I caught him glancing at me sideways. Tell me, what do you make of young Thomas?
First impressions can be telling.
I considered this as we walked, the late afternoon sun casting long shadows across the promenade.
He's Not what I expected.
Much more charming than Aunt Martha led me to believe he'd be.
And so attentive. I felt myself flush slightly. Perhaps too attentive.
Ah. Douglas nodded thoughtfully.
Handsome young men often have that effect, they're practiced at attention. It's rather like a skill they develop. You make it sound calculating. Not calculating, necessarily. But.
He paused, seeming to choose his words carefully.
I've observed that young men of Thomas's circumstances often find themselves in positions where charm becomes essential. A kind of currency. I frowned.
What do you mean, his circumstances? Douglas was watching a group of elegantly dressed women passing by, their jewels catching the light. The curator class maintains appearances beautifully. But appearances and reality don't always align, do they?
Something cold settled in my chest. I thought of Thomas's casual spending at lunch, his expensive hotel, his claims of poverty. Are you suggesting? I'm not suggesting anything, Douglas said gently.
Merely observing that young men with expensive tastes and limited means often become resourceful.
We walked in silence for a moment.
I found myself thinking of the Marchesa's words in the car, "Are you really satisfied about the only thing that matters, the money?"
And Aunt Martha's firm response. But surely that had nothing to do with Thomas.
Surely.
You seem troubled, Douglas observed.
No, I
shook my head. It's just that everyone here seems so concerned with money. Even people who appear to have plenty of it.
Douglas's expression grew thoughtful. Money has a way of becoming more important when it's scarce.
Or when one's position depends on it.
As we reached the broad steps of the curated casino, Captain Mitchell appeared, his smile lighting his whole face when he saw us. But when his gaze fell on me, the smile faltered for just a moment, replaced by something deeper, a look of genuine admiration that made my cheeks warm.
His eyes traced the lines of the blue silk before meeting mine again, and I saw a flicker of something that might have been longing.
I felt suddenly self-conscious under his appreciative gaze, my pulse quickening as I smoothed the silk nervously with one gloved hand. But as my eyes met his, I found myself taking him in as well. How handsome he looked in his perfectly tailored evening suit, the way the fine wool emphasized his strong figure beneath. There was something about the formal attire that made him seem very distinguished indeed. "You look beautiful this evening," he said quietly, his voice carrying a note I hadn't heard before. The compliment sent warmth flooding through me, and I felt my cheeks color softly. "Thank you," I managed, surprised by how breathless I sounded. Yes, she's quite the butterfly this evening," Douglas interjected cheerfully, seeming oblivious to the charged moment between Stephen and me. "That dress is perfection, my dear. You'll have every gentleman at the roulette table distracted from their cards."
"May I join you?"
Stephen asked, still slightly breathless himself, though I was now quite certain it had nothing to do with hurrying. "Of course, dear friend," Douglas replied with unusual warmth.
"Come assist me in introducing Mademoiselle to the mysteries of chance." Stephen fell into step beside me as we climbed the marble steps. "You got my letter, didn't you? From 2 days ago?" I looked at him in surprise. "No, nothing since Milan." "What letter?" He hesitated, glancing toward Douglas who was engaged with the doorman.
"Ah.
Well, perhaps it's better discussed another time." "Stephen. How much money have you brought?"
Douglas interrupted, rejoining us.
40 coins. He answered. "Perfect. Enough to make it interesting, not enough to cause real damage." "I feel so excited," I admitted. "And nervous." "That's the proper spirit," he said.
"But Beth," he stopped as Douglas returned. The casino's interior was like stepping into a jeweled cave, all velvet hush and glittering eyes, the soft shuffle of cards and the gentle click of chips. I felt a thrill of anticipation as Douglas guided me through the entrance, Stephen close beside us.
"Where shall we begin?"
Douglas asked, his eyes twinkling with amusement at my obvious excitement.
We wandered first through the curated rooms, drifting between restored tables and holograph relics.
The card players moved with practiced ease, their faces masks of concentration. I watched in fascination as pink chips, 60 crowns each, Stephen explained, changed hands with casual indifference.
"This is where the old world meets the new," Douglas said, gesturing to a table where players used both physical cards and holographic displays.
Tradition preserved, but enhanced.
We moved through several gaming rooms, each more opulent than the last.
Stephen pointed out the intricate ceiling frescoes while Douglas regaled us with stories of famous wins and losses from before the collapse. I found myself caught up in the atmosphere, the sense of possibility that hung in the air like expensive perfume.
Eventually, we reached a roulette table that caught my fancy. "This one," I said decisively. "It feels lucky."
Douglas smiled.
"Very well.
What would you like to wager?" I placed 5 coins on the middle dozen, my heart racing as the croupier spun the wheel.
The ball danced and clattered, a blur of silver against green felt. 21. The croupier called. I won. "Pick it up quickly," Stephen whispered urgently, leaning close. "Before someone else."
A rough hand lunged toward my winnings, but Douglas's sharp voice cut through the noise. "That money belongs to Mademoiselle." The man retreated with a scowl, but I was too elated to pay him much attention. "Beginner's luck," Douglas said with a smile. "Shall we try something more ambitious?" Stephen frowned thoughtfully.
"Perhaps 1-0 as well. For safety."
I followed his advice, placing my original bet on 21 again and adding a smaller wager on 0.
The anticipation was almost unbearable as the ball spun.
0.
Stephen called out triumphantly. "You've won again, 7 coins."
I was glowing with success, my earlier unease about this strange new world temporarily forgotten. The coins felt warm and solid in my palm, tangible proof that fortune could smile on me here.
"Perhaps we should stop while we're ahead," Stephen suggested gently.
I readily agreed, though I watched in fascination as Douglas took his turn, covering nearly every number on the board with systematic precision.
"What is he doing?" I whispered to Stephen.
"Minimizing risk," Stephen murmured back, his eyes scanning the crowd around us as if watching for something.
"He only loses if one of 6 numbers comes up."
Douglas returned triumphant.
200 coins.
"Though I did lose some when 15 struck twice in a row," he laughed, clearly enjoying himself. "Here," Stephen said quietly, producing a small slip of paper.
"Let me take your credit note for safekeeping. These crowds can be unpredictable."
I handed over the note documenting my winnings gratefully. Stephen had been watching the room with such careful attention, I trusted his caution. As we prepared to leave the roulette room, a group of elegantly dressed women brushed past us in the excitement of a nearby win.
I felt a slight tug at my wrist, and looked down to see the silk cords of my little beaded bag dangling loose, severed cleanly. My bag, with my original coins, everything I'd brought with me, was gone. "Oh," I gasped, staring at the cut cords in dismay.
"Professional thieves," Stephen said grimly, scanning the crowd.
"They work in groups, create distractions. But at least..." He patted his jacket pocket where he'd secured my credit note. "Your winnings are safe."
I felt oddly shaken, more than the loss of my original coins warranted. It wasn't just the money, it was the sense that nothing here was quite safe, that even in moments of joy, something could be taken. The contrast between my elation at winning and this sudden violation left me feeling unsteady. "Well," I said, trying to sound philosophical, "I suppose I've still come out ahead, thanks to you keeping the credit note safe."
But the incident had unsettled me more than I cared to admit.
Another small thing gone wrong in a place where everything looked perfect.
"Come," Douglas said, noticing my pale complexion. "Let's find somewhere quieter.
The casino bar is lovely, we can have a proper drink and recover from all this excitement." The bar proved to be a sanctuary of mahogany and crystal, mercifully less crowded than the gaming rooms.
We settled into deep leather chairs, and Douglas ordered wine for all of us.
As we waited for our drinks, I excused myself to powder my nose, grateful for a moment alone to collect my thoughts.
The ladies' lounge was elegantly appointed with mirrors and soft lighting, and I took my time adjusting my hair and steadying my nerves after the theft.
When I emerged, I noticed Douglas was engaged in conversation with an acquaintance across the bar. Stephen sat alone at our table, but I could see he was no longer relaxed. His posture had grown tense, alert. Following his gaze, I spotted the source of his concern. A man at the bar had turned to watch me, his eyes following my movement with an intensity that made my skin crawl.
He was well dressed, but there was something predatory in his manner, the way he leaned forward on his elbow, the deliberate slowness with which his gaze traveled from my face down to my feet, and back up again.
When our eyes met briefly, he smiled in a way that made me want to look away immediately.
I quickened my pace toward our table, but I could feel his attention following me like a physical weight.
The man shifted position to maintain his view, turning more fully in his chair, no longer making any pretense of discretion. Before I could reach our table, Stephen rose smoothly from his seat. He didn't look at the stranger directly, but somehow managed to position himself perfectly between us as I approached. His movement seemed casual, he appeared to be simply greeting me, but the effect was immediate and deliberate. The man's line of sight was blocked, his view of me completely obscured by Stephen's tall frame.
"How are you feeling?"
Stephen asked, his voice warm but carrying an undertone I couldn't quite identify. His hand found my elbow, a gentle but protective gesture as he guided me to my chair. "Better, thank you," I said, grateful for more reasons than he knew. As Stephen helped me into my seat, I caught him glancing over his shoulder, just once, brief but pointed.
Whatever he saw there seemed to satisfy him, because his shoulders relaxed slightly.
When he settled back into his own chair, he positioned it so that his body still formed a subtle barrier between me and the bar.
I found myself studying his profile as he did this, noticing things I hadn't before.
The strong line of his jaw, the way his dark hair caught the lamplight with hints of auburn. There was something reassuring about his presence, not just his height or broad shoulders, but the quiet confidence in how he carried himself.
He hadn't made a scene or drawn attention to the situation, but had simply handled it. Protected me without making me feel helpless. Our eyes met as he turned back to face me, and I felt a flutter of awareness that had nothing to do with unwanted attention from strangers.
His gaze was so different from that man's at the bar, warm, respectful, but with an intensity of its own that made my pulse quicken for entirely different reasons. "I should check on something," Douglas said after our drinks arrived, seemingly oblivious to the undercurrent of tension.
"I'll be back in just a moment, don't let anyone steal my chair." He winked and disappeared into the crowd.
Stephen and I sat in comfortable silence for a moment, sipping our wine.
I was acutely aware of being alone with him now, of the way the lamplight cast shadows across his features. When he reached for his glass, I noticed his hands, long-fingered, elegant, but with a strength that suggested capability.
The same hands that had just so effortlessly positioned himself between me and unwanted attention. The theft had left me contemplative, and I found my thoughts drifting to patterns I'd begun to notice, though now they were interrupted by an entirely different kind of awareness. "Do you believe in the evil eye?" I asked suddenly, the question emerging from my circling thoughts about misfortune and strange coincidences, though part of me wondered if I was simply searching for a reason to keep talking, to stay in this moment of unexpected intimacy.
Stephen looked surprised. "That's rather an unusual question. Why do you ask?" "Just a comment that has gotten me thinking," I answered.
I paused, trying to articulate the feeling while trying not to think about how his full attention made me feel seen in the most pleasant way. Can it really be that certain people carry some kind of
influence with them? As if misfortune follows in their wake.
"You're thinking of someone specific," Stephen observed, his voice gentle but probing. He leaned forward slightly, and I caught the faint scent of his cologne, something subtle and clean that made me want to lean closer myself.
"The Marchesa Prescott," I admitted.
"According to my aunt, she carries that old superstition.
And I've noticed. Things seem to go wrong when she's around. Not dramatically, but consistently."
Stephen leaned forward further, suddenly more interested, and I found myself mesmerized by the way his eyes seemed to darken with concentration.
"I've heard of her.
She's, what's the word, charged.
People say you can feel her coming into a room before she's entered it." He hesitated. "But surely you don't seriously believe?" "I don't know what I believe," I interrupted. "But her eyes. They're like obsidian. You can't see through them."
"You feel watched, understood too quickly."
I gave a small shiver.
I looked carefully, but I couldn't tell which was supposed to be the cursed one. "Perhaps both," Stephen said quietly, and something in his tone made me look at him more carefully. "I've always thought one might possess the evil eye and still love what one harms."
Like a curse turned inward, the most dangerous kind. There was something in the way he said it that made me wonder if he was speaking from more than academic interest.
But before I could pursue the thought, Douglas dropped into his chair with evident satisfaction.
"Forgive the interruption.
I see you two have been having quite the philosophical discussion in my absence." I hadn't realized how close we'd leaned in while talking, voices low, eyes locked in the half-light. Douglas's return made us both blink and straighten, the spell broken. I could see the flecks of gold in Stephen's dark eyes and had caught the faint scent of his cologne, and now the space between us felt charged with something unspoken.
The memory of his protective intervention earlier seemed to hover in the air between us.
"Beth was asking about the evil eye," Stephen said, his voice perhaps slightly rougher than usual as he straightened in his chair. Douglas raised a brow, his expression growing more serious.
"Would our elegant Duke Thomas Devine be the culprit you suspect?" "Oh, not at all," I replied, quickly, surprised by the instant connection. "No, it's the Marchesa I was wondering about." Douglas sobered completely. "It's not a joke, mademoiselle. I've seen the uncanny up close."
He paused, seeming to weigh his words. "The fire at the old Parisian charity bazaar, long before your time, was rumored to have been shadowed by just such a presence.
An Italian noble, newly arrived, stepped out moments before the entire south wing went up in flame." "You think there's something to it then?"
I asked.
"I believe some individuals, knowingly or not, carry with them a current," Douglas said thoughtfully.
"Some radiate serenity. Others,
a kind of dissonance.
Misfortune."
He looked directly at me.
"Have you encountered such a going-ons recently?" "Perhaps," I said quietly, thinking of the Marchesa's obsidian eyes and the way trouble seemed to follow our encounters.
But I was also thinking of the opposite, of how Stephen's presence seemed to radiate that serenity Douglas mentioned, how safe I felt with him nearby.
Douglas's tail hung in the air between us like smoke. I found myself glancing around the bar with new eyes, wondering what currents moved unseen through these curated spaces, what forces might be at work that I couldn't yet understand. My gaze drifted back to Stephen, and I wondered what current he carried, because whatever it was, it seemed to draw me like a magnet. Perhaps Douglas noticed my unease, for he touched my elbow gently. "Come now, we've had quite enough excitement for one evening.
Let me escort you both back to safer ground."
As we prepared to leave, I felt grateful for their solid presence on either side of me, but especially for Stephen's quiet strength, the memory of how naturally he had moved to shield me from unwanted attention. Whatever was happening in this strange new world, I sensed I was going to need friends I could trust. And perhaps, I thought with a flutter of something that felt dangerously like hope, I was going to need something more than friendship.
We wandered then, drifting from the restored gaming chambers into the tea salon of the Hôtel de Paris.
The archivist-class staff, all in curated uniform, greeted Douglas as if he were part of the fixtures. Within moments, he'd secured a window table and summoned a proper tea, Loose leaf, hand poured, no capsules.
As we sat, the mood lifted. Douglas was irrepressibly charming. Stephen, though quieter, was attentive. I felt happy.
And now, said Douglas, eyes flicking to the antique wall clock above the gallery door, I fear it is time I fulfill my promise to return our mademoiselle to the villa. I hope you'll allow me, Stephen began, but I'd barely turned when I spotted a familiar silhouette moving swiftly toward us.
There's Duke Thomas, I exclaimed, rising.
Tall, dark, and impossibly poised in white gold tailored attire, Thomas swept across the room with dramatic ease.
Stephen Mitchell stiffened. I felt it in the air between them, immediate and electric. I was worried I'd miss you, Thomas said, ignoring my companions. Are you ready, Beth? The car's waiting. I need to return to the Odyssey by 11. Douglas interjected, smiling coolly. You'll manage that easily. It's only 9:15. Mitchell's brow furrowed.
He clearly disliked Douglas speaking as though my arrangements were a settled matter. I'd hoped to take Miss Fullerton on a short drive, Thomas added pointedly, offering no apology for the interruption.
He didn't acknowledge Stephen at all. Not even a glance. The insult was subtle, but intentional. Feeling suddenly awkward, I stepped forward.
Captain Mitchell, may I introduce my cousin, Duke Thomas Devine?
I said with careful formality. They shook hands, a brief, tight grip between two men who'd already decided not to like each other.
As we left the hotel, I fell behind for a moment.
Perhaps your letter is waiting at the villa, I whispered to Stephen. I do hope it is. His face brightened.
Do you really mean that, Miss Fullerton?
Of course I do, I said sincerely. And I meant it. And please call me Beth, we are friends, are we not? I smiled at my words, remembering him saying the same previously. Thomas's motor, a gleaming sky blue coupe adapted for sector travel, pulled us smoothly away from the promenade, heading south instead of inland toward the villa.
Is Captain Mitchell an old friend?
Thomas asked abruptly. I hesitated, but he answered for me. Friendship is such a slippery word, isn't it?
That is very true, I said, diplomatically. But love, he said, voice low, is much clearer.
I didn't respond. His gaze was too direct, too close. I silently wished he would return his eyes to the road.
We drove along the high ridge road, the sea on one side, old terraces on the other, filled with citrus trees and netted fig vines.
Monte Carlo lay behind us, a bright myth under the early moon. I wish I could stay longer, Thomas said. But what a wretched, necessary thing money is. Back to Rome I must go, for a while. Find myself a fortunate match.
He glanced sideways. And when I do return, will I still be welcome at Villa Astrée?
It is your home, I said, quietly.
Then, determined to be honesty, I added, I think your parents will be even more glad.
You mean everything to them, Thomas? He looked genuinely troubled. I suppose I do. But isn't that strange? I hardly know them.
My mother is brilliant, formidable even.
But my father. He's a cipher. I'm never quite sure what goes on behind his archivist's mask.
You're their world, I said.
Surely you feel that? Perhaps that's why they never show me the rest. We were drawing near the crossroads that curved back toward the villa.
The air had that soft, golden clarity that came only after 3 o'clock.
Then I remembered the cigarette case. There's something I've been meaning to ask, I said, my voice firmer now. That cigarette box. The one with the crown emblem and the motto. You said you bought it in Milan. Did you? He glanced at me sidelong, then smiled ruefully.
No. That was a bit of theatre, wasn't it?
It wasn't Milan. It once belonged to George Carrington.
I stared.
I found it in the possession of someone who shouldn't have had it. Someone in Rome. She owed me. I took it back with the intention of returning it, but well, It seemed pointless after the fact. Then, with sudden flourish, he reached into his coat pocket and produced the gold box. If you love it so much, Beth, why not keep it? Consider it a souvenir. He held it out like an offering.
I looked at the object, gleaming, gleefully silent.
A thing with a story. A weight. And for the first time in a long while, I did not know what to say. How strange, indeed.
Chapter 15.
I woke the next morning with a lightness I hadn't felt since arriving at Villa Astrée.
The memory of the previous evening lingered like warmth from a fire, Stephen's protective presence, the thrill of winning at roulette, the way his eyes had caught the lamplight when we leaned close in conversation. Even the theft of my little bag couldn't dampen my spirits entirely. After breakfast, I settled onto the east terrace with a notepad and chalks, letting the late morning sun warm my face. The familiar weight of homesickness felt lighter today, softened by the promise of friendship, and perhaps something more. I found myself replaying moments from the casino, Stephen's hand on my elbow, the way he had positioned himself between me and that unpleasant man at the bar, the charged silence when Douglas returned to find us sitting so close together. I was so lost in these pleasant reveries that the voices drifting through the open shutters above caught me entirely off guard.
We need him, Peter.
Aunt Martha's voice was sharp with frustration.
Thomas's project requires significant backing, and Denton has the resources. The man is crude, came Uncle Peter's measured reply. Nouveau riche with more money than sense.
I've heard the stories. He frightens the staff at his hotel, carries thousands in cash like some common criminal. All the more reason we need to approach this carefully.
He's been asking about investment opportunities. This could be exactly what Thomas needs.
There was a pause, then Uncle Peter's voice again, reluctant. What exactly are you proposing, Martha?
Take the girl. Martha's tone turned calculating.
He has a weakness for English ladies, all that correctness he admires.
Beth is pretty enough, well-spoken, recently arrived with little knowledge of him.
He won't be able to refuse a dinner invitation if she's part of the arrangement. I felt my pleasant morning mood evaporate like mist. The casual way she referred to me as the girl, the cold calculation in using my nationality and appearance as bait, it was exactly what Douglas had warned me about. The memory of his knowing look when he'd cautioned me about being used stung with fresh relevance. Martha, I won't have the child manipulated.
It's not manipulation, it's strategy. She'll simply be present at dinner, add a touch of English respectability to the evening.
Denton will feel more comfortable, more inclined to listen to Thomas's proposal.
And if he develops
expectations?
Then we'll manage them. Beth is a sensible girl, she can handle herself.
Besides, it's just one evening.
I heard Uncle Peter sigh heavily. I don't like it. You don't have to like it.
You just have to arrange it.
Thomas's future may depend on this opportunity. Very well. But I want your word that this doesn't go beyond a simple dinner.
Of course. Now, we'll need to present this to Beth carefully. Perhaps suggest that Denton has concerns about British mobility, that her recent arrival from London makes her a valuable voice of reassurance. The calculated deception in her voice made my stomach turn. I was no longer eavesdropping accidentally, I was listening with the full knowledge that I was the subject of their scheming.
That I needed to hear how far this manipulation would extend. When will you approach him? Uncle Peter asked. Today. You will go to his hotel this afternoon. Make it seem casual, social. And the dinner? Tomorrow evening.
I'll have Georgina go to town, visit that cook, ask her to prepare something impressive.
We want to show Denton that we move in refined circles, that Thomas has the right connections. I had heard enough.
Moving as quietly as possible, I gathered myself and crept away from beneath the window, my heart pounding with a mixture of anger and hurt. The warmth of yesterday's triumph felt tainted now, overshadowed by the knowledge that I was being positioned like a chess piece in someone else's game. I wandered toward the garden, trying to process what I'd learned, when I nearly collided with Georgina coming around the corner of the house.
She looked slightly flustered, her usually perfect composure somewhat ruffled. Beth. There you are. I've been looking everywhere for you.
Oh? Is everything all right?
Uncle Peter has requested that you join him for a trip into town this afternoon. Something about meeting a business associate who's expressed interest in British perspectives on the current political climate. Her words sounded rehearsed, as if she'd been instructed exactly what to say. So, it was beginning already.
The careful orchestration Martha had outlined was being set in motion, with Georgina as the unwitting messenger. A business associate?
I kept my voice carefully neutral. A Dutch gentleman staying at one of the hotels in the Condamine. Uncle Peter thought you'd like the excursion.
Georgina paused, studying my face.
You don't seem pleased about it. I wondered how much Georgina knew, whether she was part of the scheme or simply another piece being moved around the board.
Her expression seemed genuinely puzzled by my lack of enthusiasm.
I'm just
surprised.
I wouldn't have thought Uncle Peter would have an interest in taking me out. Oh, but he wants to spend time with you.
It's best to go while he is lucid. His medication will only last so long. Georgina's voice carried conviction, as if she truly believed this was the only reason for the meeting.
I inwardly sighed. When does Uncle Peter want to leave? After lunch. He said to wear something that makes you look. What was his phrase?
Established. Perhaps your grey coat and skirt?
Even the wardrobe instructions had been passed along exactly as Martha had specified. The puppet strings were clearly visible once you knew to look for them.
Of course, I said, managing a smile.
I'll go change.
As I headed toward the house, Georgina called after me. Beth?
Is everything quite all right? You seem rather quiet.
I turned back to look at her, this girl who clearly adored Thomas, who had no idea she was helping to orchestrate something that felt increasingly uncomfortable.
Just thinking about things, I said. Yesterday evening gave me a lot to consider. Oh yes, the casino. Thomas mentioned you had quite the adventure. I'm so glad you enjoyed yourself.
The innocent pleasure in her voice made my chest tighten.
Whatever game was being played here, Georgina was as much a pawn as I was.
Perhaps more so, given her obvious devotion to Thomas and her family's cause.
Yes, I said quietly. It was
illuminating. As I climbed the stairs to my room, the contrast between this morning's hope and the reality now felt stark. The memory of Stephen's protective gesture, the genuine warmth in Douglas's stories, the sense of possibility I'd felt, all of it now seemed to exist in a different world from this one of calculated introductions and strategic dinner invitations. But perhaps Douglas had been right to warn me. Perhaps understanding the game was the first step toward deciding how, or whether, to play it. The truth is, Aunt Martha said, smooth but unconvincing, Thomas has entered into business with a visiting Dutch negociant.
The man has concerns about Britain's stability.
You came from London so recently, your presence may ease his doubts.
A quiet word from a native voice, you understand. We were standing in the drawing room with my aunt and uncle.
I knew what they wanted to ask but wasn't going to make it easier for them.
I stood still waiting.
She then added briskly, you will go visit Mr. Denton today with Uncle Peter.
You will invite him to dinner this evening. I had already changed my clothes ready to go. I didn't ask any questions, I nodded. Uncle Peter had been waiting on the garden path. Aunt Martha walked us to the gate. Say nothing to Thomas, she said, voice low and urgent.
This is
delicate. I won't, I said, coolly.
I could not forget that she had opened my letter and possibly had stopped Stephen's latest one completely.
I had no evidence but knew. We descended the pathway toward the old Condamine sector in silence. Peter never was a man for idle talk. After some time, he spoke. You need not attend the dinner tomorrow. Thomas will take you out. What will Aunt Martha say? I don't believe she will be happy.
My dear, I have been married to your aunt for many years.
He smiled. You need not concern yourself with her reaction.
We walked on, down through the winding stone lanes of the Condamine, the sky above a perfect white blue.
I had time to think, too much time. Eventually, we arrived at a squat, once grand building.
Inside, Uncle Peter greeted a woman behind a glass counter. Madam Ashworth. Is your Dutch guest available? He's writing, she said, eyeing us with an odd mixture of suspicion and curiosity.
But I'll ask.
She vanished, then returned a moment later.
He'll come down. He says 2 or 3 minutes.
We were shown into a faded smoking parlor, musty velvet, worn armchairs, a marble-top table buried under copies of old newspapers.
The scent of yellowed curtains and unwashed coin lingered. It was the kind of place where secrets brewed quietly.
Before leaving, Madam Ashworth said in a low voice to Peter, I hope you know what you're dealing with. Between you and me, he frightens my girls.
I know little of the man, Uncle Peter replied, tone mild. You introduced him, remember? He seemed respectable then. She sniffed. Even asked for a club admission.
Imagine. No affiliations, no history, and he expects an invitation to the curated table?
Peter smiled thinly.
He's not the first nouveau riche to confuse wealth with status.
She nodded, then turned to leave. He'll be down in a moment.
When he finally entered, Mr. Denton proved to be vast and jowled, with white hair bristling like old wire and eyes as cold as a ledger. He looked straight at me, not impolitely, but as one might assess a piece of art on loan.
His gaze lingered far too long on my figure, and I felt my skin crawl. This is your niece I've heard about? He asked in French, barely acknowledging Uncle Peter. His eyes never left me.
I am Miss Fullerton, I said, my voice polite but measured, though I took an instinctive step closer to Uncle Peter.
I'm visiting for the winter.
I admire English ladies, he replied in awkward English, his gaze dropping to my neckline before meeting my eyes again.
You are also.
Correct.
The way he said it made my stomach turn.
He turned back to the archivist, though I caught him stealing glances at me.
And your reason for this visit? How rude, I thought, no polite conversation, right to the point.
I didn't like the way his eyes kept roaming over me like I was merchandise.
My wife thought you may like to join us for dinner tomorrow, Uncle Peter said, a touch too quickly. I wished he hadn't mentioned it. Beth is in need of company other than ourselves. Mr. Denton smiled, or something close to it, and I suppressed a shudder. Mademoiselle, do you frequent the casino rooms? I've been once, I said, wrapping my arms around myself. Did you win? I did. And then I lost the winnings.
I could give you better odds, he said, and the way he licked his lips made me want to flee.
1,000 crowns. A private lesson. His tone suggested the lesson would involve more than cards. Uncle Peter stepped in, voice sharp.
My dear man, we can't turn her into a.
Then I will come to Villa Astrée for supper. The Dutchman's tone made it sound like a royal concession. He winked at me, and I felt bile rise in my throat. But I must be fetched.
I won't pay for a taxi, too many eyes, too many meters. We'll arrange a discreet car, Uncle Peter said, his hand protectively on my shoulder.
No cost to you.
Good, Denton said, then turned to me with that repulsive smile. You are an excellent addition, young lady.
I look forward to getting to know you better.
As we climbed the hill, I asked, will you arrange his club entrance?
No, said the archivist. The man does not belong. Even a curator's reach has limits. I hesitated. Do you really think he'll be useful to Thomas? He will be, came the grim reply. But dear, you must not be in sight of that man, understood? I nodded. I will happily keep my distance. The memory of Denton's roving eyes still made my skin crawl. There had been something predatory in his assessment, as if he were calculating not just my worth but my vulnerability.
The way he'd lingered over that private lesson offer left no doubt about his intentions. When we neared Villa Astrée, he asked suddenly, "Are you going out with Thomas tonight?"
Partly. He has early plans, but I'll meet them at the Odyssey before the show. And you'll return late? Yes.
Likely after midnight. He nodded. I asked Georgina to wait up for you.
At the mention of her name, the archivist paused. She would do anything for my son, you know.
His face was drawn now, pale beneath the Mediterranean sun.
Anything, he repeated softly.
Something in his tone made me study his profile more carefully.
Was this about Georgina's devotion to Thomas, or something else entirely?
The way Uncle Peter spoke suggested layers I hadn't considered. Perhaps Georgina's feelings ran deeper than mere loyalty to the family.
And if so, what did that mean for me, the visiting niece who'd been monopolizing Thomas's attention?
I looked up at the old villa, and for the first time in days, I felt uneasy again.
As if the layers of this curated world were shifting underfoot.
Between Denton's lecherous interest and whatever unspoken dynamics existed between the household members, I was beginning to realize how little I truly understood about the undercurrents of Villa Astrée. Chapter 16. I sat waiting in the polished vestibule of the Hotel Odyssey, which, despite its name, had been restored in the style of a 20th-century Riviera retreat, all velvet upholstery and regulated candlelight. The sensors were dimmed to mimic old-world gaslight. Dressed in my chiffon gown and the black and white cloak stitched for me by Georgina, I must have looked rather striking. A few archivists passed on their way to the dining room and glanced my way, not unkindly.
One even tipped his hat, which was rare enough to make me blush.
The evening had been meant to begin at precisely 7, our little supper party followed by a gala performance at the theatre. I had arrived at 5 to the hour, but it was now nearly 7:30.
There was no sign of the others. To be perfectly honest, I wasn't feeling particularly content.
After the strange, disjointed events of the past few days, today had been quiet in the wrong sort of way. The only real interruption had been that dreadful visit to the Dutch financier Mr. Denton, a man so offensive in manner I had been sincerely grateful not to dine again at Villa Astrée.
All afternoon, the house had felt tense. Everyone had left me to my own devices.
Even the Georgina had vanished for hours, returning just before 6, arms full of delicacies wrapped in chilled paper packets, clearly for tomorrow's dinner. I had helped Georgina lay them out beneath the glass cloches, then dressed alone in my quarters, trying not to dwell on the strained atmosphere. Before I left, Aunt Martha had pulled me aside.
"Understand, my dear Beth, you must stay for the games after the performance.
Thomas would be inconsolable if you left early.
He arranged it all himself. I had promised to stay, of course.
After all, I'd enjoyed the casino before." Just then, a small, meticulously dressed man approached me and bowed low. "Mademoiselle Fullerton?"
he asked with formality.
"Yes? I regret to inform you that Duke Thomas Devine and his party encountered a mechanical failure in the mountains, 40 kilometers inland. The Duke was able to locate a farmhouse with a working telecom line.
He has sent word that they will not return before midnight. He is most distressed.
He requests you remain here, enjoy dinner in the dining room, and then return to Villa Astrée under escort. The gala tickets will be repurposed, with your permission."
I swallowed my disappointment.
It had been a long day, and my stomach had already begun reminding me that I'd skipped lunch.
At least Thomas had thought to ensure I'd be cared for.
And perhaps, just perhaps, if that horrid Denton was still lingering at the villa, I might manage to slip upstairs unseen. The hotel's steward personally escorted me to a discreet corner table in the dining chamber, taking my evening jacket with practiced courtesy. Left in my carefully chosen dinner dress, a pale blue silk that had seemed so elegant earlier, I suddenly felt terribly exposed. The dining room buzzed with well-dressed couples and animated groups, their conversation flowing like wine, while I sat conspicuously alone. I could feel eyes upon me.
A gentleman at the bar glanced over repeatedly, his companion whispering something that made them both chuckle.
Two ladies at a nearby table seemed to be discussing me in hushed French, their gaze lingering on my solitary state.
Was I truly so obvious?
So pitiable? Should I ask them to call for Stephen?
The thought crossed my mind as I fidgeted with my napkin. But what if he was busy with his own evening plans?
What if he felt obligated to abandon his companions out of politeness?
No, that would be even more mortifying than dining alone. Better to eat quickly and escape back to the villa.
I was served a delicate meal of cured fish, rosemary bread, and lemon broth, simple and soothing, though I found myself eating mechanically, too aware of the conversation swirling around me. I kept wishing Papa Douglas and Captain Mitchell had chosen the Odyssey tonight.
How lovely it would have been to surprise them.
To have familiar faces, easy conversation, the comfortable feeling of belonging somewhere. Instead, I felt like an actress who'd forgotten her lines, sitting center stage with nothing to do but pretend the performance was going according to plan. The head of household staff for the Odyssey's upper suite waited with a motor vehicle outside.
I was touched by Thomas's thoughtfulness, even in his absence. She was kind and deferential, but before we reached the villa, she inadvertently startled me.
"You and the young Master Divine will make a beautiful pair, mademoiselle," she said, her tone so matter-of-fact that I almost laughed. "Oh. I'm merely a guest of the family," I replied quickly, perhaps too quickly.
She nodded, politely unconvinced. "Ah, but you are close to them now. He speaks of you often." When we reached the olive grove, she turned in her seat and added, "I shall tell him that I returned you safe, mademoiselle. And that you were radiant." I smiled, unsure how to reply.
I thanked her, slipped 5 coins into her hand, and walked slowly through the silver-lit path.
The moon was bright enough to make the Villa Astrée glow like a memory.
The windows were shuttered in the old style, thick wooden panels drawn to keep out the mountain air.
It meant I'd need to enter through the main entrance, a longer route, and one I didn't much relish. A soft click broke the silence.
One of the terrace windows opened, and Georgina stepped onto the stone balcony.
Her face looked pale in the moonlight, almost spectral. "Hush," she whispered, lifting one hand in warning. "I saw someone. I hoped it was only you." "It is," I whispered back. "Thomas's party broke down. They're still in the mountains. I've come home early."
Georgina nodded, but her face tightened. "SH, she whispered.
"Visitors."
But the way she said it, so cautious, made the hairs on my arms stand up. "Mr. Denton?"
"He came late. Still here." She quickly came down and let me in.
She took my hand, gently guiding me through the darkened parlor and into the corridor. As we approached the dining room, Georgina dimmed the oil lamp that lit the hallway.
We stood in the shadows.
The door stood slightly ajar. Inside, my aunt and uncle sat across from their guest, all 3 drinking the thick black post-meal brew the house served in place of coffee.
The old man's shoulders hunched forward. They weren't speaking. They must have heard us.
Yet no one moved until, without warning, all 3 turned toward the doorway.
I froze.
Though I was deep in shadow, something in their expressions chilled me. Uncle Peter's face was a mask of controlled fury, his jaw clenched so tightly I could see the muscle twitching beneath his skin. Aunt Martha's usually composed features were pale with unmistakable terror, her eyes wide and darting like a cornered animal's.
And Denton, the repulsive man, sat rigid with tension, his cold eyes glittering with something that might have been anticipation or malice. For a moment, I was afraid Aunt Martha might cry out. "There's no one there," she said after a long pause, her voice carefully modulated despite the fear I'd seen written across her face. "It must have been Georgina."
She stood and gently closed the door. Georgina tugged my sleeve, and we tiptoed upstairs. In my room, I lit a candle and changed quietly.
But I couldn't stop the feeling that something very wrong was happening.
What was Denton doing here so late? What had they discussed to provoke such looks on their faces? 15 minutes later, I was still wide awake, pretending to read a week-old copy of the London Review, when the door creaked open.
My aunt entered, a glass in her hand. Georgina told me about tonight.
I'm so sorry, dear Beth, she said smoothly.
What a disappointment for you, and poor Thomas. He was so looking forward to seeing you in that gown. She handed me the glass. Lemon cordial, she said. I remembered you enjoyed it at tea time.
Thank you, Aunt Martha.
Uncle Peter is escorting Mr. Denton off the grounds. No need to mention his visit to Thomas. You know how particular he is. I nodded and sipped. The drink was overly sweet, thick with sugar and barely diluted, but it steadied my nerves after the unsettling evening.
Sleep well, dear.
And don't read in bed. You'll spoil those pretty eyes. As she turned to leave, a sharp sound shattered the moment.
Outside, on the high stone road, a motor vehicle snorted to a halt. Moments later, the bell rang, hard and insistent. Martha jumped.
Her hand trembled. The glass slipped and shattered on the floor. She turned to the door.
And from below, we heard a voice, clear and commanding, rise up the stairwell.
Beth.
Are you there?
It's me. I must speak with you, at once. It was Thomas. But something in his voice made my heart seize. This wasn't Thomas as I had ever heard him before.
Heavy footsteps thundered up the stairs. Martha rushed from my room, but it was too late.
Thomas appeared in my doorway, swaying slightly, his evening clothes disheveled and reeking of champagne and cigarettes. Thomas, you're drunk, I said, clutching my dressing gown tighter around me. This is entirely inappropriate. Beth, I must tell you, his words slurred together. Something's happening. Something they won't tell you about. Thomas. Martha's voice was sharp with panic as she reached us. Come away this instant. Miss Fullerton is preparing for bed.
No, Mother.
She needs to know. I said leave.
I stepped back, my voice firm despite my racing heart.
Whatever you have to say can wait until morning when you're sober. But Thomas pushed past his mother, reaching for me. Beth, you don't understand. They're planning. Thomas. Georgina's voice cut through the chaos like a blade.
She stood in the doorway, her expression stern and maternal.
Come with me.
Now.
Something in her tone, so different from Martha's frantic pleading, made Thomas stop immediately. His shoulders sagged like a chastened child's. But Georgina, I need to talk to her. You need to sleep. Come. She took his arm with practiced authority, and to my amazement, he followed without protest.
As they disappeared down the hallway, I heard her murmuring to him in soothing tones, exactly as a mother would comfort a distressed child. Martha lingered, wringing her hands.
I'm so sorry, Beth. He's been under such strain lately. Please, forget this happened.
After she left, I sat on my bed, shaking. The shattered glass lay scattered across the floor where Martha had dropped it, catching the lamplight like tiny fragments of ice. The sticky lemon cordial had spread in a dark puddle, seeping into the Persian rug. I stared at the mess, my mind reeling from Thomas's drunken intrusion and his cryptic warnings.
A few minutes later, I heard a soft click from my door. I tried the handle. It turned, but the door wouldn't open. I was locked in.
Chapter 17. I woke to find my door unlocked, the key turned silently in the night. Stepping carefully around the shattered glass still scattered across my floor, I dressed quickly and made my way downstairs.
The house felt unnaturally quiet, as if holding its breath. Something had shifted. I couldn't say what, or why.
But I felt restless, off-kilter, as though the carefully maintained order of Villa Astrée had slipped, if only by an inch. For the first time since arriving, I felt a quietly electrifying urge to leave it altogether. just to pack my things and disappear back to England.
Uncle Peter and Aunt Martha had been warmer since Thomas's return from his business trip. More considerate. Aunt Martha had even begun to show flashes of genuine affection. Yet none of that soothed the quiet, creeping unease. The feeling that I was being managed.
Watched. Or worse, molded into something I didn't recognize.
Last night's events only deepened my discomfort. Thomas's drunken warnings, the way Georgina had controlled him so effortlessly, the locked door.
And before that, the terrible tableau I'd witnessed, Uncle Peter's controlled fury, Aunt Martha's terror, and that repulsive Denton sitting among them like a spider in its web. Trying to brush the thoughts away, I made for the dining room, thinking perhaps I could help Georgina with breakfast preparations or at least find some normal routine to anchor myself.
But when I entered, I stopped short. Everything was already gone.
The room was empty, chairs pushed neatly under the table, no sign that anyone had breakfasted here at all.
I backed out and moved quickly toward the kitchen.
The familiar sounds of Georgina at work, the gentle clatter of crockery, the whisper of her broom, felt like a refuge after the unsettling silence of that too-clean dining room. "Will Mademoiselle be going down into the city today?" Georgina asked.
"Yes," I said quickly. "Anything you'd like me to fetch?" "A pound of rice, if they have it."
"And 4 fowls' livers, if it's not too much trouble."
"Done," I said. "A walk would do me good." He hadn't even asked if I wanted any breakfast. She seemed distracted. I decided to eat in town. I went upstairs to change. I didn't feel like wearing anything fine. I slipped into a plain black coat and skirt.
As I was pulling on my boots, I heard it, "Beth, Beth."
It was Aunt Martha.
Her voice was low, urgent.
"I have a favor to ask," she said softly. "This needs to be delivered to Thomas. Personally. It is sensitive. Is he not here?"
I asked.
She shook her head. "No, he returned to the hotel this morning." I blinked. "Of course," I said. "I was heading into town anyway."
She glanced me up and down, lips pursed.
"But not in that outfit. That melancholy coat. You must wear one of your muslins. The soft cream one. Thomas likes that one." Heat rose in my face. I wasn't going to change just to please Thomas. "Perhaps I shan't even see him," I offered lightly. "He may not be up yet."
"If you do not see him," she said sharply, "you must bring the parcel back."
"No one else must receive it. Do you understand?" "Yes. I'll be careful." She hesitated, and then did something extraordinary.
She leaned in and kissed my cheek.
"You bring balance, my little one. Light. The Marchesa."
"She has the eye."
I stared at her.
"You mean, the evil eye?"
She nodded. "She curses things without meaning to. Look at yesterday, Thomas's accident. No reason for it. She ruins what she touches. But you." She smiled. "You are our good fortune."
I tucked the parcel at the bottom of my basket and turned for the stairs. "Well, Georgina," I said cheerfully as I passed the kitchen again, "I'll be back before midday."
Halfway down the hill, I passed Madame Ashworth, keeper where Denton had lodged. She didn't recognize me in my plain clothes. I was glad of that.
The hotel loomed ahead, a curiously modern structure amid the retro-curated facades of the old zone.
Inside, I made my way to the desk. "I've a parcel for Duke Thomas Devine," I said. "From his mother. I was told to deliver it to him in person."
The clerk gave me a long look. "He's upstairs."
"In his apartments." My stomach sank. "Please let him know Miss Fullerton is here," I said quickly. "I'll wait in the hall." The wait was long.
Almost unbearable. Finally, he came down, and with him, the Marchesa.
They were deep in conversation, tense and close. For a moment, I wasn't sure they even saw me. Thomas seemed particularly distracted. But then the Marchesa turned and smiled.
"The clerk told us you insisted on a private audience," she said lightly.
"We feared something was amiss. I only came to hand over this," I said, holding up the parcel.
"Aunt Martha said it was urgent."
Thomas stepped forward, still not meeting my gaze.
"Thank you," he said quickly, his voice strangely formal.
"I'll take care of it."
He kept his eyes fixed on the parcel in my hands, as if last night's drunken intrusion into my room had never happened, or as if he were deeply ashamed of it. The Marchesa's gaze narrowed as she watched this exchange, but she didn't speak.
I left without another word.
I stepped outside, inhaling the fresh air. My chest loosened for the first time all day as I walked across the road to a little cafe overlooking the harbor. Inside, the atmosphere was intimate and welcoming. The scent of real coffee and fresh pastries filled the air.
Whitewashed walls displayed local artwork, and simple wooden tables were set with cheerful blue pottery.
Everything felt authentic, unposed, so different from the curated perfection of the hotel. I had just ordered a croissant and café au lait when the door opened. My heart sank as the Marchesa stepped inside, her eyes finding me immediately. She walked directly to my table and sat across from me without invitation.
My pulse quickened as I tried to smile.
The Marchesa Prescott wore a pitch black coat and skirt, military in cut, immaculate in tailoring. A sharp little hat, clipped at an angle, gave her the air of some imperial envoy. I was reminded again of the word I'd used when I first saw her, untouchable. Not a beauty in the soft, classic sense, but something hard-edged, regal, radiant.
In comparison, I felt drab. My plain blouse seemed to wilt under her scrutiny.
I hadn't had time to do my hair properly that morning, and I was too proud to care until now, sitting across from her polished perfection.
"How are you enjoying your stay?" she asked, her voice pleasant but her eyes calculating. "Very much," I replied, glancing hopefully toward the kitchen. My stomach rumbled audibly, and I pressed a hand to it, embarrassed. "Has Thomas told you his news?" she asked, leaning forward slightly. I shook my head, my throat suddenly dry. Then, casually, too casually, she announced he wouldn't be leaving the curated zone tomorrow after all.
"Some news from Roma sector," she said, waving one hand as if to chase away the weight of the words.
"A fortunate delay. He has another 10 days with you after all."
"How delighted my aunt will be," I replied, the words sounding hollow even to my own ears.
"And you, Beth?" she pressed.
I forced a smile, but that familiar unease crept up my spine again, the tilt towards something veiled, something unseen. Why hadn't he told me this morning?
Why was I learning this from her? "I hope we'll be friends, Beth," she said with what appeared to be genuine warmth. "May I call you that? It's such a gentle name. Suits you. So does your honesty. And I hope you'll call me Livia. Please." I nodded, startled by the sudden intimacy. "It's kind of you, Livia."
"Have you been to Roma?" "No."
The word came out smaller than I intended.
She gave me a strange look, her head tilting like a bird studying prey.
"But of course you will," she said smoothly. "It's where you'll live." Before I could ask what she meant, she was already waving over the waitress.
My croissant arrived, and I began eating mechanically, my appetite gone but needing something to do with my hands. "They spoil me," she said, holding up her hand to display a large emerald ring.
"Both my husband and Thomas." This was from Thomas this morning. "After he saw you, in fact. Perhaps to soften me." I nearly choked on my coffee. The ring was enormous, clearly expensive. What did she mean, to soften her? Thomas didn't want us to be alone, she said matter-of-factly. Men fear women talking plainly. They prefer silence. They're terrified of truth. Her smile was sharp as a blade. Tell me, Beth, what do you think of your aunt?
The question came so suddenly that I blinked, my cup clattering slightly against the saucer.
She loves Thomas very much, I said carefully. I've thought, at times, perhaps too much. She seems jealous even of Georgina. She has reason, Livia said, her eyes glittering. Georgina has sacrificed everything for him.
She's still his mother, I said, my voice growing stronger.
Not in any way that matters, she replied sharply. The words hit like a physical blow. Beth, if you're wise, you'll keep distance from her. That woman will live to 100 and take your happiness with her. I swallowed hard, my throat constricting. I'm not related to them, you know, I said. I'm only a registered ward for the season. I'll be returning to my home soon. She tilted her head, studying me with new intensity.
Surely Thomas isn't going to live away from here, now that he's marrying you?
The words landed like a physical slap. My face drained of color, and I gripped the edge of the table. I'm not marrying Thomas, I said, my voice barely controlled. I barely know him. Her expression flickered surprise, then something like embarrassment. Forgive me. I meant if you marry him. But you won't deny he's in love with you?
I don't believe he is, I said steadily, though my hands trembled as I set down my cup.
He's charming to everyone. Georgina, too. Forgive me, Beth, she said, and for the first time, her voice cracked slightly. I thought I understood. I thought your aunt had plans. I thought you knew. I stared at her.
Of course I forgive you, I murmured, though my mind was reeling.
What plans? What was I supposed to know? We sat in silence for a few minutes, the remainder of my croissant crumbling untouched on my plate. My mind whirled with fragments of conversation, half-understood implications.
I pressed my fingertips to my temples as a dull ache began building behind my eyes. Do you know how your aunt gets her money?
Livia asked suddenly. My body went rigid. The simple question seemed to suck all the air from the room.
She doesn't make money, I said, my voice sounding distant to my own ears.
They've always spoken of being careful. Even modest.
They're curator class, yes, but not elite. So where do the 25,000 francs come from, Beth?
The number hit me like a physical blow. My vision blurred for a moment, and I gripped the table's edge as the blood drained from my face.
The warm Mediterranean sun streaming through the cafe window couldn't touch the sudden chill that seized me. The parcel? The words barely escaped my lips. The one you brought this morning?
She nodded, her expression almost pitying. I made Thomas show me. With deliberate slowness, she pulled a folded note from her purse and placed it on the table between us. My dear son, here is some of the money I promised you. I have more, but I am afraid to send it in this way. Your mother. My hands began to shake.
I clenched them into fists, my nails digging into my palms as I stared at the familiar handwriting.
The cafe around us seemed to tilt and blur.
She never told me, I whispered, my voice barely audible.
She simply asked me to carry the parcel. And you had no idea what it held? I shook my head mutely, not trusting my voice. Livia's gaze held mine for a long moment, and I saw something soften in her expression, perhaps genuine sympathy. Very well, she said finally. Then I owe you another apology.
The cafe door chimed, and Thomas appeared in the doorway.
His face registered shock at seeing us together, his eyes darting between Livia and me with barely concealed alarm. Thomas, darling.
Livia called, her voice bright and artificial. Look, Beth and I are friends now. He approached stiffly, his usual easy confidence replaced by something guarded.
The tension radiating from him was palpable. "Now Beth, I must leave you," Livia said, rising gracefully. "Thank you for the lovely chat." She placed a few coins on the table with practiced efficiency.
Thomas automatically moved to follow her, but not before shooting me a look I couldn't decipher. Part warning, part apology, part something else entirely. As they disappeared through the door, I remained frozen in my chair, staring at the note still lying on the table. The familiar handwriting seemed to mock me.
25,000 francs. A fortune I'd carried unknowingly through the streets like some unwitting courier.
That strange, smothering pressure settled over me again, heavier now, more suffocating. I was being swept into something old, complicated, and utterly beyond my understanding. And the worst part was, I was beginning to suspect I'd been swept into it from the very moment I'd stepped off the train. Chapter 18.
I returned late afternoon, my mind spinning.
Thomas has intentions to marry me, but do I have a say? I wandered aimlessly around the gardens, the scent of crushed rosemary rising from beneath my feet with each step.
25,000 francs. The number circled in my thoughts like a vulture. What kind of modest family possessed such sums?
And what did it mean that Aunt Martha had made me her unwitting courier? Every interaction since my arrival took on new weight, new meaning.
Had I been brought here as a guest, or as something else entirely?
I found myself at the fountain where Thomas and I had first spoken properly, its marble cherubs now seeming less charming than calculating.
Even they appeared to be watching me with knowing eyes. The Marchesa's words echoed, "It's where you'll live."
As if my future had already been decided, plotted out like the precise geometry of these very gardens.
Had Thomas been playing a role all along?
His charm, his attention, his seemingly spontaneous invitations, were they all part of some elaborate performance?
I thought of how he'd avoided my eyes at the hotel, how distracted he'd seemed. Had he been ashamed of his deception, or simply uncomfortable with being found out?
And what of Uncle Peter and Aunt Martha? Their kindness, their concern for my well-being, had any of it been genuine? Or had I been groomed from the moment I stepped off that train, shaped and molded like clay in the hands of a master sculptor? The Mediterranean sun, which had seemed so welcoming mere hours ago, now felt oppressive. Even the perfect beauty of the villa gardens seemed sinister, too controlled, too deliberate.
Nothing here happened by accident.
Every bloom, every path, every conversation had been carefully orchestrated.
I had thought, when I first came here, that I was entering a pocket of peace. A preserved place, cut off from the crumbling world beyond. But now I wasn't so sure.
I had begun to feel that what was being curated wasn't just architecture and ancestry, but story, intention, illusion. The evening light brushed the terrace with a gentle warmth as I made my way toward the house. I found Georgina in the herb garden, her hands sunk deep in a bowl of wet earth, eyes rimmed red.
She didn't greet me. "Georgina," I said quietly, "what's happened?" Her hands paused, and she glanced up, not at me, but beyond me, toward the gravel path that wound around to the eastern annex. "Nothing that hasn't been happening a very long time," she said. Then added, "The Duchess would like to see you in her library." The library. Not the drawing room. Not the breakfast parlor.
The library, where no one went but the Duchess herself, and sometimes Uncle Peter, to sulk among the volumes no one read anymore.
I walked there slowly.
The house around me was quiet in the way only a curated house can be, perfectly soundless, as if history itself were holding its breath.
The door was open, just slightly.
Inside, the Duchess sat alone at the great desk, piles of old letters before her. She looked up as I entered, her hands resting on a folded sheet of thick cream paper.
"Ah, Beth," she said calmly. "Come in. Close the door." I obeyed. The silence of the room was almost a pressure. "I've something important to tell you." Her voice was very even, very composed. "You've been here long enough now."
You must begin to understand our affairs.
Not out of idle curiosity, but because you've become a part of them. Whether you realize it or not. She gestured to the seat across from her. I sat down slowly, my hands cold despite the heat in the room. She did not begin with explanations. She slid the paper across to me instead. It was the telegram. A single line. No salutation. No farewell. Item secured. Balance to be collected in person. Identity confirmed. That was all. I looked up at her, bewildered. What does it mean? It means, said the Duchess quietly, that we are no longer dependent on remnant holdings or borrowed names. It means that Thomas's position will be
elevated.
Permanently.
Position? He has never been formally confirmed in the curator class, Beth.
Not truly. Not like Peter. The registry has always regarded him as provisional, unofficial. Her voice was still calm, but there was something triumphant in it now. Cold triumph. A triumph that frightened me. So you sent this item.
The money? No.
Not the money. She smiled, just a little. The memory.
I don't understand, I said again, because I didn't, truly didn't.
But she didn't answer.
She stood, moved to the window, and pulled the blind half down against the rising light.
When I was a girl, she said, we still believed ancestry was everything.
Then came the collapse, and the war.
After that, nothing was certain.
Entire bloodlines erased.
History rewritten. But not ours. I made sure of that. I swallowed, my throat dry. Is that what this is about? A confirmation?
A lineage?
Yes, she said, turning back. And a survival. She sat again and fixed me with a long, unreadable gaze. I'm not asking you to be part of this, Beth. Not yet. But I am asking you to stay. Just a little longer. Long enough to see what comes of it. The silence stretched between us. And then, softly, she added, Thomas has chosen you. I don't need to ask whether you've chosen him. I felt my stomach twist. I couldn't speak. There is a train leaving for Paris tomorrow, she said gently. You could be on it.
Or you could remain here and see how this chapter ends.
Either way, we'll manage. We always do.
She reached into the drawer and drew out a gold signet ring, old, curved, and beautiful. The divine crest, now largely ceremonial but still recognized in the registry.
She slid it across the desk. For Thomas, she said. You may wear it yourself, if you decide to stay. I stood, slowly, as if in a dream. Took the ring. Felt its weight. Its promise. Its threat. Then I walked out of the room, and the door closed behind me with a silence sharper than any sound I'd ever heard. I had barely time to think when I heard familiar voices drifting from the front terrace.
Douglas's booming laugh carried across the garden, followed by Uncle Peter's more measured tones.
I hurried around the corner to find them deep in conversation near the entrance. Beth. Douglas called out, his weathered face breaking into a grin. Just the person I was hoping to see. Uncle Peter looked less pleased.
Douglas was just telling me about his dinner plans, he said, his voice carefully neutral. A little gathering up at La Belvedere, Douglas explained, gesturing toward the hills. Nothing fancy, just good food and better company. I thought you might enjoy an evening away from, he glanced meaningfully at Uncle Peter.
Well, away from the villa.
Uncle Peter's jaw tightened.
We're expecting Mr. Denton for dinner, Beth. Young ladies shouldn't be subjected to tedious business discussions. His eyes held mine. Go, have fun. I nodded. It will be a pleasure joining you this evening, I said to Douglas.
An hour later, I stood before my mirror, barely recognizing my own reflection. The champagne-colored silk dress draped elegantly across my frame, its sweetheart neckline more flattering than I'd expected, while the luxurious fabric caught the light with every movement. I had twisted my hair into a chignon, exposing my neck and shoulders in a way that felt unfamiliar yet somehow right. The woman staring back at me was a stranger, someone polished and refined where I usually felt ordinary. Her lips, touched with deep rose, seemed to belong to someone more confident, while her eyes held a composure I wasn't sure I possessed.
The dress followed her curves in a way that suggested feminine grace, from the gentle lines of her silhouette to the elegant fall of fabric over her hips.
She looked like the kind of woman who belonged in sophisticated places, the type who might catch lingering glances without trying, whose quiet elegance could draw attention simply through her presence. I wondered if I could inhabit her confidence, even for one evening.
What had Josephine said?
Parisian sophistication.
Yes, perhaps that's what I was seeing tonight.
If I was going to escape the suffocating atmosphere of the villa, I might as well step into this woman's shoes, this stranger who looked as though she belonged somewhere far more elegant than I felt I did. "Are you ready, dear?" Douglas called from the hallway, his voice carrying a note of impatience that only made me smile more mysteriously at my reflection. I grabbed my evening wrap and slipped out quietly, hoping to avoid Aunt Martha. We made it to his waiting car without incident, though I caught Georgina watching from an upstairs window as we drove away. Le Belvedere perched atop the coastal hills like a jewel, its terraced gardens cascading down the mountainside. Tables were set on the main terrace, each one positioned to capture the breathtaking view of the valley below.
The Mediterranean stretched endlessly in the distance, painted in shades of gold and coral by the setting sun. "There's our table," Douglas said, guiding me through the other diners. And there, rising from his chair with a look of stunned appreciation, was Stephen Mitchell.
His eyes swept over me, the silk dress, the way the evening light caught the emerald fabric, the confidence I'd found in leaving the villa behind.
For a moment, he seemed to forget how to speak.
The electricity between us crackled like a live wire, drawing every nerve ending taut.
"Miss Fullerton," he managed, his voice slightly hoarse. "You look..." He swallowed hard. "Absolutely radiant." I felt my cheeks warm under his gaze.
"Thank you, Captain Mitchell." Douglas beamed, clearly pleased with himself.
"I thought you two should have a proper evening out. Away from all the complexities."
Our table was set for 8, a convivial group that included Mrs. Hartwell, an elderly lady with kind eyes and a wicked sense of humor, and several other expatriates who've made the Mediterranean their permanent home.
I found myself seated between Stephen and Mrs. Hartwell, with Douglas directly across from me. As the evening unfolded, I felt myself relaxing for the first time in days. The conversation flowed as freely as the wine, touching on everything from art to politics to the peculiarities of life in the zone. Mrs. Hartwell regaled us with stories of her late husband's diplomatic adventures, while Stephen shared tales of his shipping ventures that had the entire table laughing.
"You should have seen the customs official's face," Stephen was saying, his eyes bright with mirth.
There I was, trying to explain why I had 3 crates of live peacocks in my cargo hold. "And did you?"
I asked, finding myself leaning closer to catch his words.
"Eventually."
Though I'm not sure he believed that they were a birthday gift for a Maharaja's daughter. His hand brushed mine as he reached for his wine glass, sending a shiver up my arm. The courses came and went, delicate fish prepared with local herbs, tender lamb that melted on the tongue, fresh fruits that tasted of sunshine.
But I was only half aware of the food.
My attention kept drifting to the man beside me, to the way his laugh lines deepened when he smiled, to the gentle way he ensured I was included in every conversation. As darkness fell, fairy lights strung between the olive trees began to twinkle, transforming the terrace into something magical. The other diners gradually began to disperse, some heading inside to the restaurant's salon, others departing for their own homes. Just as I was preparing to move myself, an elegantly dressed woman, who had been at the other end of our table, came close. "Forgive the intrusion," she said warmly, addressing me directly, "but I simply had to say how delighted to have met you this evening. You've been such charming company."
She extended her hand gracefully. I'm Venetia, by the way.
I don't believe we were properly introduced earlier. She paused, then added with a gentle smile, when I saw you dining alone the other night, I wished to come over and invite you to join our table, but I felt it would be rather rude to impose on a stranger.
I felt my cheeks warm slightly. How kind of you to think of me. That's very thoughtful.
Well, I do hope we'll see you again soon, Venetia said before bidding them both good night and gliding away into the evening. As soon as she was out of earshot, Stephen turned to me, his expression curious but with an edge of concern.
What happened?
When were you dining alone?
I shifted uncomfortably in her chair. Oh, it was nothing really.
Thomas was supposed to meet me for dinner a few evenings ago, but something came up at the last minute and he couldn't make it. Rather than waste the reservation, I decided to go anyway and then returned home afterward. Stephen's jaw tightened almost imperceptibly.
You went to dinner alone and walked home by yourself?
Well, yes, and no, I can company on the return but…
Beth. His voice carried a note of quiet authority that made me look up. A lady shouldn't be out alone like that, especially in the evening. It's not safe, and it's not proper.
He leaned forward slightly, his eyes serious.
If anything of the kind happens again, or any other that should happen, will you manage to get a message sent to me? No matter what time of day it is. I insist. The intensity in his voice surprised me, and I found herself nodding before I'd fully considered my response. This appeared to relax him. Shall we take a walk? Stephen suggested. The gardens are particularly beautiful at night.
We strolled down the terraced paths, the scent of jasmine and night blooming cereus heavy in the air. The others gradually peeled away. Douglas claimed he wanted to discuss business with one of the other gentlemen. Mrs. Hartwell declared she was ready for her evening constitutional, until Stephen and I found ourselves alone on a secluded terrace overlooking the valley.
The view was breathtaking.
Below us, the lights of the coastal villages twinkled like fallen stars, while above, the real stars began to emerge in the darkening sky. The moon cast everything in silver, turning the Mediterranean into a sheet of hammered metal. It's beautiful, I breathed, leaning against the stone balustrade. Yes, Stephen said softly, but when I glanced at him, he was looking at me, not the view.
We stood in comfortable silence for a moment, the night air cool against our skin.
Then, slowly, he moved closer, his hand coming to rest beside mine on the stone railing.
Beth, he said quietly, I have to tell you something. I turned to face him, my heart beginning to race. What is it? I've been thinking about you. About us. About what might be possible if… He stopped, seeming to wrestle with his words. If circumstances were different. What do you mean? His hand covered mine, warm and steady. I mean that I care about you. More than I should, perhaps. More than is wise. His thumb traced gentle circles on my skin. But I'm not sure I have the right to say so. Stephen. No, let me finish. He turned to face me fully, his free hand rising to cup my cheek. You're young, you're beautiful, you have your whole life ahead of you. You deserve someone who can offer you everything: security, position, a future without complications. And you think you can't offer me those things? I think I'm a ship captain with no home to return to. I think your family expects certain things from you. I think… He stopped, his jaw tightening. I think I'm falling in love with you, and I don't know what to do about it. My breath caught. The words hung between us like a bridge I wasn't sure I was brave enough to cross. But when I looked into his eyes, I saw my own feelings reflected there, the longing, the uncertainty, the hope. Stephen, I whispered, rising on my toes as he leaned down. For a moment, we hovered there, suspended between possibility and restraint. I could feel his breath on my lips, could see the conflict in his eyes. Then, just as our lips were about to meet, he pulled back. I'm sorry, he said, his voice rough. I shouldn't have. This isn't fair to you. Why not?
I asked, though part of me knew the answer.
Because you're not free to choose. Not really.
And neither am I.
He stepped back, but his eyes never left mine. Let me take you home.
The ride back to Villa Astrée was quiet, filled with the weight of unspoken words. When we arrived at the gates, Stephen helped me from the car, his hands lingering on mine for just a moment longer than necessary. "Thank you," I said softly.
"For tonight. For everything." "Beth," he said, then stopped, shaking his head. "Good night."
I watched him walk back to the car, every step taking him further from me.
At the last moment, he turned back. "Be careful," he said simply, and then he was gone.
I stood alone for a moment after Stephen left, watching the spot where he had disappeared into the shadows, as if by keeping my gaze there long enough I could summon him back. But the night had taken him, and only the cool hush of sea wind remained, brushing gently against my cheeks and cooling the blush that still lingered there. The warmth of his touch seemed to echo on my skin, a tender reminder of safety and affection. How quickly that feeling would prove fragile. Then, slowly, I turned back toward the house. Chapter 19. Villa Astrée, so vivid in the daylight, felt half dead under moonlight, its stately facade now a carved mask, beautiful and blank. The contrast struck me with sudden unease. I had never noticed how the house could transform, how it could shift from welcoming to watchful in the space between sunset and moonrise.
Not even the usual creak of old wood or soft padding of Georgina's steps disturbed the silence. It was as if the whole place were holding its breath.
The side gate was slightly ajar.
That struck me as odd. It was never left open at night.
Inside, the hallway stretched before me in unnatural quiet, eerily so.
The lamps had been turned low, throwing long shadows that made familiar furniture seem foreign and menacing. A thin draught stirred the curtains with ghostly fingers.
The scent of tuberose lingered, sickly and too sweet, catching in my throat. I crept upstairs, each step deliberate and soft, the floorboards seeming to amplify every sound despite my care.
Outside my door, I paused.
It was closed, but I hadn't closed it when I left.
I was almost certain of that. My pulse quickened. I stood motionless for a full minute, listening to the silence that felt too complete, too deliberate. Nothing. Then, softly, I turned the handle and stepped inside. Everything was as I had left it. Almost.
My dressing gown, usually draped carelessly over the back of the chair, was now folded with military precision at the foot of my bed. A glass of water had been placed on the table, the same crystal tumbler Georgina always used, but Georgina had been in the kitchen when I'd gone out.
And she would never have folded anything of mine without asking first, would never have entered my room uninvited.
The sense of being watched, of having been touched, examined, violated in my absence, crawled up my spine like ice water. I turned to the wardrobe, my hands trembling slightly.
Opened it. Nothing missing. Nothing obviously moved. But then I noticed the drawer beneath it, the one I kept locked.
It wasn't open, but the key, once hidden deep within the secret lining of my travel case, was now lying beside my hairbrush on the vanity, gleaming dully in the lamplight.
A deliberate message. Not even Georgina knew where I kept it.
I pressed a hand to my chest, feeling my heart hammer against my ribs.
My letters. Stephen's. Uncle Edward's.
My checkbook.
All my private thoughts and business, laid bare. I unlocked the
drawer with shaking hands and rifled through the contents.
All there. Nothing stolen, but everything. Examined.
Handled.
Read.
I could feel it the way one knows a bed has been slept in, even if the covers are smoothed again. The papers felt somehow different, tainted by another's touch. I relocked the drawer and held the key in my palm a long moment, its metal surface warm from my grip, before slipping it into a new hiding place, inside a hollowed-out face-powdered tin and at the back of my cosmetics drawer. I undressed slowly, each movement deliberate as if the ritual itself could restore some sense of control and order to my invaded space. I folded my clothes with the same careful precision as whoever had touched my things, then climbed into bed. The familiar comfort of soft sheets felt foreign now. The darkness was no longer a friend. It was too full of unanswered questions, too alive with the possibility of watching eyes. I lay there, rigid beneath the covers, staring at the ceiling where shadows played tricks in the dim moonlight filtering through the curtains. Stephen's voice echoed in my memory, urgent and protective.
If anything of the kind happens again, or any other that should happen, will you manage to get a message sent to me? Yes. Yes, I would.
But the question now pressed against me with new urgency: how, if I was being watched so closely that even a glass of water could no longer be trusted? If my most private hiding places were known to someone who moved through this house like a ghost?
At last, just before dawn painted the sky pale grey, exhaustion overpowered fear.
I drifted into a restless sleep filled with flashes of white lilacs, violated letters, and the steady, unblinking eyes of someone unseen, someone who knew all my secrets and waited in the shadows of Villa Astrée.
Chapter 20. I had been reliving last night's moments with Stephen, walking the grounds without care when Thomas had found me.
The transition from solitude to his presence had been jarring. One moment I was lost in delightful memory, the next he was there beside me, his energy restless and urgent.
"Beth," he'd said, falling into step with me along the garden path. "I've been hoping to find you alone."
There had been something in his tone that made me glance at him sideways, noting the heightened color in his cheeks, the way his hands fidgeted with the cuffs of his jacket.
We'd walked perhaps 50 yards when he'd stopped abruptly, turning to face me with an intensity that made me take an involuntary step backward. "I can't keep this to myself any longer," he'd begun, his words tumbling out in a rush.
"These past weeks, watching you, being near you, it's been agony and ecstasy combined."
The speed of it had taken my breath away. How had we gone from pleasant conversation to this precipice so quickly? One moment we were discussing the villa's architecture, the next he was reaching for my hand with trembling fingers.
"You must know how I feel," he'd continued, his voice growing more urgent with each word.
"Surely you've seen it in my eyes, felt it in every interaction between us?"
I had felt something shift in the air around us, a charged tension that made my skin prickle with unease rather than anticipation. The garden, which moments before had seemed peaceful and inviting, now felt too enclosed, too intimate.
And then, before I could find words to respond, before I could even fully process what was happening, he'd pressed closer, his eyes blazing with fervor, and the declaration had burst from him like water through a broken dam.
"I love you, Beth, love you passionately." The words fell between us like stones into a still pond, each syllable sending ripples of unease through my chest. Thomas Devine's voice cracked as his trembling hand found the edge of the ancestral portrait embedded in the garden wall, its surface blinking softly with each beat of his heart like a mechanical pulse. The light cast strange shadows across his face, making his features seem to shift and blur.
I should have felt stirred. Instead, something cold settled at the base of my spine.
"Why should you look so startled by me saying that?"
His voice pressed on, urgent now, desperate. "Surely you can understand that we Southerners are not like cold, calculating archivists from the Isles? We say what pulses in our hearts."
The air hung thick around us, perfumed with the sickly sweet scent of jasmine, too heavy, too cloying.
We both heard the above us and looked to the sky.
The drone hung motionless as a metal star, its blinking lens a cold reminder that even here, in this manufactured paradise, nothing was ever truly private. Sometimes I wondered if it recorded our thoughts as well as our movements.
Thomas continued, stepping closer. "Beth, it is true." I had laughed, lightly, nervously, trying to keep the moment surface level, safe. But he wouldn't allow it to remain there.
He pressed forward with the sudden urgency of someone raised on the drama of legacy courts, tossing aside his nicotine patch as if casting off a costume. Then, without warning, he seized both my hands.
His lips pressed fevered kisses into my palms. I felt my spine stiffen, my wrists twitch involuntarily. The sensation was like insects crawling under my skin, recording, cataloging, transmitting.
Did he feel it too?
The way his eyes widened suggested he did.
He released me abruptly, stepping back as if I had burned him.
Forgive me. His voice dropped to something low and uncertain, almost a whisper. I've been selfish tonight. You're generous to allow me even friendship. It's well to begin with friendship when one aspires to
more.
The words should have sounded romantic.
Instead, they felt rehearsed, as if he were reciting lines from some half-remembered play. I met him halfway. I was raised to, after all.
Grace under pressure, that was the English way, even when the pressure felt like drowning.
I've always hoped we'd be friends, I said gently, though my voice sounded strange to my own ears.
Ever since Aunt Martha told me you were coming.
I thought, if ever we met, we might understand each other.
I too hoped for it. His voice turned coaxing, hypnotic.
Behind us, the villa's windows glowed like watching eyes.
I felt our time together, though limited, has been wonderful. You are
safe.
Not like the others here, obsessed with inheritance validation, or archivist rankings. Just you. Beth.
Safe. The word echoed strangely in the perfumed air.
Nothing about this place felt safe. Nothing about Thomas felt safe, despite his protestations of devotion. Yes, I said slowly, each word measured. I liked spending time with you too. My angel. His voice caught, and for a moment something genuine flickered in his eyes, something almost desperate. You've never been loved before, have you? You don't know the power you hold, how rare you are.
A pure flower bloomed in a poisoned garden.
I wanted to laugh at the melodrama of it. And yet, despite myself, it moved me. Poor Thomas, perhaps he had never known anything simple or real. Perhaps we were both prisoners here, playing roles we didn't understand. We had stopped walking now, at the boundary beacon where the villa grounds ended.
In daylight, you could see the old Riviera beyond, salvaged coastlines, rusting resorts rebuilt as facades for sector tourism.
Please let me show you what it is to be loved, he said. My mind flickered to Stephen.
I pursed my lips, not wanting to upset him. Thomas began telling me a story about his ancestors, how the Divines had once ruled whole cantons when this was still Italian land, before the collapse, before the rezoning.
His voice weaving tales of old glory and lost kingdoms. But I found myself watching the way light moved across his face, wondering which version of Thomas Divine was real.
Once he finished, he looked at me with bright, expectant eyes, waiting for something.
But what? Did he expect me to gasp with wonder at his noble lineage? To fall at his feet, desperate to be part of his illustrious family? To declare that his bloodline made him irresistible?
I searched his face for clues, but found only that same rehearsed charm, polished smooth as marble.
The silence stretched between us like a taut wire. A bird called from somewhere beyond the boundary beacon, its cry sharp and lonely. Thomas's smile began to waver at the edges. That's quite a history, I said finally, my voice carefully neutral. What else could I say?
That I was impressed by centuries-old power built on the backs of the less fortunate. That I found romance in the ruins of empire.
His expectant expression flickered, confusion replacing confidence for just a moment.
I felt suddenly, overwhelmingly tired, of this conversation, of this place, of pretending to be charmed by stories meant to dazzle me into submission.
Perhaps we should return to the house, I suggested gently. It's time for time, and I'm sure Aunt Martha will be wondering where we've gone.
The Duchess waited in the salon like a spider in her web, dressed in a light lace dress that caught the bright sunlight streaming through the open windows. She sipped from a gold-rimmed ration glass, her eyes bright with expectation. But when she saw my face, composed, unreadable, her expression dimmed like a theater director disappointed in a scene that lacked climax. Later in my quarters, I found a letter on my bed, cream paper, unmarked, folded with military precision.
My heart lurched as I recognized the handwriting before I even opened it. Stephen. No salutation, of course, no endearments. That would be flagged by my aunt's surveillance.
But his words pulsed with warmth, nonetheless.
They've proposed lunch at the golf tier, inside the Monaco Dome. Douglas and your Uncle Peter. For everyone to attend. I couldn't stop it but hope you will be in attendance.
The message felt like a warning, though I couldn't say why.
How wonderfully typical of Douglas, proposing that the entire Astrée household attend.
A public display disguised as hospitality.
I saw no reason to refuse. I wanted to see Stephen again, even if only across a polite distance.
There was no fear of betrayal. Stephen had the iron self-control of a Scotsman trained by archivists. He would reveal nothing, not even by the flicker of an eyelash.
But as I folded the letter into a privacy sheath, a thought nagged at me. Why warn me at all?
What was Stephen trying to tell me that he couldn't say directly?
I went to find my aunt and handed her the letter, knowing she already knew its contents but wanting to show I had nothing to hide.
I expected commentary, possibly a refusal. She rarely left the villa grounds.
Instead, it will do us good, Beth. Let's call for a cab. I can't possibly walk that distance. Uncle Peter agreed with surprising enthusiasm. Only Thomas seemed annoyed. He'd clearly hoped to have me to himself. But he said nothing and was perfectly pleasant on the way to the dome.
The lunch was exquisite but felt like performance art. Douglas had booked a private suite with a glass ceiling that looked down into the curated ruins of old Monte Carlo, paved mosaics, flickering antique lamps, and a reconstructed dining hall from the early 21st century.
Everything was beautiful, everything was perfect, and everything felt hollow as a stage set.
The laughter around the table felt rehearsed, as if we were all actors who'd forgotten our lines but kept performing anyway. The only two who spoke little were Stephen and Thomas, each watching the other like rival chess masters calculating moves 10 turns ahead.
To my quiet relief, Thomas behaved himself impeccably. He was distant but warm, courteous but formal.
I recognized many around the table and was happy to see they remembered me too, seeking my thoughts in their conversations. I saw Aunt Martha's eyes flicker when I was called to speak. Once finished, Douglas invited us up to the upper level, a vast open-air terrace that commanded breathtaking views of the Mediterranean beyond the dome's transparent barrier.
Weathered stone balustrades framed the space, while comfortable seating clusters were arranged around low tables set with crystal decanters and silver service.
The mountain breeze carried the scent of pine and distant salt air, and the late afternoon sun cast long shadows across the terrace's flagstone floor.
It felt like standing on the deck of some grand ship, suspended between sky and sea.
Well-dressed people lounged in careful arrangements. Uncle Peter was called away, and many others filtered around the various activities like pieces on Douglas's elaborate board. Douglas directed his guests to different diversions or introduced them to other guests before leaving them to their conversations.
It felt strategic, calculated, giving Stephen and me one precious moment alone. Will you be visiting town this week?
Stephen asked quietly, his voice barely audible above the mountain breeze.
I shook my head. I can't. Thomas has moved back to the villa, and my aunt is planning. May I ask what?
I shrugged, not wanting to say but desperate to tell him everything. He read my eyes. I saw sadness beneath his maintained composure.
He's leaving soon, I said, trying to offer some form of hope. For Rome. Some financial scheme he's involved with. His eyes darkened like storm clouds, and I felt confused by his reaction. Wasn't this good news? Thomas would be gone.
I touched his sleeve, A brief contact that felt electric in this open air. He's been, really, Stephen, he's been good. Courteous.
I noticed that. But his tone carried a chill that had nothing to do with the manufactured weather. Stephen, I began. I understand. Then, under his breath like a prayer, darling.
He turned away as the Duchess approached, her lace dress rustling like dead leaves.
Beth, she said, her tone artificially bright. You must explain this strange game to me. I find it utterly confusing, and you are such a clear-minded girl.
Stephen stepped back and nodded to my aunt, silent as a ghost.
She noted his withdrawal with the satisfaction of a predator marking territory. Another victory in her internal ledger. She still believed Thomas could win. She had to believe it. Beth, dear, we need to discuss something.
Martha's voice carried that familiar tone of gentle authority as she slipped her arm with mine and walked me away.
I already sensed trouble in her measured words, my stomach beginning to knot. I found one of Stephen's letters in the post, she continued. I'm afraid I had to burn it. The words hit me like a physical blow. My steps faltered, and I felt the blood drain from my face. You burned it? I hope you understand, it was my duty. Should I find any correspondence inappropriate, I must dispose of it immediately. Her voice remained maddeningly calm, as if she were discussing the weather, but it was mine, I whispered, my throat tight, my hands beginning to tremble against her arm.
Martha's expression softened with what she no doubt believed was kindness.
Privacy, my dear, is a privilege of the old. Surely you understand that.
The violation felt like having my skin peeled away, layer by layer.
Heat rushed to my cheeks, then left me cold and clammy.
I could only stare at her, feeling exposed and raw, as if she'd reached into my chest and torn something vital away.
My breathing grew shallow. May I ask what it said? I could hear my voice quiver, barely more than a breath.
She simply shook her head, released me and turned towards another lady we'd reached. I stood frozen behind her, my legs unsteady, hands clenched so tight my nails bit into my palms, the world seeming to tilt slightly as the full weight of her casual cruelty settled over me. As the afternoon wound down like a mechanical toy losing power, Stephen and I found one final moment together near the observation deck. The curated sunset painted everything in shades of amber and blood, casting long shadows that seemed to reach toward us with grasping fingers.
I don't know how I'll wait, he said, his voice barely above a whisper. Beth, I wonder if you know how much I love you?
My breath caught in my throat, my heart hammering against my ribs like a caged bird.
The words hung between us, heavy with longing and desperation. I nearly told him then of Thomas's proposal that very morning, how everyone thought it was practically settled. That I had only feelings for Stephen, but was being pushed another direction like a ship caught in a current I couldn't fight.
The words burned on my tongue, I love you too, only you, but something held me back. Perhaps it was the way the dying light caught his face, making him look almost desperate, or perhaps it was the terrible weight of knowing how powerless we both were. I hate knowing he's in the house with you, Stephen continued, his voice tight with controlled emotion.
His hands clenched at his sides as if he wanted to reach for me but dared not. I hate that he can speak to you whenever he wishes, that he can. I couldn't speak, my throat tight with unshed tears. The unfairness of it all pressed down on me like a stone.
I see it in his eyes, Stephen said, his voice dropping to something almost dangerous.
He acts the perfect gentleman, all proper courtesies and respectful distance. But I see how he looks at you when he thinks no one's watching. The way he
didn't finish, his jaw working as if the words tasted bitter. The sound of approaching voices broke through our private agony like glass shattering. The others approached like a tide returning, their laughter and chatter a cruel reminder of the performance we were expected to maintain. Stephen's face transformed in an instant, slipping back into that practiced mask of polite indifference, and he disappeared back into the safety of proper distance, leaving me standing there with my heart in pieces and words I'd never been allowed to say.
Thomas was everywhere after that. My shadow, my constant companion. The villa itself seemed to bend around his presence.
I would turn a corner expecting solitude and find him there, as if he'd been waiting. At breakfast, at tea, during evening walks, always Thomas, always watching with those patient, calculating eyes.
At one point, Georgina observed with her knowing smile as she watched us from across the terrace.
"You remind me of a story I once read, Mademoiselle."
The Inseparables. I laughed uneasily, the sound catching in my throat.
It echoed strangely in the marble halls, bouncing off the walls like a trapped bird.
The surveillance grew suffocating.
I began to feel like a specimen under glass, every movement noted, every breath catalogued. So one morning, I slipped away early with a plan to walk into town alone, to breathe, to think, to remember what it felt like to exist without those watchful eyes. The sun was barely above the horizon as I chose the path winding down the hillside, my footsteps light with the first taste of freedom I'd felt in days. But barely halfway down, a boy came running up the path toward me, his face flushed with exertion.
"Miss," he called out, breathless. "The gentleman is waiting for you." My heart sank like a stone.
Who?
I thought, though I already knew. I slowly returned to the villa, each step heavier than the last.
Thomas waited in the lobby like a patient hunter, his smile serene and satisfied.
"Mama worried about you walking alone," he said, as if this explained everything. The lie was so transparent it was almost insulting. Heat rose in my cheeks.
"You know girls in the aisles go about alone," I said, my voice sharper than intended.
"There's no danger here."
"You'll have time for good walks when I return to Rome," he replied, his tone maddeningly reasonable.
"You wouldn't deny me a minute of your company, you know how much it means to me."
He said it plainly, without embellishment, and again I felt that strange touch of something I couldn't name, fear, anger, the sensation of walls closing in as I realized I was being managed, controlled, herded like livestock toward some predetermined end. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was the one being played, that every move I made had been anticipated, every escape route already blocked. The boy who'd fetched me, the convenient timing, Thomas's knowing smile, it all felt choreographed, as if I were an actor in a play where everyone knew their lines but me.
It took 2 more days before I felt the first pang of potential freedom.
I had escaped to the gardens once more and climbed up an old oak tree, hidden among its thick branches. My knees and palms were scraped and bleeding from the rough bark, but it was worth it for this moment of solitude. Below me, I heard the soft murmur of voices approaching. My body tensed as I recognized them, Aunt Martha and Thomas walking slowly along the garden path.
"You must go out, my son," Martha was saying. "You've been cooped up here too long."
"No."
Thomas's voice stopped me cold. "I need her to convert to my plans. I will wear her down."
I barely recognized his voice, it was stripped of all warmth, calculating and cold as winter steel.
My hands gripped the branch so tightly my knuckles went white. When Aunt Martha suggested dining in the dome, he demurred with practiced ease.
"If we do that, Mama, we'll be seen.
Invitations, appearances, obligations. My restful holiday will end." The Duchess laughed, but I caught the flicker of unease behind her eyes, like candlelight wavering in a draught.
"You know why I must go to Rome, Mama," Thomas continued.
"The investments need handling face to face. But I won't be gone long."
"And Beth?" The Duchess's voice carried hope and worry in equal measure. "Are you sure you're not moving too slowly?"
A pause that made my heart hammer against my ribs. Then Thomas, measured and certain, "I know how to handle women, Mama. Even the ones who've been taught not to feel." The words sent ice through my veins. My breath caught, and I had to bite my lip to keep from making a sound. Taught not to feel.
The phrase echoed in my skull like a death knell. Was that how he saw me? As something broken that needed fixing, or training like a stubborn horse?
You are clever, my Thomas, the Duchess replied, pride warming her voice. But remember, time is not infinite.
Time, he said softly, and I could hear the smile in his voice, is the one thing you've given me in abundance.
And I will not waste it. Beth had a letter today. The inheritance from Emma is confirmed.
£96,000, pre-collapse valuation.
Still locked?
Thomas asked quickly, too quickly.
Yes. Delayed disbursement.
Probate verification.
But it's real. His laugh was soft, satisfied. Even better.
Time to win her heart before she has the world at her feet. You do love her?
The Duchess's question sounded like a challenge. I do. I wish I were rich enough to marry her with nothing.
But I will scatter diamonds at her feet if I must. She'll never need to doubt me, because I'm not doing this only for gain.
I'm doing it for permanence. Permanence. The word echoed through the villa like a bell tolling. The Duchess sounded both pleased and disturbed. Permanent things. Even permanence is curated now. You must be kind to her.
It struck me that she had grown genuinely fond of me, perhaps even possessive.
I was part of her projected future now. But even fondness couldn't erase her growing anxiety.
She'd noticed Thomas was making little visible progress. His courtship had stalled into soft charm, mild companionship.
I remained, to her frustration, unattached. And she suspected the letters. Twice while Thomas and I were out, she'd searched my room with the thoroughness of a trained investigator. But my most personal items remained hidden. She found only innocuous correspondence, notes from registry friends, letters from old classmates that I had hidden to be found. She was waiting. Watching. Planning. Chapter 21.
One day during lunch in the conservatory, Thomas looked up from his nutrient dish with a frown that seemed almost theatrical.
Denton has arrived in Rome earlier than expected. I'll need to leave soon, 2, maybe 3 days. The Duchess glanced at me sharply.
My face must have shown something, relief. The prospect of freedom felt like oxygen after drowning. Later, I heard them talking by the garden gate, my aunt's voice pitched thin and sharp with urgency, her words carried on the evening breeze, you must not wait too long.
If she means this much to you, say something. I know what I'm doing, he replied with that new calm certainty. Let me find the right moment. But I could sense her growing desperation. She saw possibility slipping away like sand through fingers. My chest tightened as their conversation reached me through the half-open window.
I pressed myself against the cool plaster wall, my heart hammering so violently I was certain they would hear it from the garden. My palms grew slick with sweat as I gripped the window frame, splinters of old paint digging into my fingertips. The blood rushed to my ears, a roaring tide that made their distant voices sound underwater, distorted and urgent. I couldn't breathe properly, each inhale felt shallow, insufficient, as if the air itself had thickened. My legs trembled beneath me, and I had to bite down hard on my lower lip to keep from making any sound that might betray my presence. The metallic taste of blood bloomed on my tongue as I strained to catch every word, my whole body coiled tight as a spring, ready to flee if they discovered me listening. Minutes later, when Thomas appeared at my door, I had barely managed to compose myself. My face still felt flushed, my breathing uneven, and I prayed he wouldn't notice the way my hands shook as I smoothed down my dress.
Let's go out, he suggested. Where would you like to visit? I took my chance. Let's go to the casino. He shook his head. Not today. I have a better idea. We'll drive up the mountains. On a day like this we can see the entire valley. A glorious sight, you must see. I had no choice but to agree.
Thomas drove with an intensity I hadn't seen before, his jaws set as he guided us higher into the hills. The winding roads grew narrower, more treacherous, but he seemed oblivious to the danger.
We climbed past the manicured gardens and into wilder terrain, where the curated perfection gave way to something rawer, more real. My fingers dug into the leather seat as he took a sharp turn without slowing, the wheels skittering on loose gravel.
The drop beside us yawned deeper with each passing mile, and still he pressed on, faster now, as if something drove him beyond caution. I wanted to speak, to ask him to slow down, but something in his expression, distant, almost fevered, made me hold my tongue.
The carriage lurched as we rounded another bend, and I caught a glimpse of how far we'd climbed.
The zone spread below us like a child's toy, perfect and small and impossibly far away. My heart hammered against my ribs, but not just from the reckless driving. Up here, beyond the reach of the curator's careful control, the very air felt different.
Charged. Waiting. When he reached the predetermined point, he jumped out happily, smiling. "Come join me," he called as I sat frozen in the car. I didn't want to but had no choice.
He guided me around the narrow path, his hand gripping my elbow with false gentleness. The trail wound upward through loose scree and jutting rock, each step taking us higher above the world I knew. My legs felt leaden, but Thomas pulled me forward with the relentless enthusiasm of someone drunk on his own certainty. The mountain ledge jutted out like a stone tongue, carved by millennia of wind and weather into something that belonged more to the sky than the earth. Below us, the world fell away into a dizzying void of mist and shadow. The air was thin here, sharp in my lungs, and every breath felt precious and uncertain.
"Beth, look at this."
Thomas spread his arms wide, spinning in a circle on the precipice with terrifying abandon. "Can you feel it? The freedom? The clarity?" His voice echoed off the distant canyon walls, coming back to us distorted and strange.
"You've changed everything for me."
"Everything." I pressed my back against the solid rock wall behind us, my fingers finding purchase in the rough stone. The ledge was maybe 6 feet wide, enough space to stand, not enough to feel safe.
Not with Thomas dancing so close to the edge, his eyes bright with something I couldn't name. "Thomas, please step back from there."
My voice came out smaller than I intended, swallowed by the vastness around us.
But he didn't hear me, or chose not to.
He was lost in his own rapture, gesturing wildly at the panorama spread below. "Before you, Beth, I was sleepwalking.
Going through the motions of living without really feeling anything. But you woke me up. You showed me what it means to be alive."
The wind picked up, tugging at our clothes with invisible fingers. I could feel it trying to pull me forward, toward the edge, toward Thomas, toward the terrible drop beyond. My heart hammered against my ribs like a caged bird. "I don't want to hear this," I whispered, but the words were lost in the wind.
Thomas turned to me then, his face flushed with altitude and emotion. "You have to understand, I've never felt this way about anyone. Never. You're like a drug, Beth.
A beautiful, perfect drug that I can't get enough of." He took a step closer, and I had nowhere to go. The wall pressed against my shoulder blades, cold and unyielding. "We need to go back," I said, louder now, desperation creeping into my voice.
"This is dangerous. We shouldn't be up here."
"Dangerous?" Thomas laughed, the sound sharp and brittle in the thin air. "The only danger is in not living, Beth.
In not feeling. In not taking what you want when it's right in front of you." He reached out, his fingers brushing my cheek. "You've taught me that. You've taught me to take risks, to be bold." I flinched away from his touch, but there was nowhere to go. The ledge stretched endlessly to either side, a narrow bridge between the solid earth and the hungry sky. Behind me, stone.
In front of me, Thomas and his fevered declarations. Below us, nothing but air and the promise of a fall that would last forever.
"You're frightening me, Thomas. We've been out long enough. Let's go back."
I tried to keep my voice steady, but the words emerged hollow, bloodless. My face felt cold and drawn beneath the canopy of sky, as if something vital had drained away. The car sat motionless far below beside a steep and isolated gorge on the outer edge of the zone's permitted path, a place where the careful curation ended and something older, more violent, began. This was not rewilded nature, groomed by drones and sculpted for comfort.
This was real. Jagged. Ancient. Hungry.
Thomas had deactivated the navigation system before we'd begun our climb.
It would be blinking red in the artificial twilight by now, a mechanical heartbeat counting down to something I didn't want to name. There's nothing to fear, Beth.
His voice carried that same hypnotic cadence I'd grown to recognize, the tone of someone who believed his own performance.
Don't you see? I love you.
I've worshipped you like those old-world saints preserved in the cathedral archives.
You've been so gentle, so kind. I thought your cold heart was softening.
He reached for my wrist, his grip closing like a steel trap, trying to force me to turn toward him.
But I kept staring past him into the gorge's throat, willing myself to stone.
His voice, thick with intensity, began to tremble with something that made my skin crawl. Look at me, Beth, he demanded, his fingers tightening around my wrist.
Look at me and tell me you don't feel it too. This connection. This destiny. But I couldn't look at him. Couldn't bear to see the fevered light in his eyes, the way his smile had become something sharp and desperate.
The mountains stretched around us, indifferent to our human drama, offering no comfort and no escape. The wind sang through the peaks like a funeral dirge, and I understood with crystalline clarity that I was trapped here with a man who confused obsession with love, who had brought me to the edge of the world to make me listen to his delusions. The ledge felt smaller now, as if the mountain itself was closing in. Thomas's grip on my wrist was the only thing anchoring me to the moment, and I wasn't sure if that was salvation or damnation. Please, I whispered, the word torn away by the wind.
Please, let's just go back.
But Thomas was still talking, still proclaiming his love to the indifferent sky, and I knew that going back was no longer an option.
Not for him. Maybe not for either of us.
He finally stops as if realizing.
As if seeing me for the first time here. What's the shadow that follows you? I speak to you with reverence, Beth, with love. And you pull away as if I carry plague. His words cracked.
The wildness in his face had transformed him utterly, no longer the elegant scion of an ancient archivist line, but something raw and desperate. This isn't a man losing control, I realized with crystalline clarity.
This is a man who came out here to lose it. The thought settled in my stomach like ice water. We were miles from Villa, beyond the reach of surveillance drones.
The gorge yawned beside us, patient as death.
And no one knew we were here.
Well, maybe Aunt Martha, but did that count?
I weighed my options with the mechanical precision of someone drowning. Lie to calm him? Say what he wanted to hear? Promise him things I could never give?
But Stephen's face rose in my mind, his steadiness, his quiet love, his faith in something real between us.
I would not violate that trust. Not even to save myself. Let me hope, Thomas breathed, his grip tightening until I felt my pulse throbbing against his fingers. Just say you'll let me hope, and I will earn your love. I'll teach you gently, patiently. That's all I ask. You think it's so much? I finally turned to meet his gaze.
His face was damp with perspiration, contorted with need, those two bright blue eyes now wild with pleading and something much darker, something that made me think of predators circling wounded prey.
Let go of my hand, Thomas, I said, my voice steady but low.
If you want me to answer you, let go. He did, slowly, reluctantly, as if releasing something precious.
Then covered his face with his palms in a gesture that might have been shame or strategy. Forgive me. I didn't mean, Beth, I'm not myself when I'm near you. I love you.
I opened my mouth to speak, but my voice cracked and died in my throat. The sound was pathetic, animal. Above us, the trees whispered secrets in a language I didn't want to understand. The gorge waited beside the car's edge, patient and welcoming.
God bless you for not condemning me, he whispered through his fingers. Beth, will you grant me one supreme mercy? In this moment, I need my mind to spin, to fracture into 1,000 glittering shards that might cut through the suffocating weight of his confession. How to get out of it? How to deflect the terrible intimacy he's trying to force upon me? Instead, my thoughts scatter.
I chose to pretend confusion, grasping at it like a drowning woman clutches driftwood. Thomas, this is so much, I feel overwhelmed, so much I can't decipher my feelings. He stepped back, and his face shifted again, a transformation so complete it was like watching a mask slip away to reveal something raw and hungry beneath. The careful veneer of the gentleman poet cracked, and what emerged was far more dangerous. His mouth, moments before shaped by elegant words, now pressed into a hard line that spoke of barely contained violence. His eyes, those eyes that had seemed so soulful, so full of romantic yearning, now burned with an intensity that made my skin crawl. They were the eyes of a man who had moved beyond persuasion into something far more primal and desperate. The muscles in his jaw worked as if he were grinding his teeth, and I watched a vein pulse at his temple with the rhythm of his accelerating heartbeat. His nostrils flared slightly, like a predator catching scent. But it was the way his hands moved that frightened me most, flexing and unflexing at his sides, as if he were fighting the urge to reach for me. His entire body seemed to vibrate with barely restrained energy, coiled and ready to spring. I looked at him with growing dread, my voice emerging as barely more than a whisper. Thomas, your mind is sharper than mine, I know you understand. His eyes flickered over mine, then he released a heavy sigh. You won't be angry. You won't be what your colder eyes call shocked. Such a small thing, really. What small thing? I question. All I ask is the privilege of taking you in my arms and kissing you. Once. One kiss, Beth. That contact might change everything between us. One real moment, might it not melt your coldness? Show you what love feels like when it's returned? The words hung in the air like smoke, and I felt something fundamental shift inside me, recognition, terror, the knowledge that this moment had always been inevitable. Before I could speak, before I could move, he lunged. He rose and grabbed both my arms, his fingers digging into flesh as he dragged me upright. His arms crushed around me like iron bands, pulling me against him with desperate violence. What followed was not a kiss. It was a battle. I twisted, fought, drove my elbows into his ribs, but he was too strong, too determined. I wanted to scream but couldn't draw breath. His mouth sought mine with savage hunger, but I turned my head with every ounce of will I possessed. I would rather have thrown myself into the gorge than allowed that violation. And perhaps he sensed that absolute refusal in my body. Because suddenly he froze. Stared into my eyes. And what he saw there, revulsion, terror, unbreakable resolve, shattered something fundamental in his carefully constructed world. A tide of shame, fury, and thwarted need swept over him like a dam collapsing. He released me so abruptly I nearly fell. But his eyes burned with rage that felt like molten metal. You're not the angel I thought, he whispered, his voice raw with betrayal. You've been saving your kisses for someone else, haven't you? Some other man has touched what should have been mine. I said nothing. My silence was answer enough. If that's true, if you've played me for a fool, then perhaps we should end this charade here and now. His voice had shed all pretense now, no longer poetic or persuasive, just broken fury seeking to wound as deeply as it had been wounded.
You made a fool of me, Beth.
You let me believe you were pure, untouched.
You let me hope. You turned me into this thing. The words hung between us on the clifftop like a curse.
Then, without warning, he turned and strode away from me with violent purpose, his boots striking the rocky ground with each furious step. He yanked open the car door and threw himself into the driver's seat, his movements sharp and erratic. I stood frozen on the precipice, the gorge yawning behind me, the car engine roaring to life before me. The choice wasn't really a choice at all: stay here alone on this desolate clifftop with no way back to the villa, or climb into that metal cage with a man who had just revealed himself capable of unspeakable things with equal indifference.
My legs felt like water as I approached the car. Every instinct screamed at me to run, but where?
Into the wilderness.
Over the cliff? There was nowhere to go but forward, into whatever hell awaited me in that passenger seat.
I slipped into the car like a condemned woman approaching the gallows, pressing myself into the corner of the seat, my entire body trembling like a struck tuning fork.
I knew better than to speak, better than to move. In this moment, he was capable of anything. His hand hovered over the car's controls with deliberate slowness. I could drive us both into the gorge. You and I, dead in an instant. Why not? I've lived. I've failed. Let's finish it cleanly.
The car began to move, no words passed between us as we began to wind back toward the curated safety of the forest path, leaving the gorge behind like a fever dream.
But I could feel it following us.
After some unmeasurable time, he stopped the car again.
Beth.
His voice was hoarse, scraped raw.
I am.
I hardly know how to speak of what just occurred.
The way I behaved. Please, you must forgive me. I said nothing.
Words felt dangerous now, like matches near gas.
Impose any punishment you choose, cut me from your life forever. Just, don't look at me as if I'm something monstrous. The plea in his voice might have been genuine. Or it might have been another performance. I no longer trusted my ability to tell the difference.
I do forgive you, Thomas, I finally managed, the words tasting like ash.
But I don't want to speak of this again.
Ever. He looked crushed, truly crushed, or expertly pretending to be.
You do believe that I love you? He asked with quiet desperation. Yes. I believe you love me. But not in any way I can accept or return. That seemed to surprise him, not the rejection, but the honesty of it.
If I went away, he said suddenly, left Astrée entirely and came back much later, years, perhaps, could there ever be hope?
I shook my head slowly, definitively. And then, finally, the tears came. Silent, unstoppable, carrying with them something I couldn't name. He stopped the car once more and reached for my hand, gently this time, as if I were made of spun glass. I'll never forgive myself for this, I thought. One kiss.
Just one moment of real contact.
That it would change everything between us. Foolish. Arrogant beyond measure. I know you're sorry, I whispered. But please, let's forget this happened. We were friends once, Thomas. Let's not lose that too. But even as I said it, I knew it was impossible.
Some things, once broken, could never be mended.
Will you ever feel safe with me again? The question hung between us like a blade.
Safe? Had I ever truly felt safe here? Or had I simply been performing safety, like everything else at Villa Astrée?
In time, perhaps. Please, let's go home. But as the word home left my lips, it felt wrong. Astrée had never been home. It was something else entirely, a beautiful trap, a curated hell, a place where nothing was ever quite what it seemed. Chapter 22. By the time we approached Villa Astrée, the sun was setting behind the archival domes, casting long shadows that seemed to reach for us with grasping fingers.
The ruins of old towers looked different now, not romantic relics but broken teeth in a skull's jaw. "I think I'll go down to Monte Carlo tonight," Thomas announced suddenly, his voice carefully neutral.
"Someone from the council wishes to see me at the club.
Madame Ashworth keeps rooms there."
He glanced at me with something that might have been resignation or calculation. "Perhaps distance will clarify things. Won't Aunt Martha be concerned?" As the car slowed on the lower approach, he replied, "She'll understand. I'll return before midday tomorrow."
Something flickered in me then, pity, perhaps, or the ghost of what we might have been in a different world. Despite everything, I felt a strange moment of regret that he wouldn't walk up the hill beside me.
"Won't you come up to the house?"
I heard myself ask. He looked startled, as if I'd offered him something impossible.
"Of course," I thought. "I assumed you wouldn't want me to."
We walked in silence through the gathering dusk, the villa's lights ahead like eyes watching our approach. Just before the sensor array detected us, he turned with sudden urgency.
"Am I forgiven, Beth?"
"Truly?"
"Yes," I said, though the word felt heavy as stone. "Forgiven. But never mentioned again."
I was mad out there.
"Truly mad. Do you remember everything I said?"
"No," I lied smoothly.
"I choose not to remember. Let's leave it buried. But I would remember.
Every word, every touch, every moment when the civilized mask had slipped to reveal something hungry underneath. We entered Villa Astrée like actors returning to a stage, playing the roles of old friends after a pleasant outing.
But the Duchess, she knew.
Her son's moods were written in her bones, catalogued in her blood. She said nothing as he announced his plan to dine in town, merely nodded with that practiced grace that revealed nothing and everything. "I'll return by mid-morning," he said, kissing her powdered cheek.
"Good night, Beth. Good night, Thomas." The words felt like a benediction or a curse.
In my room, I moved like a sleepwalker through the rituals of evening.
Washed my face with water that felt too hot, then too cold. Scrubbed my hands until the skin was raw.
Changed into a nightgown that seemed to hang on me like grave clothes. Then something I had never done before, I turned the privacy lock on my door and collapsed onto the bed, staring at the ceiling's painted cherubs with their knowing smiles.
I replayed it all with mechanical precision. Every moment. Every word. The weight of his hands on my arms.
The pull of gravity just inches from the car's edge. The way he had looked at me when he finally understood that what he wanted would never, could never, be his. My wrist bore a red half circle where his grip had closed like a vice.
He hadn't meant to hurt me, not physically. But hurt had a way of happening regardless of intention. The villa settled around me with its familiar sounds, ancient timbers creaking, heating elements cycling, the distant hum of preservation systems. But tonight, these sounds felt different.
Watchful. As if the house itself had absorbed what happened and was digesting it slowly, adding it to its catalogue of secrets. I looked toward the pile of Stephen's letters, hidden in their false-bottomed drawer.
He had been right about everything. So terribly, completely right. "Leave Astrée," he had written. "Come where the world is real again."
But was anywhere real? Or was reality itself just another performance, another careful curation?
Tomorrow, I told myself, I would ask Douglas to find a temporary house to go. Quietly, without announcement.
Just
gone?
But even as I planned my escape, I felt the villa's weight pressing down on me like deep water.
Astrée had ways of keeping what it claimed. How many others had planned to leave, only to find themselves drawn back, trapped in amber, preserved forever in its beautiful, suffocating embrace? At dinner, I played my part with the skill of long practice.
The Duchess watched me through veiled glances, reading signs in my posture, my appetite, the way I held my hands.
Uncle Peter, oblivious as always, asked.
"A pleasant drive, my dear?"
Yes, I said, surprised by how normal my voice sounded. We saw a gorge. Quite possibly the most beautiful place I've ever seen.
The words caught in my throat like broken glass.
Beautiful and terrible, like everything here. You look pale, the Duchess observed with gentle concern. Perhaps you should rest. Yes, I said gratefully. Thank you. But rest, I knew, would not come easily. Not tonight. Perhaps not ever again. Chapter 23. Mother, Thomas said, and even his voice was different.
Flat.
Emptied.
I rose from my chair, my silk skirts rustling in the morning stillness.
Thomas, dear, what's happened? My son stepped onto the terrace, hair uncombed, shoulders rigid. I knew something was wrong. Not ordinary wrong, not the sulky tempers of men thwarted in love or money.
No.
This was deeper.
Colder.
He looked defeated. And I had seen him ruined before. But this time? This time, it felt final. I closed my book and stepped out of the shade of the arched pergola. I insist on knowing what the matter is, Thomas.
He didn't look at me, just stood there watching the curvature of the rewilded garden, the breeze lifting the fronds of the imported palms that now swayed where olive trees once grew.
I do not know that very much is the matter, he said.
But perhaps I ought to tell you that I fear you are going to have a big disappointment.
The words chilled me like a pulse blast.
He turned then, slowly, and gave me that laugh I hate, sharp, self-wounding, and oddly cruel.
You're clever, Mama. And yes, unscrupulous too. That's why things usually go the way you want them. But this time, with Beth Fullerton, I think you've finally miscalculated. Unscrupulous.
He flung it at me so carelessly, and yet with such precision. I said nothing at first, adjusting the fall of my sleeves, brushing away invisible dust from the embroidered seal on my bodice, the curator class insignia.
You are such a child, Thomas, I said evenly. Vain, impatient, like most men your age. Did you think she'd fall into your arms simply because you drove her to some poetic precipice in that ridiculous little glider? He flinched. I let you take control, I continued, voice calm, words measured. Because I thought I could trust your self-control. Clearly, I was mistaken. And then, he told me. All of it, how he'd seized her. How he'd threatened to drive into the gorge. How he'd begged her to kiss him, then attempted the kiss.
I felt the heat leave my body, my hand instinctively pressing against my chest where the monitor beneath my dress began its soft warning thrum. I must have looked old, just for a moment.
Older than I allowed myself to appear in the daylight. A flicker of panic quickly masked.
Come, Mama, don't be frightened, he said, a hint of guilt creeping into his voice.
I didn't touch her. Not really.
Not.
In the end. At least there was that.
Still, I could see it in his eyes, she had rejected him. Wholly. Decisively.
And then the worst came. I wonder, he said slowly, if it has ever occurred to you that there is already a man in Beth's life? I stayed still. I had known it was coming. Of course. The quiet glances, the tightly folded letters. The way she changed after that first lunch at the Dome. And the note, that damned note, from Captain Stephen Mitchell, bland on the surface, but full of unspoken claim. I had burned it, but the fire hadn't erased my suspicion. Nor my fear.
And now my carefully cultivated arrangement, my perfect little palace of solar screens, curated history, bloodline elegance, was crumbling, not from scandal, but from love.
How vulgar, how common, how terribly human. My thoughts toward Beth curdled in an instant. I had liked her. Truly. But now, I felt that liking shift into something else. Resentment, perhaps. She was about to undo everything.
And for what? A brief railway flirtation with a plain-faced Scotsman who sent her letters encoded like a spy? Thomas, I asked softly, do you truly love her? He looked away, but his voice was sincere.
Yes. Even without the inheritance, even if she were just Beth, quiet Beth, without the pedigree. I would take her on my knees as a gift from the archive itself. The words struck a strange chord in me. Joy and dread at once.
Because now I saw it clearly, he truly loved her.
Not just for her bloodline, not for her projected future, but for herself. And love, true love, was far harder to manipulate than greed. Has your mother ever failed you? I asked, solemn and still. Trust me, Thomas. Leave things to me now.
I turned the conversation, redirected him toward Rome.
Yes, he should go. And stay longer than planned. Let the dust settle. Let me work.
I promise you, I said, almost whispering now, Beth Fullerton will, in time, be your wife.
And then came a shift in his expression. That brightness.
That sudden excitement I'd seen as a boy when he'd first learned how to manipulate court favor.
You've heard about Denton? He asked. They found him. My skin went cold.
Found?
I repeated, too slowly, the body. In the lower Eat Valley. Just near that spring we used to visit. A wanderer stumbled on it, he'd been dead for weeks. They only just registered the find. My mind reeled. The spring. That place. He was buried near us, God help me, he had always been near us. How curious, I said weakly, stepping back, turning toward the glass doors. It is curious, isn't it? Thomas pressed.
They say he had relics sewn into his lining, metal coins, old certificates, scraps of printed maps. Like something out of a folk tale.
I wanted him to stop. To forget it. But of course, Thomas loved mysteries, he always had.
Don't speak of this before your father, I said in a low voice.
And certainly not in front of Beth. Once he left, I walked like a sleepwalker into the drawing room. The lace curtains rippled like whispers. I sat. I breathed.
I took 2 carmine drops from the vial in my wrist pocket, my heart monitor tucked under my top finally flickering back to green.
But I knew what had to be done. Georgina. I hated the thought. But some things cannot be managed alone. We are never fully done with the sins of the past.
The 5 minutes I spent in the lower kitchen that afternoon were the longest of my life. Georgina wept, screamed, threatened, said she would end her life.
She called me a monster. Told me she was already in hell. And perhaps she was right. But in the end, she agreed. As she always did. Not for me. For Thomas. Later, as I sat in my inner chamber, I looked out toward the still sea. My palms still trembled. My throat still burned. But I was resolved. The discovery of Denton's body changed everything. We had so little time. When I went upstairs and found Peter, I said calmly. The body of Denton has been found. We must prepare. He nodded. As always, he would let me lead. He trusted me. They all did. I had to become the woman they all expected.
Polite, poised.
All for Thomas. Always for Thomas. Even as I wondered when he'd last deserved it. Even if it costs me the last fragment of my soul. Chapter 24. It was Thomas's final day before his trip. What had happened between us 2 days ago now felt like something faded, bruised into the background like one of the worn frescoes inside Villa Astrée.
He had reverted, as if by sheer force of will, to the man he had been that first week, gentle, solicitous, almost brotherly. And yet, beneath that carefully restored exterior, I sensed tension running through him like a fractured data stream. Aunt Martha, for her part, was no longer the gracious matron who had welcomed me with tapestries and tea.
She was strained, distracted, her tone clipped beneath its social polish. When I told her I'd accepted the invitation to stay it with my friend Venetia for a few days, She simply nodded. Yes, dear. A very good idea. She had taken it well, too well.
I couldn't decide whether her calm was real or merely the shell left behind after panic.
The truth? I felt like a coward. I had no intention of coming back. Not truly. Perhaps I might return, briefly, to gather the last of my belongings. But I would never again sleep inside those walls. Something had shifted. Something irreparable.
Thomas was due to leave by afternoon rail, bound for Rome. It was arranged that the same vehicle returning from the station with the Divines would drop me, along with my things, at Venetia's.
Everyone was gracious, helpful. Even Georgina had said, "I shall miss you, mademoiselle. Don't stay away too long." And her voice had trembled. That alone made me falter. Could I come back, just for a few days? But beneath it all was something decaying. When Thomas asked if I would take one final walk with him, I agreed.
It felt like the least I could do.
A peace offering. A token of forgiveness.
We'd been walking nearly an hour, winding through one of the restored ridgelines overlooking the collapsed southern slope. The path we took was one he'd shown me in our first week, back when I believed he simply wanted a friend.
That memory felt like a worn glove, soft but untrustworthy.
Below us, the olive trees shimmered in a patchwork of green and grey, old-world foliage regrown through genetic scaffolding. The view was so beautiful it made me ache. "While you're away from the villa," Thomas said suddenly, "promise me you won't walk alone in the afternoons.
Especially not near the lower trails." I smiled faintly. "Surely you're exaggerating."
"No," he said, voice darkening.
"A murder took place not far from here, just below this ridge. Very recently." My chest tightened. "Another one? How can that be?" I mentioned it to Mama.
She begged me not to say anything to Georgina or Papa.
She didn't want to upset anyone. "But, Beth, I think you should know. And I want you to promise not to speak of it."
"A murder?"
I whispered. Thomas went on. "The man, a Dutch financier, had vanished. Then they found his body." My throat closed. My mind immediately flashed to Denton.
To his uncanny face, the coins sewn into his coat, the false cordiality of his voice. He continued, relishing the story in a way I found suddenly appalling.
"He kept money on his person, thousands of crowns. Hidden in reinforced seams and inner pockets.
Paranoid.
And then, one night, he left for a dinner engagement. Never came back. I knew, of course, when he meant. Knew who it had been."
"Where was he found?"
I asked quietly.
Thomas pointed vaguely down through the treetops, to a patch of uneven land shadowed by synthetic pine and native stone. "There."
Just past the yellow morass. My stomach turned. "The body was stripped," Thomas added. "Clothes folded underneath. Neat. As if someone had thought it through."
The only reason they found him at all was because a local farmer had sold a pile of hurdles, and the buyer uncovered the corpse beneath them.
I couldn't breathe. I clutched the iron railing. My fingers ached from gripping it so tightly. And they think he was drugged.
Not just assaulted, Beth, prepared.
That's the most chilling part. It wasn't random. Someone planned it. Someone who knew him.
He paused, perhaps expecting a reaction.
"When I didn't speak," he continued. "Houghton, the sector's commissioner, says the case could become a cause célèbre.
Douglas thinks the hotel keeper knows more than she's telling.
But you know what French agents are like. Always looking for the hidden thread." I still said nothing. My thoughts were spiraling. Aunt Martha. Uncle Peter. The dinner invitation. Their faces that night.
"The man's final movements are still unknown," Thomas said.
"But the place he was found is too close for comfort as I leave you." "I'll be away soon," I said quickly. "Yes," he admitted. "Maybe that is my only solace." "I'm sorry," Thomas said gently. I didn't mean to frighten you. But I was frightened. Not by the story, but by the knowledge that I now carried a terrible truth. In that moment, I made my decision. Thomas, I said, I want you to take me to Venetia's house now.
Ask Georgina to send my things.
I can't, I'm scared to be alone with you not around. He looked alarmed but said gently, of course. I'll handle it. It'll be discreet, you won't upset my mother with an earlier departure.
Thank you, I whispered. As we drove through the winding roads toward Venetia's house, I felt overwhelmed by a strange tenderness toward Thomas.
Not romantic, not even familial.
Just
pity. Pity for a man raised in shadows. When I asked him about Georgina, his mood shifted again.
Georgina? He echoed, glancing at me briefly before returning his attention to the road.
She's not what she seems, Beth. That caught my attention. She's not a servant. She's my father's sister. Not his foster sister, his blood by father.
She chose this life. Gave up her title, her standing.
For him. For us. I was stunned.
The whole strange mystery of Georgina, her fierce protectiveness, her veiled grief, suddenly clicked into place.
She was bound to the divines by more than debt. She was bound by blood. Why did no one tell me? I whispered. Because Georgina refused it. She didn't want the role.
She chose obscurity.
Independence. Or exile, I thought. Or punishment. Maybe she chose silence because the truth would have cost her everything.
Or guilt, I thought.
Perhaps she chose silence over exposure.
The car slowed as we approached the gates of Venetia's house. Through the wrought iron, I could see the yellow brick facade glowing warmly in the afternoon light, its perfect gardens a riot of color and careful cultivation.
Everything about it felt welcoming, a stark contrast to the villa we'd left behind. Thomas, I said, I'd like to say goodbye here. He pulled over to the side of the road, the engine idling. If that's what you wish. I hesitated, my hand on the door handle.
No.
I've changed my mind. Please come with me to the door. I feel frightened. He brightened, shifting the car back into gear. Of course. Nothing would make me happier. We drove through the gates in silence, the gravel crunching under the tires, as we approached the villa's entrance. When Venetia herself opened the door, she gave a surprised smile. I thought you were arriving later, Miss Fullerton.
My apologies, I can come back later, I said, stepping out of the car.
No, don't be silly, you are here now and you are most welcome. I turned and held out my hand to Thomas as he emerged from the driver's seat. He took it. And I did something unexpected, I lifted my face.
He kissed me, softly on my cheek, almost like a brother.
A farewell.
Goodbye, I said.
No, au revoir, he whispered. But we both knew that was a lie.
Inside, Venetia touched my arm gently.
My dear, are you ill? I've had a shock, I said quietly. I saw the edge of the lie, and the ground gave way beneath it. But it isn't my secret.
That's why I came early.
You did the right thing. She assured me. I will let Douglas know you have arrived. I was sent upstairs to my new quarters. Given lunch on a tray. I didn't eat it. I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, haunted. Haunted by Villa Astrée. Haunted by the two deaths, Carrington and Denton. And haunted by the knowledge that I had helped. Unwittingly. But still. At one point, I said it aloud.
Aunt Martha killed George Carrington.
And she killed Mr. Denton. And each time, I helped.
Later, I rose.
Dressed.
Determined.
I would not drag Stephen into this. Not yet. But Douglas, yes, Douglas had that quiet kindness, the kind that didn't ask for proof before offering belief. He would understand without judgment, without the need to dissect every detail until it bled. Thomas was leaving tonight, but not yet. I would wait, then go to Douglas. And I would tell him everything, everything but the things I could never bear to speak aloud. Let him promise me, no police. No exposure. Just help. Just clarity. Chapter 25.
I had been walking the tiled promenade in front of the Hôtel St. Clair for some time, smoking, pacing, watching. Captain Mitchell stood beside me, stiff and uncomfortable, the note trembling slightly in his hand.
It had arrived only an hour ago, hand-delivered by a private drone.
I could tell from the envelope, ivory-toned, heavy with embossed divine ink, that it was not the kind of invitation one declined lightly.
He passed it to me without a word. Dear Captain Mitchell, I had hoped to find you in and convey this invitation in person. We hope you will join us for a simple meal tonight at Villa Astrée. Miss Fullerton is not at all well, but she insists she will be able to join us.
I do not include Monsieur Douglas in this invitation, as I understand he is leaving Monte Carlo today.
Yours sincerely, Martha Devine. I read it twice. The omission of my name wasn't just a social oversight, it was a signal. An exclusion meant to separate Stephen from allies. Mitchell smiled awkwardly. It's decent of the Duchess to ask me.
I think I should accept.
I didn't answer at once.
I alone knew that Beth was secured at Venetia's house at this very moment, escaped from her aunt and uncle's clutches. The scent of rosemary from the villa gardens drifted faintly on the night air, but it didn't soothe me.
I wish I could divine, I said slowly, why the Duchess Devine wants you tonight of all nights. Maybe Beth suggested it, he said, far too casually. No, I thought. Beth didn't suggest it. I turned to look at him. Poor lad. So young. So in love. There was something in his face, that same light I once carried. A boy's devotion, unspoken but absolute. I had loved once too, before all this.
Her name was Amy.
A Mentone girl with delicate lungs and gentler manners. She died before we could marry.
All I had left were her letters, tucked away in my old cache, each beginning Mon cher fiancé.
My most treasured contraband.
Now here was Mitchell, walking that same dangerous path, and walking it towards the Devines.
Mitchell, I said suddenly, I want to tell you something. You think me a cynical old devil, but I too loved once. She died. Just a few hills from here. I saw him glance at me, startled. After her death, I didn't try to build again. That's why I am what I am.
But you love Beth Fullerton.
That's obvious. And because I know what that kind of love feels like, I'm worried for you. He looked away. You trust her. So do I, but she's been under their roof too long.
Too many quiet manipulations. Too much curated kindness. Why has the Duchess invited you tonight, when Beth isn't even there?
He frowned. What do you mean? Where else could she be? They have her caged in the villa. I shook my head. I had pledges to say nothing to Stephen but couldn't let him enter the lion's den alone. I would never forgive myself. Mitchell, you must take care, I said at last. You're not just a guest tonight. You may be the next obstacle.
He gave me a half-smile. You've spent too many years in intelligence, old chap, it makes you see more than what is there.
I'll be back before you leave for the station. I doubted that. Still, I let him go. That was 3 hours ago.
Now I sat alone in the lounge of the Hôtel St. Clair, the smoke of my cigar curling lazily into the violet evening air.
I was waiting.
But for what, I wasn't sure, until I saw her. Madame Ashworth. Walking straight toward me through the gleam of electric lanterns and curated luxury, pale and rigid, eyes darting like a hunted thing.
Her silhouette struck me like a bullet. Monsieur Douglas, she said breathlessly. I need to speak with you. In private.
Now.
I stood at once.
Has something happened at Villa Astrée? She stared. Stephen? He's there?
My heart dropped. Yes. The Duchess invited him. He was keen to see Beth.
No. He didn't know that Beth was no longer there.
My pulse quickened. We stepped outside, into the cool darkness beyond the facade. Outside we saw her at the same time, Beth. She was standing by the entrance, her whole body racked with tremors that seemed to come from deep within. Her face was drained of color, lips bloodless.
Dark strands of hair had escaped from her usually neat arrangement, clinging damply to her forehead and cheeks.
Her dress was wrinkled, as if she'd been clutching at the fabric, and there was a wild, hunted look in her eyes, the kind of terror that comes not from sudden fright, but from a slow, creeping realization of horror. I reached out. "Beth, what is it?"
She met my gaze, and I saw her pupils were dilated, her breathing shallow and rapid. When she tried to speak, her voice came out as barely more than a rasp, each word seeming to cost her tremendous effort.
"They're murderers. The Devines. They killed Mr. Denton. I think they killed Mr. Carrington too. And now, they have Stephen." Her words were whispered, but they landed like grenades.
The way she said it, with that particular combination of disbelief and absolute certainty, told me she wasn't hysterical or imagining things.
She had seen something, learned something, that had shattered her world completely.
I didn't hesitate.
"We go.
Now."
Chapter 26. Douglas flagged a taxi with one sharp gesture. 500 if you reach the mountain road in 15 minutes. Then, quickly, he turned to the driver again.
"Divert first, Condamine."
"The commissioner's house. Bouton?"
I asked, alarmed.
"Beth, my dear," he answered calmly, "we need assistance. We're not informing him.
Just borrowing 2 agents."
Quietly. In the dusky lobby of the police residence, I watched Douglas give Bouton a version of the truth.
He said he had reason to believe we might interrupt a murder in progress.
He was brief, grave, and specific. Bouton handed over 2 of his best, armed, but plain-clothed.
"The 4 of us rode in 2 cars, ours ahead, theirs behind."
"We'll stop just before the grounds," Douglas told me. "We go in quiet. No lights, no sound."
"If they're what you say they are, we'll need surprise on our side."
I nodded. My hand clenched his the whole ride.
The path up to Villa Astrée was cloaked in that peculiar night silence one only hears near the mountains. As we crept through the orange grove, the moon thin and weak above us, I heard something.
A brushing sound. A dragging sound.
"Please, mademoiselle, go back to the car," Douglas whispered to me, but I was already slipping out behind him, my footsteps silent on the gravel.
We stopped. Listened. Something, or someone, was moving across the terrace. Then, just ahead, movement.
Shapes against the terrace shadows.
A group. 3 figures. And, something on wheels.
Douglas held my hand, silently instructing my stillness, his eyes fixed ahead. They moved forward, and under the moonlight the wheeled object came into focus, bicycle wheels, a makeshift stretcher. And on it, Stephen. Pale as the moon itself. Unmoving. Douglas raised the whistle. Blew it once, sharp and long. The lawn exploded into light and noise. 2 agents rushed forward, torches blazing. The group on the terrace froze, like a living tableau. Peter stood at the handle. The Duchess braced behind the trolley. And Georgina, still and ghostlike, walked beside them, her face unreadable. Douglas and I moved forward. Then, gunfire. Peter turned the pistol meant for Stephen on himself. The sound was deafening. Screams. Struggles. The Duchess clawed at one of the agents like a trapped animal. Douglas ran forward. "Stephen." I was already at his side, my hands working at his collar with practiced efficiency. Douglas felt for a pulse. "He's alive," I shouted. "Drugged, I believe, but breathing." In the chaos, Georgina disappeared. One moment she was there.
The next, gone.
The agents moved fast, muscle memory and command line speech, locking Martha in the cruiser and radioing for backup.
Douglas sent me to the car for a light. I was gone only seconds, but time was thick and dragging. When I came back, my hands were steady, eerily so. No tremble. Just focus.
Shock, maybe.
Or something deeper. He'll wake by morning, Douglas told me, crouching beside Stephen.
They gave him something strong, but he'll be okay.
I hoped he wasn't lying. The Duchess screamed as they cuffed her, an animal, cornered, then went still. Like someone had flipped her switch.
The Duke was slumped over the steps, blood soaking into his silk.
No movement. No groan. Just the wrong kind of silence.
And Georgina?
Gone? Into the trees, into the dark.
Vanished.
We stood there, the moon bleeding through the mist, the house rising behind us, silent once more. And then, Mimi.
The great white cat darted from the dark, curling herself against my legs like a ghost from another world.
Beth, Douglas said, his voice hoarse, you saved his life. I said nothing. I was looking toward the shutters of Villa Astrée.
Are you afraid to go in alone?
He asked. I turned to him, a strange light in my eyes.
No, I said.
I'm not afraid anymore. Chapter 27.
Thomas? The knock came with my name, quiet and discreet, but unmistakably urgent. I had just finished a light supper, reheated pulses and vine-baked bread left for me by Giotto, my new house attendant.
The hour was late.
I'd only returned to Rome an hour ago, and no one, I had slipped into the hotel through the staff entrance, no one, should have known I was back. I moved toward the door with a flicker of irritation, straightening the collar of my wrapped tunic.
When I opened the door, my heart gave a small, treacherous leap. Livia.
Even beneath the black lace veil, I knew her silhouette as well as my own.
The slight stoop of her proud shoulders. The tremor in her voice, always softened by elegance.
This is wrong, and most imprudent, I said automatically, stepping into the corridor.
I shouldn't have told you when I was returning.
But Livia Prescott, Marchesa by title, pushed past me, stepping into my chambers with determination.
And then I saw her face. Tight with strain. Pale as salt.
She pulled back the veil with a trembling hand, and in that gesture I saw the thing we never spoke of, fear.
What is it? I asked sharply. What's happened? To your husband?
No.
Nothing to him. And he knows I'm here.
He knows?
That rattled me more than anything. Livia's husband was a cold man. A silent functionary of the judicial archive. If he knew she was with me, then something had gone deeply wrong. I closed the door.
The old stone walls of my inherited bachelor flat, once a grain office, now lined in solar tiles and faded murals of triumphs, seemed suddenly too exposed.
Tell me what this is about.
She handed me something, thin, damp, still warm from her glove.
It was a strip of flimsy.
A press transmission, the kind used by archive journalists to float real-time headlines across curated territory before full-format publishing. The letters were faint, printed in that sterile, state-font script now universal among first-class publications.
I stepped beneath the low-hanging pendant lamp, and held it closer.
A terrible affair at Monte Carlo. An amazing affair has just taken place in Monte Carlo. Duke and Duchess Divine, long-respected residents of the Principality and holders of legacy title, have both been arrested under charges of murder. The Duke, found seriously wounded by his own hand, is under guard in the sector infirmary.
The Duchess has suffered repeated heart failures, her recovery is uncertain. Their servant, believed to be complicit, has disappeared. The last victim, a young Englishman of noted ancestry, was rescued in the final moments before his planned execution. Authorities claim a grave had already been prepared. Duke Thomas Divine,
only son of the accused, left the sector just prior to the event.
As of now, he is considered a person of interest. I dropped the paper. My hands were shaking.
The words seemed to rearrange themselves before my eyes, refusing to hold their meaning. The letters blurred and reformed like something alive, mocking.
A heavy silence followed. In that moment, I felt the room cave inward.
The air thickened. "This is absurd," I said aloud, but my voice cracked on the words.
"This is impossible." Livia watched me with something like compassion, the look one gives a child who has just learned the world is crueler than he imagined. "Thomas," she said softly, "they're saying you're an accomplice."
I crossed the room, opened the window onto the tiered rooftops scattering down to the sea below. Night had fallen, the world outside seemed hushed, as if the city itself had read the same headline. Accused.
Duke and Duchess Divine. Multiple murders.
The words echoed in my head like a defective echo chip. "They found a grave," Livia added, her voice barely above a whisper.
"They found a trolley.
One of those gliders your mother had repurposed for garden work.
And the man, Stephen Mitchell, the Englishman, was unconscious. Drugged.
They were wheeling him into the woods."
Stephen. The name hit me like a physical blow. Not some abstract victim, but Stephen Mitchell, the quiet Scotsman with the steady eyes who had written Beth letters in code. The man she truly loved. So this was why she had dismissed my affections so easily.
All those careful overtures, the poetry I'd shared, the walks where I'd tried to speak my heart, she'd turned them all aside with gentle firmness because her heart was already given.
To Stephen. I collapsed into the nearest chair, heart thrumming like a forged bellows. Why would they do it? I whispered, though I already knew. What could they gain? Livia moved closer, her face etched with pity. "You know that he is in love with Beth?" My eyes flickered upward. It was hard to hear this out loud, have my own thoughts said back to me. It was a vague net to everyone that he stood between you and Beth. And then it clicked with sickening clarity. All the hours Beth had spent alone in the garden. All the questions she had dodged. All the glances. Stephen. The man she really loved. And my mother had seen it all. Had seen it, calculated why would they do it? I whispered, though I already knew. What could they gain? Livia moved closer, her face etched with pity. "You know that he is in love with Beth?" My eyes flickered up. What? It was hard to hear this spoken aloud, to have my own suspicion confirmed. My throat constricted. It was evident to everyone that he stood between you and Beth. And then it clicked with sickening clarity. My hands clenched into fists. All the hours Beth had spent alone in the garden. All the questions she had dodged. All the stolen glances when she thought no one was watching. Stephen. The man she really loved. And my mother, curator matron Cosima Divine, had seen it all. Had seen it, calculated it, and decided to remove the obstacle. "They tried to kill him," I said aloud, and my voice broke completely.
"For me.
They tried to murder Stephen Mitchell because I told them I loved Beth." The horror of it crashed over me in waves.
Every gentle word I'd spoken about Beth, every confidence I'd shared with my mother, I had handed her the ammunition to destroy lives. I had been the architect of Stephen's near death, Beth's terror, my parents' ruin. "I did nothing wrong," I murmured, but the words tasted like ash.
"Nothing. I told her I loved Beth. That's all."
Livia reached out, her gloved hand touching my shoulder.
"You were part of it," she said gently. "Even if you didn't act. Even if you didn't know."
The words struck deeper than any formal accusation.
Because they were true. I had been the catalyst, the unwitting instrument of my mother's monstrous plan.
I thought of Beth's face during our last walk, pale, haunted, desperate to escape.
She must have known. Or suspected.
And still I had pressed her, Still I had brought her closer to danger with every word of love I'd spoken.
What kind of woman does this?
I asked, more to myself than to Livia.
What kind of mother? One who loves too fiercely, Livia replied. One who mistakes possession for protection. I stood abruptly, pacing to the window again.
Below, Rome sparkled with its 1,000 lights, each one a life continuing in blissful ignorance of the divine name's new meaning. They'll come for me, I said.
The archive investigators. The press. Every door that was once open will slam shut. Yes, Livia said simply. They will. Her honesty cut deeper than false comfort would have. And you? I turned to face her.
Why are you here, Livia?
Why risk being seen with me?
She removed her gloves slowly, each finger deliberate. Because, she said, I know what it means to carry a family's sins.
My grandfather was a collaborator during the wars. We've lived with that shadow for generations.
But you, Thomas, you have a choice now.
You can run from this, or you can face it. Face it how? Tell them everything. Every conversation with your mother about Beth.
Every hint she dropped.
Help them understand the full scope of what she did. The thought made my stomach turn.
Betray my mother? Expose every private family moment to the archive's judgment?
But then I thought of Stephen Mitchell, drugged and helpless on that trolley. Of Beth, fleeing in terror. Of the grave they'd prepared. She would have killed him, I said quietly. If they hadn't been stopped, she would have buried Stephen Mitchell like some unwanted garden refuse. Yes.
And Beth, dear God, what would they have done to Beth?
Livia's silence was answer enough. I walked back to where the press transmission lay on the floor, crumpled and accusing.
I picked it up, smoothed it against my chest.
What was left me now? Nowhere will be safe for me now. The archive would come.
The press would converge.
The polite clubs and curated villas would close their doors. I was no longer Thomas Devine, sporting gentleman and son of legacy. I was a relic of a broken house. But perhaps I could be something else.
Someone who chose truth over comfort, justice over family loyalty.
Livia, I said, my voice steadier than I felt, I need you to help me contact the Monte Carlo authorities. Tonight. She nodded, understanding immediately. And then, I continued, I think it's time I learned what kind of man I really am. Chapter 28.
It had been 4 days since the night Villa Astrée became what it had always threatened to be, a crime scene.
A mausoleum of curated death.
A place where the relics weren't marble urns or faded oil portraits, but human souls, bled dry for legacy and lineage. Even now, sitting in the sunlight, I could still feel the chill of those curated shadows on my skin.
And now, in the garden, this garden, safe, sunlit, real, I sat with Stephen. He looked better than he had. The tremors in his hands had mostly stopped. The shadows under his eyes had begun to fade.
And though the neurotoxin they'd used on him, a compound bred in old Swiss labs for emotional neutralization, had dulled his memory, it hadn't destroyed it. He sat beside me, knees drawn slightly inward, as if protecting something invisible.
There's not much I remember clearly, he said, voice low. The drugs meant to erase. Not just memory, but resistance. I reached for his hand. He let me hold it. Tell me what you do remember. A long pause. His fingers curled against mine like branches in wind. The Duchess answered the door herself.
That alone should have warned me, her kind never opens their own doors.
She told me you weren't feeling well. Said you were resting. But something felt wrong.
Douglas had warned me earlier. He had said you had left, I was told differently, so I waited.
He paused. He seemed to be fading into his memories. What happened at dinner? I prompted. It was Elaborate. 7 courses. Bone china. Candlelight. A charade of civility. But Georgina, his voice caught, she tried to warn me. She kept glancing at me when no one was watching. Then she dropped a decanter, deliberately. It smashed near my seat. I bit back a sob.
The liqueur.
Yes. That was meant for me. She broke the wrong bottle. The Duke went to get another. When he came back, he poured 2 glasses himself.
Said it was cognac.
It tasted rich, but there was something wrong with it. I remember thinking I felt calm. Too calm. His face twisted. The Duchess kept telling me you'd be down soon.
Every 10 minutes.
Just getting ready. Just fixing her hair. His voice broke then, the composure he'd been holding finally cracking. I believed her, he said, and something raw entered his tone.
I sat there, getting drowsy, and I believed every word she said about you coming down to dinner. Even when my vision started to blur, I thought you were just upstairs, brushing your hair.
The image hit me like a physical blow.
Stephen, alone at that elegant table, trusting in their hospitality even as the poison worked through his system.
When did you know, I asked, that it was real, what they were doing? I woke up on the trolley. My shoulder was burning. The wheels were squeaking. I saw the night sky through the trees. Then black. I couldn't speak. Only gripped his hand tighter, like it could anchor us both. You were their first grave, I said, finally. Douglas thinks so, he replied. The others, they staged.
Suicides. Overdoses.
Car crashes on those awful switchbacks.
But this?
This was desperate. They were slipping.
You don't blame me?
My voice tight. He turned to me sharply. Beth, never. What happened to us? That was their crime. And somehow, hearing that, from him, meant more than all of Dr. Martinez's careful assurances. I leaned into him. We sat like that for a long time. Nothing spoke. Nothing moved.
Except the wind through the olive trees, like the last breath of Villa Astrée, finally fading away. When I arrived, I slipped quietly into the corner chair of their makeshift command room, the former imperial suite of the Hotel St. Clair now full of digital records, evidence cores, heat map drones, and scattered forensic data pads.
Douglas nodded. Bhutan did too. Any news?
I asked. Douglas closed the terminal.
Sat back. Plenty.
We've traced the divine operations back 15 years.
9 confirmed victims. Possibly more. 9 confirmed victims.
The number hit me like a physical blow, my shoulders tensed, my breathing quickened. 9 people who had trusted the divine's curated kindness, just as I had.
Bhutan gestured toward one of the hollow windows. Each victim had high-value assets.
Once they died, often in mysterious circumstances, the assets were quietly transferred.
Property. Bonds. Antique holdings. A Swiss vault in Geneva alone has 12 million.
How? I asked, my voice tight. Wills.
Forgeries. Influence. Peter was a master of bureaucracy. He exploited weaknesses in the curated trust registry. Created overlapping identities.
You'd be amazed how many dead people leave behind very compliant heirs.
I was quiet for a long moment, processing.
Then, and Georgina? That, finally, made Douglas pause.
He looked at Bhutan. Bhutan answered first. She's in custody. Voluntary surrender.
3 days ago, Douglas added.
Walked into the sector station alone. Asked for me. Told the desk agent she had a statement regarding the Vines. My voice dropped. Is she safe? Yes. In a monitored safe house. Testifying at the tribunal next week. Douglas pulled up a secure image. Georgina, older than I remembered,
but standing tall.
Pale. Holding a thin blue file in both hands. The first of her documents.
She kept everything, Beth. Phone recordings.
Photos. Copies of poison orders masked as pharmaceuticals. Inventory logs.
She'd been documenting them for over a year. She kept everything, I repeated, stunned. All those months I'd seen Georgina as simply devoted to the family. The woman had been building a case against them. Why didn't she come forward sooner?
Bouton answered this time, quietly. Because she knew what would happen to her if she did. You know your Aunt Martha well.
Imagine what it takes to survive under that woman's rule for 20 years.
I sat very still. She tried to save Stephen, I said. What happens now?
The prosecution's offering her a suspended sentence, minimal time, community service. Trauma therapy's ongoing. She asked to be transferred to a work sanctuary in the Eastern Alps.
I nodded slowly. And Thomas? I asked quietly. The question hung in the air. I could see Douglas had been waiting for it. He's cooperating fully. Contacted us himself. He's
devastated, Beth.
Whatever feelings you had for him, whatever happened between you, he never wanted this. I looked down at my hands. I know. That almost makes it worse, doesn't it? That love could be twisted into something so monstrous without him even knowing. The prosecution won't pursue charges against him.
His testimony has been crucial in understanding Martha's methods.
Will he be all right? In time, perhaps.
He's lost everything: title, inheritance, social standing.
But he's young. He has a chance to build something real from the wreckage. I was quiet for a long moment. When I looked up, I hoped my eyes were clear. He's incredibly brave, Douglas added. Like you. I don't feel brave, I said. I feel like I should have seen it sooner. Should have protected Stephen, should have. Beth. Douglas leaned forward. You survived. You got out. And when it mattered most, you trusted your instincts and came to me. That saved Stephen's life. I took a shaky breath. What happens next? To all of us? You heal. You testify when you're ready. You decide what kind of life you want to build now that you're free of their influence. I nodded, then stood to leave. At the door, I paused.
Douglas?
Thank you. For believing me. For acting so quickly. Thank you, he replied, for having the courage to tell the truth.
As I left, I could see him settling back with the case files spread before him.
9 victims. 15 years of carefully orchestrated murders. And at the center of it all, a woman who had mistaken possession for love, control for protection.
But I had escaped.
Stephen had survived. And perhaps, in the end, that was enough to call it justice. Chapter 29. 1 year later. The gavel had fallen. The charges read. The sentences passed.
Life without parole for Duke and Duchess Devine, not just for the murders, but for the manipulation, the engineered deaths, the financial predation.
The judge had called it a slow, deliberate empire of erasure. And I had spoken. In full voice. Under oath.
I had faced them, her, especially, and told the truth.
No more curated silence.
Martha Devine hadn't looked at me once during sentencing, sitting as stiffly elegant as ever, draped in her solar silk mourning veil like a statue of obsolete grace.
But when the sentence was read, I caught it, a tremor in her hand. The first time, perhaps, that she'd been denied what she wanted.
Duke Devine had looked half asleep throughout, like a man whose life had been one long, failed performance.
They would go to prison as legacy-class criminals. Their portraits would be stripped from the registry.
Their names etched out of the archives. Even in this world, history could be rewritten.
For once, rewritten for the right reasons.
I stood now at the bottom of the courthouse steps, my hand still in Stephen's, my knees shaking a little, though not from fear.
Not anymore.
From joy. From sheer, impossible joy. He had just proposed again, this time without threat, without law, without expectation.
Just love. Just him. And I had said yes. A proper yes. The kind that means you've survived something, and you're ready to begin again. The air was cool with the early spring.
Around us, the city buzzed with press drones, curious passers-by, and the soft murmur of official movement.
But in our corner of the steps, time had gone still.
Douglas beamed at me like the world's most chaotic godfather, his scarf flapping in the breeze.
Now that was a proposal, he said.
Messy, public, completely out of order.
I approve.
I'll take messy and public, I laughed, as long as it's honest. So, Stephen said now, sliding his arm around me, what kind of wedding do you want?
A quiet one, I said. Then changed my mind. No, a real one. In the open.
Daylight?
With music and laughter and no secrets. And no curators, he added. Exactly. And no dead men under the olive trees.
That made me laugh, sharp, unafraid.
A laugh from the chest, not the throat. Douglas rubbed his hands together. Shall I start composing the guest list? Only people who haven't tried to kill either of you? That might leave us short, Stephen muttered. Nonsense. I've got at least 6 safe names. 7 if I don't drink. We began walking down the street, away from the courthouse. Cameras trailed for a few blocks, then fell away. Douglas peeled off to take a call. It was just Stephen and me again, hand in hand.
You really feel free?
He asked softly. I nodded. I do. Not healed. Not unmarked. But free. And freedom didn't mean being untouched by horror. It meant choosing something different anyway. I looked down at the ring. Just a band. No signet, no symbol of bloodline. Stephen had picked it because he liked it, and he thought I would too. No legacy. No curated past. Just a future. I get to choose everything, I whispered. Yes, you do, he said, stopping suddenly in the middle of the empty street. His hands found my face, thumbs tracing my cheekbones. Starting with this.
And then he kissed me, not the careful, stolen kisses of before, but something fierce and claiming. A kiss that tasted of freedom and promises and the sweet, sharp edge of a life chosen rather than assigned. I kissed him back with everything I had, everything I'd fought for, everything I'd survived.
When we finally broke apart, breathless, I was laughing.
What?
He asked, grinning. I choose you, I said. I choose this. I choose us. Good, he whispered against my lips. Because I'm never letting you go.